The great lords were deeply moved, while the yin gods had words they wanted to say but could no longer find the ability to speak. The blood-clad sword god had invited them all to gather, but it wasn't to unite with them in fighting against the great calamity. His confidence and domineering declaration echoed in their ears, lingering for a long time, impossible to forget. Many of the great lords felt ashamed. Perhaps it was their hesitation, their self-preservation, that had caused the blood-clad sword god to become disheartened. And so, the blood-clad sword god decided to abandon everyone and fight the great calamity alone. Blood-clad sword god, Great Lord Yellow Ox gritted his teeth. I may be weak, but I'm willing to go with you and face the great calamity together. He felt that he had lived long enough, and it was time to strike out at the nightmarish calamity, to die in a blaze of glory. Qi Yuan glanced at Great Lord Yellow Ox. You're too far away. You won't make it to the central heavenly domain in 3 days, so don't bother coming with me. As he spoke, he scanned everyone present. All you need to do is return to your domains and announce to the world that Qi Yuan's calamity removal has begun. Do not worry about any anomalies, leave everything else to me, Qi Yuan said with confidence. He was no longer the novice cultivator who had secretly snuck around to destroy the Black Mountain sect, nor the little golden core cultivator who had to stir up trouble with multiple aliases to wipe out the Bright Palace. He was now a high-level Purple Mansion cultivator, capable of ruling a mountain and being called a sect master in the Kanglan realm. This time, he declared war directly, openly telling the great calamity, I, Qi Yuan, am coming to destroy you. And he would personally confront it and eradicate the calamity. It was as simple and straightforward as that. The blood-clad sword god has such great confidence. His aura is truly strong. You can tell he's an extraordinary person. With that kind of strength, he'll certainly have a different fate from those who fought the calamity before, Great Lord Hunchong said with a grin at this moment. He was merely present as a projection, not his real body, so he felt more at ease and bold. If his voice were higher and he acted more delicate, like a girl with stars in her eyes, clenching her small fists and shouting, Big brother, you're amazing, the scene would be perfect. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on Great Lord Hunchong. Why is your voice so sarcastic? Could it be that you're destined to be a pile of dog shit in my yin-yang forbidden land? The smile on Great Lord Hunchong's face froze. They say the blood-clad sword god is mad and has killed countless people, but it seems you understand words just fine. I just wonder how heartbroken your parents, your relatives, and your friends will be when you fall to the calamity. Hey, can you just be a typical villain and cut your own head off already? Why all the talking? Are you paid by the word? Qi Yuan said, not hesitating as he reached out with a blood-red hand toward Great Lord Hunchong. Hunchong's expression didn't change, and he remained calm. In such a hurry, you really lack the composure of a true powerhouse. He waved his sleeve casually, seemingly unconcerned about Qi Yuan's attack. After all, this was just a projection, no big deal. As long as he cut off his consciousness, he could return to his true body. The Kanglan realm was vast, and he was well hidden. Even if the blood-clad sword god turned the world upside down, he wouldn't be able to find him. However, as soon as that blood-red hand wrapped around him, Hunchong's expression changed drastically. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. It was as though he were a helpless infant being crushed by a mighty god. Everything about him seemed to be within the control of the blood-clad man. In the Kanglan realm, once I lay eyes on an evildoer, they can't escape my grasp. Do you even know what it means to be a high-level cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm? Now, die. In the blood-red hand, blood energy boiled and churned. With a loud crack, Great Lord Hunchong's body shattered bit by bit. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Because his consciousness realized that not only was this projection breaking apart, but his true body as well. His true body, hidden far away in a mysterious and secure location, surrounded by intricate formations that even a mythical figure couldn't penetrate easily. But now, how was this possible? He stared in terror at the blood-clad figure, his eyes pleading, filled with confusion. How did you do this? As his body disintegrated, his consciousness fractured. Blood and soul fragments scattered into pieces. Qi Yuan squinted, his expression cold. Did you think tracing someone through the network was just a saying? After destroying the Bright Palace, Qi Yuan had already started using that method to track and destroy. Now, he was simply retracing his steps. Did distance matter? Back then, a disciple from Taihuang Palace had talked tough from the upper realm, and Qi Yuan had still crushed him with a virtual sun. As for Great Lord Hunchong, there was no need for such effort, a simple crushing would do. With his current strength as a high-level cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, aside from the Great Calamity, no one in the Kanglan realm could stop him. Great Lord Hunchong perished, dissolving into a cloud of blood. He had been wiped out at the level of his soul. Even with a Great Lord's ability to regenerate from a drop of blood, he could never return to the world of the living. The other Great Lords watching this scene showed expressions of shock. Great Lord Yellow Ox trembled as he spoke. Great Lord Hunchong is dead. Not just his projection, his true body had been annihilated as well. The other Great Lords could sense this, while the Yin gods, unaware, assumed that only Hunchong's projection had died. Qi Yuan casually clapped his hands, killing Great Lord Hunchong as easily as squashing an ant. Now then, I'll leave the matter of spreading the word to you all, Qi Yuan said, his tone once again light and casual. The Yin gods present all breathed a sigh of relief. We will definitely work hard to spread the news about Qi Yuan's calamity removal. Within one day, half the Kanglan realm will know of this plan. Blood-clad sword god, please be careful. The great calamity isn't something that can be easily dealt with. Otherwise, the Kanglan realm wouldn't still be like a pigpen after all these years, an old man sighed, his eyes filled with longing. For these cultivators, ascending to the upper realm was their lifelong dream. Living in the lower realm felt like being trapped, unable to nourish their divine bodies with immortal essence, like living in a sewer. Enough with the chit-chat. I've already written the promotional material myself. All you need to do is copy, paste, and send it out. You handle the promotion, I'll handle the action. Goodbye. Oh, and it's everyone's responsibility to rectify the cultivation practices of the Kanglan realm, starting with me. With that, Qi Yuan disappeared. He left behind a group of great lords and yin gods, confused and filled with complex emotions. Can the blood-clad sword god really do it? We're talking about the great calamity, even yang gods can't destroy it. Central heavenly domain. In a tavern, a young man's eyes widened in surprise. There are still hundreds of years left before the great calamity is supposed to begin, and yet the Kanglan realm has already declared war on it. How dare they? Why not build up their strength a bit more? They declared war. Why would they do that? Asked the female cultivator beside him, equally astonished. The two of them were from the Star Separation Realm. Like the Kanglan realm, the Star Separation Realm was one of the 3,000 worlds that had fallen from Taihuang Palace. The Star Separation Realm was much stronger than the Kanglan realm. There had been a time when 3 yang gods rose up together to fight the great calamity, but they were tragically defeated in the end. Still, the cultivators of the Star Separation Realm considered fighting the calamity their mission. Many of them left their world to contact powerful figures in other realms to unite against the calamity, but their efforts had borne little fruit. Could it be Great Lord Whitefish? But he's not the type. Wang Lingshan speculated. Great Lord Whitefish was the most powerful known figure in the Kanglan realm, and it would make sense if he were the one leading the resistance. It wasn't him. It was the blood-clad sword god, a powerful figure who's emerged in the last 2 years. Strange, there isn't much information about him, and this whole resistance against the calamity feels a bit like a joke, Wang Lingtong said, his tone tinged with helplessness. He handed several jade slips to Wang Lingshan. These slips were from organizations similar to the Divine Flower Society, with one of them being directly from the Divine Flower Society itself. These contained public announcements and various pieces of information. Wang Lingshan sent her divine sense into them, and her face took on a strange expression. 1 day equals 100 years, the solution to the great calamity is at hand. Qi Yuan's calamity removal, new life for the Kanglan realm. Better to descend to the underworld than leave the calamity standing. Remove the calamity, correct the atmosphere, and the spiritual energy of the Kanglan realm will soar. Qi Yuan is strong, the calamity will surrender and bang its head against the wall for him. Seeing these declarations, Wang Lingshan was left speechless. Is this real or fake? This is too chaotic, it feels like a farce. Won't this provoke the calamity? No matter what, if he really eliminates the calamity, the Star Separation Realm must offer some help. Even if he ultimately fails, if he can at least take a bite out of the calamity, it will be worth it. At this moment, across the Kanglan realm, whether in the world of cultivation or among mortals, the hottest topic was Qi Yuan's calamity removal. In the Divine Flower Society, countless people were left dumbfounded. What? The calamity removal is really going to start? Is the cultivation method really poisonous? I haven't felt anything. Last night, when I was discussing this in my third aunt's cousin's boudoir, she said the cultivation method is only harmful to the yin gods and has nothing to do with us. Right, we small fry aren't even on the calamity's radar. Now they're forcing us to resist the calamity. What if we provoke it and it comes after us? You people have no conscience. If the cultivation method is poisonous, our lives are in someone else's hands. Is that fine with you? What about your descendants? If they're born, will they also become fodder? Are you okay with that? So, does that mean even if Qi Yuan wins against the calamity, we might still die? Why is this guy named Qi Yuan? He sounds like that top purple mansion cultivator from the Shengguang sect. Could they be the same person? It's common for people to have the same name. How could one be a mere purple mansion cultivator and the other a lord at the peak of the world? All over, people were discussing the Qi Yuan's calamity removal. Even in the remote Shengguang sect, this news had reached their ears. However, no one connected this Qi Yuan to the one on the seven-colored peak. Even though Deadwood True Lord knew Qi Yuan was extraordinary, and Kong Fuluo understood that Qi Yuan was much stronger than they had initially thought. But to them, removing the calamity was nearly equivalent to opposing the heavenly Tao itself, something Qi Yuan could never accomplish. Meanwhile, at the Origin God Assembly, Zhang Lingsu clutched a jade slip from the Divine Flower Society, fuming with anger. Ah, these people are disgusting. Not only are they not supporting us, but they're slandering us. Qi Yuan wasn't surprised by this at all. As for the chatter online, he didn't bother with it. He believed that once the great calamity was eradicated, the atmosphere of the Kanglin realm would improve greatly thanks to him. No worries, just report those trolls to Little Fox Girl, Qi Yuan said casually. But I'm still so mad. Zhang Lingsu said, frustrated. She had already switched between several alternate accounts to defend her senior brother online. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't outnumber the masses. These people should go straight to hell. Zhang Lingsu fumed. Seeing her cute, angry expression, Qi Yuan chuckled. Maybe, they will all end up in hell. Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu's heart tightened in a moment of pain. She quickly said, spit, spit, spit. Don't say such unlucky things. The calamity will be destroyed, and you'll be safe, senior brother. Don't worry, the underworld is my home. Even if they go there, they'll be fine. That's true, last time you had the ghost painter design the underworld, Zhang Lingsu tilted her head, remembering. And don't forget, you've got an investment in a piece of land there, Qi Yuan added lightly. In the early days of the Shengguang sect, Qi Yuan's cultivation techniques and spirit stones had come either from his white moonlight, or from his busty little junior sister. Zhang Lingsu blushed at the thought, tugging on Qi Yuan's sleeve with a sincere look in her eyes. Senior brother, this time, you really must be careful. If there's even the slightest chance you can't defeat the calamity, please just run. She knew her senior brother was powerful. But once, she had glimpsed a fragment of the calamity through her family's treasured artifact. The sheer power of it was beyond comprehension. She couldn't imagine how her senior brother could possibly win. After all, just over 2 years ago, she had been sneaking around with him, fearfully trailing an enemy, and in the end, her senior brother had ambushed and killed the Foundation establishment-level enemy with a kitchen knife. Now, he was openly declaring war on the Great Calamity. It felt like an entirely different lifetime. At the same time, she recalled the overwhelming killing intent that had once radiated from him, and her eyes softened. How much had her senior brother endured? How many hardships had he gone through to reach this point? But she knew nothing of it. Don't worry, as long as the plan is solid, I'll make sure it's carried out. I managed to wipe out the Bright Palace, so what's a mere calamity? Qi Yuan said passionately. Zhang Lingsu, senior brother, maybe you should stop talking. I'm worried about your mental state. The Bright Palace was powerful, sure, but compared to the Great Calamity, it was as fragile as an ant. Senior brother, I believe in you. Zhang Lingsu clenched her fists, eyes full of resolve. I'll support you both mentally and physically. But as soon as she said that, her face turned red. How could she support him physically? However, seeing that her senior brother didn't seem to catch the awkwardness in her words, she breathed a sigh of relief, mixed with a hint of disappointment. She decided to register a few more alternate accounts and blast those who dared question her senior brother until they regretted everything. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. On May 16, light rain fell on Fengtian domain, but a blood-red light streaked across the sky with unstoppable force, heading toward the central heavenly domain. Many people in cultivation sects, aristocratic families, and hidden sects were startled awake. They looked up at the sky. Even with the sharp vision of cultivators, they could not make out the figure behind the blood-red light. However, wherever the blood-red light passed, the sky was painted crimson. The sunlight, filtering through the blood-red sky, also turned blood-red. Countless cultivators referred to this phenomenon as the blood sun slaughters the heavens. Qi Yuan as the blood-clad sword god. It seems he's about to start confronting the great calamity. One yin god trembled as they spoke. 3 days were far too short for a yin god to react. The blood-clad sword god was truly an anomaly, impossible to gauge by normal standards. Declaring war against the calamity, without keeping it secret, was bold and public. And the time frame was so rushed. After gathering all the strong individuals, he simply decided to charge forward and face the calamity in just 3 days. Alone, this fact left the yin god lords and great lords in awe. Is the blood-clad sword god really that confident? Could it be that, like the one before him, he stepped into the yang god realm? One great lord asked. The one before failed only because of the leak from the Mountain of Fate. Now that the Mountain of Fate has been destroyed, maybe there's a real chance this time. Are you dreaming? There's no need for the Mountain of Fate to leak the information, Qi Yuan is leaking it himself. A yin god responded, helpless. Countless gazes turned to the sky, as if they wanted to catch a glimpse of that blood-red light. No, something's wrong. Our skies in the wave rain domain are also turning red. After my closed-door training session, I woke up, and the skies over northern desert have turned red too. What is the blood-clad sword god doing? Not just the northern desert, other domains are seeing their skies turn red too. What is the blood-clad sword god trying to accomplish? Many people were puzzled, and discussions arose. Perhaps after a short nap, a meal, or even just washing their clothes, they looked up at the sky once again. A blood-red sky. The entire Kanglan realm was covered by the blood-red glow. As the light shone down, it seemed like blood threads were raining from the heavens. Many were confused, but others were shaken to their core. This blood-clad sword god was astonishingly fast. Yet, a seed of doubt also grew in the hearts of many cultivators. If the blood-clad sword god is so powerful, then how terrifying must the great calamity be? Sigh, we know too little about the great calamity. Is it a person, a demon, or a monster? How powerful is it? What has it done? We have no clue. Maybe, the great calamity could even coexist with us peacefully. Someone suggested. The world's understanding of the great calamity was woefully limited. In remote places like Shengguang sect, they had no concept of the great calamity at all. Only large purple mansion clans like the Zhang family had access to rare treasures that provided glimpses of the calamity, but even their knowledge was sparse. As for the yin gods, they had only heard of the great calamity. But their knowledge of it was limited to the fact that it reaps everything. What the calamity truly was, who was behind it, none of this was known. The calamity was believed to be a yang god-level entity because, in the past, a yang god from the Kanglan realm had failed to overcome it. Therefore, when news of Qi Yuan's calamity removal spread, many people in the Kanglan realm were indifferent. Some even thought the claim of poisonous cultivation techniques was an exaggeration, similar to the idea that spiritual energy was poisonous. After all, every cultivator in the Kanglan realm who used spiritual energy eventually perished. To most, the great calamity was a distant threat. Some female cultivators, confident in their beauty, even joked that if the great calamity laid eyes on them, it might make them its Tao companion. Some male cultivators with great talent boasted that the calamity might appreciate their gifts and take them as disciples. Reactions to Qi Yuan's calamity removal varied widely. At 7:15 in the afternoon, the entire sky of the Kanglan realm turned red. Countless cultivators gazed at the sky, their expressions heavy, feeling as though they were witnessing history. In a pavilion, Zhang Lingsu, wearing a green dress, had cold sweat on her forehead, her beautiful eyes filled with endless worry. Even in her elegant green dress, her graceful figure couldn't be concealed. It was hard to imagine how stunning she would look without it. The hem of her skirt was long, but occasionally, a glimpse of flesh-colored stockings could be seen underneath, strangely out of place yet somehow enticing. Not long ago, she had been playing chess here with her senior brother, her mind wandering as though she were about to make a decision. But now, her senior brother had gone to face the great calamity. She was left alone. She recalled the glimpse she had seen through her family's treasure, a downpour of blood, heaven and earth overturned, something no human power could achieve. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Senior brother, you have to be safe." At that moment, countless eyes were fixed on the heavens, trying to catch sight of the calamity or the blood-clad sword god, Qi Yuan. They wanted to understand what the calamity was and just how powerful the blood-clad sword god truly was. The crimson light flooded the land, and countless hearts were filled with a sense of desolation and sorrow. At the same time, an overwhelming battle intent surged. Everyone who looked up at the blood-red sky could feel an intense fighting spirit. In the central heavenly domain, a blood-red figure stood still, tall and proud, with flowing long hair. In front of him stood 3 figures. Wang Lingtong bowed respectfully. "Senior, as you face the calamity, I offer you this talisman. It contains the full power of 10 mythical beings in a single strike." Wang Lingshan also bowed her head. When she saw Qi Yuan's remarkably handsome appearance, the humorous thoughts she'd had earlier disappeared completely. "I have a formation disc that may trap the calamity for a moment or two. I offer it to you, Senior." Lastly, a man dressed in black robes, his face filled with despair, looked at Qi Yuan. His eyes were full of deathly stillness. "The fate of the Qinmo realm is yours, Senior." The Qinmo realm was similar to the Kanglan realm, another one of the 3,000 pig farms. But its fate had been far more tragic. It seemed that the calamity had drained all the potential from that realm, leaving it a wasteland. In the end, the calamity even began to slowly devour the land, mountains, rivers, seas, and sky of Qinmo realm. Now, only this black-robed man remained alive from that world, having escaped to the star separation realm. He couldn't go to any other world in the 3,000 realms. If he did, he would die. Now, the 3 yin gods from different realms had no more words to say. Facing Qi Yuan, who was about to confront the calamity, they offered their treasures as a token of support. At this point, warnings, advice, and tales of the calamity's power had no meaning. "Good," the blood-red figure spoke in a deep, succinct voice, as if preparing for something. "We wish you victory, Senior. Go forth and slay the calamity," said Wang Lingtong and Wang Lingshan. The black-robed man, whose eyes were filled with death, now had a glint of resolve and determination. "Senior, go and kill that damn calamity," he rasped, his voice hoarse but filled with fury. "Good." The blood-red figure looked back at this world one last time and then leapt into the boundless chaos, disappearing from sight. The 3 yin gods stood in place, their expressions complex. Wang Lingshan murmured, "I hope he wins." If the blood-clad sword god were to prevail, the star separation realm might gain a glimmer of hope. But they also knew that many heroes had gone to fight the calamity, never to return. Across the 3,000 worlds, throughout history, countless prodigies had risen, like fish swimming in a vast river. Many lived mundane lives, fleeing and hiding. But every now and then, a hero like the blood-clad sword god would rise up, rallying others to fight the calamity head-on. This battle, whether won or lost, we will remember it. In the central heavenly domain, within the unknown, a vast realm of chaos stretched out. Suddenly, within the indistinct chaos, a spark of divine light flashed. The entity known as the Great Calamity existed in a state of near-constant slumber, without clear consciousness for 99% of the time. Perhaps because it had existed for so long, a strand of divine light had formed within its being, awakening a faint awareness. At this moment, endless information flooded into it. The Great Calamity opened its eyes, and though its gaze was dim and unclear, there was a profound depth within them. It seemed to be still half asleep. "Qi Yuan, plans to remove the calamity," the Great Calamity muttered, its voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. It was as if a pebble the size of a fingernail had been tossed into an immense sea. At first, only a tiny ripple spread, but soon, the ripple grew into waves, then into towering tsunamis that reached thousands of miles high. A sound like thunder echoed in the ears of every being in the Kanglan realm. Those facing the calamity are sinners, bearing the guilt of blood. They must atone for their sins, piece by piece, before the heavens and earth. Every cultivator in the Kanglan realm who heard this turned pale. The voice of the Great Calamity pierced directly into their hearts, filling countless people with guilt and dread. Are we truly burdened with sin and blood? Is the Great Calamity a test from the heavens? Were we in the wrong? The voice of the calamity brought unease and fear to all who heard it. In that moment, all cultivators glimpsed a fraction of the Great Calamity's terrifying power. Just its voice seemed to reverberate in every corner of the Kanglan realm. Such power, such vastness, seemed utterly unbeatable. At that moment, a louder voice boomed through the air. Those facing the calamity are not repentant. They dare to harbor murderous intent and approach. They will fall, as did Chinmo. As the calamity's voice resonated, everyone's minds were flooded with a vivid image. Mountains crumbled, seas flooded back into the land, continents were severed, and the spiritual energy of the world collapsed. Countless creatures screamed, and wandering souls roamed aimlessly. Terrifying tribulations and the merciless way of the Tao ravaged an entire world. Seeing such a scene of destruction, every cultivator trembled, their eyes filled with despair. The calamity is unstoppable. How can it possibly be defeated? We were wrong, the calamity is in the right. Some cultivators, utterly terrified, broke down in tears. Yin gods were mighty, capable of destroying entire nations with a single strike, representing the peak of power in the Kanglan realm. But compared to the destruction of an entire world, a nation was no more than a grain of sand on a beach. Who could stand against the calamity? Who had the power to triumph? In Feng Tian domain, the Ice Mountain Overlord eyes were filled with boundless fear and dread. This is the calamity. An existence even Yin gods cannot fathom. Having just stepped into the Yin god realm, she was full of ambition, confident that she was no longer on the same level as the Purple Mansion, that she could sink an entire nation with a flick of her hand. But to destroy an entire world, that was on an entirely different scale. Whitefish Great Lord's face was filled with defeat. Even if I dedicated my entire life, I fear I couldn't harm it. Another Great Lord's face was filled with bitterness. An ant, that's what I am. Little Fox Girl sat dazed on the ground. It's okay, the senior is so strong, he'll definitely destroy the calamity. It's over, it's all over. The blood-clad sword god dared to challenge this kind of calamity. The Kanglan realm is finished. One cultivator screamed in madness, their mind breaking. This is the calamity. An old hermit who had hidden for 1,000 years, only to emerge as a late-blooming genius, was filled with despair. Who can stand against it? At Shengguang sect, Kong Fuluo silently watched the scene unfold. In the eastern lands, Zhang Ruhua was racing madly through the air as a streak of light, anxious and desperate. I need to hurry. I have to see that brat Qi Yuan before everything is destroyed and give him a good beating. He still believed that the blood-clad sword god and Qi Yuan just happened to share the same name. Now, Qi Yuan was confronting the calamity. The world was in chaos, and who knew how many living beings would perish? At this moment, Zhang Ruhua was furious that Qi Yuan had run off with his beloved daughter. In such dire times, how could he not be angry when he couldn't even see his own daughter? If he found Qi Yuan, he was determined to give him a good punch in the nose. However, as he flew through the sky, he suddenly froze. He saw that the entire sky of the Kanglan realm had darkened. The light dimmed, and all sunlight was blocked, even the blood-red sun was no longer visible. Zhang Ruhua couldn't help but look up, and what he saw made his entire body tremble. A colossal figure was slowly rising, casting a vast shadow over the land. The shadow grew larger and larger, and the shape of the monstrous figure became clearer. Zhang Ruhua's entire body quivered, and the spiritual energy within him churned uncontrollably. He stared at the massive figure in the sky, suddenly wanting to find a hole to crawl into, as though being hidden away was the only thing that could give him even a sliver of safety. It's too big. What is that? A monster. Is that its eye? Countless cultivators clenched their teeth, their jaws aching, their hearts trembling in terror. Before, when they had merely seen the image in their minds from a third-person perspective, it wasn't too bad. But now, being there in person, seeing the titanic entity in the sky with their own eyes, they were filled with fear. The great calamity was so large it seemed even bigger than the Kanglan realm itself. A single strike from a yin god wouldn't even be able to harm its hair, so how could the blood-clad sword god possibly win? The enormous creature seemed to be made of chaotic energy, vast beyond measure, muddled and hazy, with only a faint glimmer of awareness burning in its enormous eyes. Those immense eyes hung in the sky, overlooking the world below. Every living being trembled. Some people immediately fell to their knees. Oh, great calamity, mighty God! Please spare me. In the face of such a terrifying monster, no cultivator could muster the will to resist. Zhang Lingsu looked up, her delicate face pale, but her eyes blazed with fiery determination. If looks could kill, the calamity would have been slain by her countless times already. Qi Yuan, destroy the calamity. Zhang Lingsu silently chanted to herself. Great Wisdom True Lord also looked up at the titanic form of the great calamity, his eyes deep and contemplative. It's getting larger. At that moment, the immense body of the great calamity, made of boundless chaos, opened its mouth like a black hole in the stars, capable of devouring everything. I am the Great Calamity, who dares to challenge me? The Great Calamity's sentient gaze swept across the land, as though searching for the one who had dared to defy it. All the cultivators froze for a moment. Where was the blood-clad sword god? I'm right, above you. This voice, colder and sharper than the calamities, cut through the air. Instinctively, all the cultivators looked up at the sky, but aside from the colossal creature, they saw nothing. In that moment, the Great Calamity, dazed and confused, also looked up. And it saw, enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A massive, terrifying maw opened wide, directed at the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity itself was a colossal entity, but the blood-red being above it was even more vast and awe-inspiring. In its daze, the Great Calamity seemed unable to process what was happening. It mumbled instinctively, "Great." At that moment, every cultivator's legs trembled uncontrollably. Then, the sky filled with red light. The endless darkness dissipated, replaced by an infinite sea of blood-red and violet brilliance. The towering, majestic figure before them was clad in blood-red armor, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. Even with its enormous size, the armor's detail was immaculate. The blood crystal spikes on its shoulders were larger than the pillars of heaven. Qi Yuan stood in the void, with swirling chaos before him and an endless starry sky behind him. Stars glittered like scattered fireflies, and the chaos resembled dough. He opened his massive maw and bit into the chaos. This scene was something that the beings of the Kanglan realm couldn't see, only the Great Calamity could. Crunch. It felt as if every creature heard the sound of someone swallowing. They didn't know what had just happened, only that the blood-clad sword god had seemingly appeared. Then a dazed and confused voice echoed through the world. Calamity Bearer, did you just devour the Kanglan realm along with me? The Great Calamity, still in its dazed state, found itself in a strange place. All the cultivators who heard this were shocked. The Kanglan realm was devoured. We've been eaten. I swear I heard someone gulp. The blood-clad sword god can devour the Great Calamity. Just how powerful is he? Countless beings were baffled, unable to comprehend what was happening. Wang Lingtong's expression changed instantly. He quickly activated his boundary-breaking talisman. The talisman should have transported him back to the star separation realm. But at this moment, it failed to work. His face twisted in alarm. The Great Calamity was telling the truth. Wang Lingshan was equally stunned. We've been eaten. This was beyond imagination. As great lords, they knew their own limitations. The Kanglan realm was a vast world, far larger than even the typical Yang god's manifestation. And yet, the blood-clad sword god had swallowed the entire realm. What kind of power was this? And, why had the blood-clad sword god devoured this world? What state were they in now? Every cultivator harbored the same bewildered thoughts. Then the Great Calamity said, "Where is this place?" It seemed unafraid of the blood-clad sword god who had swallowed it. "This is my purple mansion." From the distant void, the blood-clad sword god's cold yet casual voice echoed. Today, he had traversed the entire Kanglan realm to leave his mark on all living beings. Facing the Great Calamity, he needed to maintain control. So, he manifested his avatar, merged with his lesser consort, and swallowed both the Great Calamity and the Kanglan realm into his purple mansion. With the presence of the Gate of Truth, this realm was sealed off. Even the figure from Taihuang Palace couldn't erase the living beings of the Kanglan realm. The most important part, he could now fight the Great Calamity without interference. Otherwise, if that figure from Taihuang Palace descended, there was a 90% chance he would lose. After all, he was just a high-level purple mansion cultivator, basically a village-level rich man. How could he compete with a world-class tycoon? Purple Mansion, the dazed Great Calamity was surprised but not alarmed. Great celestial level peak, no, stronger than even that. It looked at Qi Yuan, still somewhat dazed. For beings like us, size doesn't matter. Why bother with such a large avatar? It's a bit unsettling. Qi Yuan didn't respond. He didn't agree with the Great Calamity's words. In the upper realms, most beings believed that beyond the great celestial level lay the truth. Without mastering the truth, a large avatar was nothing more than a big toy. But Qi Yuan felt this notion only held because the toy wasn't big enough. If he were 1,000,000,000,000 times bigger than the sun, larger than the universe itself, would truth still be able to scratch him? Sometimes, being bigger did help. After swallowing the Kanglan realm and placing it within his purple mansion, he no longer needed to maintain his massive avatar. His form shrank 1,000-fold, then 1,000,000-fold. His gaze finally locked onto the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity, an original body of the past aspect of the solar being, created by a unique mutation, separated from the solar being. Information about the Great Calamity appeared before Qi Yuan. The Great Calamity seemed to be a body made of formless chaos, extremely peculiar. And it was the original body of the past aspect of the solar being. You're the past aspect of the solar being? Qi Yuan was surprised, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. Didn't this mean that the solar being, the world-class tycoon, was already aware of him, the village-level tycoon? The Great Calamity's muddled gaze flickered with a glimmer of intelligence. He is not me, and I am not him. The Calamity itself is strong. Qi Yuan began to understand. Although the Great Calamity was indeed the past aspect of the solar being, it was different from a typical young god's past aspect. It had been separated from the solar being. Qi Yuan didn't know why, and no young god had informed him of this. Even the Buddha-like beings from the land of truth didn't seem to know. It appeared to be a secret related to the supreme realm of truth. Well, enough with the talking. If you keep going, you'll have to pay more, and the investors will be upset. Let's get on with it. Qi Yuan removes the Great Calamity. Qi Yuan's voice suddenly surged, and every cultivator finally saw the towering figure of the blood-clad sword god, who wasn't any smaller than the Great Calamity. Clad in blood-red armor, his entire body was covered except for his eyes. His overwhelming battle intent exploded forth in that instant. Even the tectonic plates of the Kanglan realm quaked in response to his voice. Calamity Bearer, even if you're the most powerful in Kanglan, you are destined to die at the hands of the Calamity. This is fate. The Great Calamity's vast voice reverberated. It didn't have true intelligence, only a rudimentary awareness, driven by instinct to fight. A devastating strike, incomparably powerful, was unleashed in that moment. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled. The massive shockwave seemed ready to shatter the entire Kanglan realm. But then, from a distant place, Chi-Chi's solemn voice echoed, "Separate yin and yang, and let them not interfere with each other." With her words, the Kanglan realm suddenly plunged into the underworld. A special barrier enveloped the Kanglan realm, separating it from the battle above. The battlefield was the realm of yang, while the underworld was the realm of yin. Both would not interfere with each other. The tremendous blow struck. Qi Yuan, beneath his blood-red armor, remained expressionless. So, this is the strength of the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity's power was far weaker than the main antagonist of the Gongxing world. With one simple strike, the chaotic body of the Calamity began to crack. It was clear that in this clash, the Great Calamity had been outmatched. Seeing this, the other cultivators felt a surge of excitement. Could the blood-clad sword god really be on the verge of defeating the Great Calamity? How powerful must he be? The great wisdom true lord's wise eyes gleamed. This time, with the underworld separating the upper realm, the Great Calamity can't call for reinforcements, maybe. Wang Lingtong was trembling all over. He couldn't comprehend how a being like the blood-clad sword god could have appeared in the Kanglan realm. He had swallowed the Kanglan realm, cutting off the Great Calamity's connection to the upper realm, and now he was systematically going after it. After all, when the three young gods of Star Separation Realm attacked the Great Calamity, the then weaker Calamity called for backup. At that time, two young gods from Taihuang Palace descended, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Was this the correct way to save the world? His heart raced with excitement, and he was already imagining bringing the blood-clad sword god back to Star Separation Realm. Perhaps he could swallow that realm too. Many powerful beings were shaken. The Great Calamity was terrifying, but the blood-clad sword god seemed even stronger. And they were all inside the blood-clad sword god's purple mansion. The little fox girl, hiding in a cave, gazed up at the sky and murmured, "I'm inside the blood-clad sword god's purple mansion. Does that mean I'm also in his heart?" Her romantic thoughts ran wild. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had previously insulted the blood-clad sword god had now become as quiet as quails. At that moment, the dazed Great Calamity spoke again, its face still blank, devoid of any emotion. "By cutting me off from the upper realm, you've devised a clever scheme. But you don't realize, the original bodies are interconnected." A faint glimmer of joy appeared on the Great Calamity's otherwise dazed face. Suddenly, a vast echo reverberated through the Kanglan realm and the underworld. It was as if the voices of 3,000 gods and Buddhas chanted in unison. "The original bodies are interconnected. The original bodies are interconnected. In the endless void above, a colossal figure struggled into view. It resembled the Great Calamity but was about a third smaller. That's the Great Calamity from Chinmo realm. The black-robed man with death-filled eyes wept blood. He recognized the creature. This new Great Calamity had come from Chinmo realm. Wang Lingtong's pupils contracted sharply. That's the Great Calamity from Star Separation realm. His gums trembled as he realized something terrifying. According to the upper realm, there were 3,000 worlds plagued by great calamities. 3,000 great calamities. Before them, from the depths of the void, countless titanic figures crawled forth. One by one, these monstrous, shadowy forms emerged, each as terrifying as the great calamity of the Kanglan realm. Some were chaotic, others stiff and rigid, some grotesque and twisted, others drenched in blood. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the formless chaos of these terrifying entities, crowding together and intertwining their bodies. The writhing mass of great calamities, with thousands of gigantic eyes, gazed hungrily and dimly at Qi Yuan. They opened their jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth with thousands of forked, moist tongues, resembling a pit of snakes. A single glance was enough to make one's skin crawl. At this moment, the dazed great calamity looked at Qi Yuan with a flicker of greed in its gaze. Countless greedy eyes were fixed on Qi Yuan, as if staring at the most delectable cake. The original bodies are interconnected. Your scheme has failed. The strong are the calamity, and the fate of the calamity bearer is to become its meat. 3,000 great calamities piled together, indescribable and utterly terrifying. Every living being in the Kanglan realm was filled with despair. One great calamity was already overwhelming. But now there were 3,000 great calamities. It was unimaginable, and they could only feel the weight of impending doom. Many yin gods and great lords didn't even have the courage to look at the writhing mass of calamities. Just a glance made them feel nauseous and lightheaded, losing their grip on their Tao hearts. Zhang Lingsu gritted her teeth, her face pale as she gazed at the terrifying great calamities. But in her eyes, there was nothing but fierce determination as she looked at the blood-red figure before them. If you go to the underworld, I'll follow. Great wisdom True Lord's deep eyes finally revealed a trace of bitterness. We've cut off the upper realm, but there are still 3,000 great calamities. Wu Tian old man sat in the Ascension Pavilion, his face melancholy. What is the solar being truly planning? Zhang Ruhua pushed his spiritual energy to its limits, glancing up at the sky, his gums aching. Blood-clad sword god, hold out just a bit longer. I'm almost at Feng Tian domain. Once I'm there, I'll finally find that cowardly kid who shares your name and punch him right in the nose. At that moment, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. Before facing the great calamity, he had carefully thought things through. The result, it was going to be tough. To prevent any accidents, he had swallowed both the Kanglan realm and the great calamity into his purple mansion, cutting off the great calamity's ability to call for help from Taihuang Palace. But he hadn't expected the great calamity to summon every other great calamity. Qi Yuan glanced at the 3,000 great calamities, each an original body of the past aspect of the solar being. If the original bodies of the past aspect were this strong, the solar being's true power was unimaginable. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Qi Yuan looked at the great calamity, his expression cold. Are there any more original bodies? Bring them all. I am not the solar being. What's good, is meant to be shared. The 3,000 hazy great calamities, their enormous forms, spoke in unison, their voices synchronized as if from a single entity. They had given their answer. All the great calamities had gathered in the underworld. Good, you must have sworn an oath to die together on the same day. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. He had to admit, if the Kanglan realm were a game where players were cultivators, there was no way to win without using cheats. Even after cutting off the Taihuang Palace and the upper realm, the great calamity could still call for backup. The blood-red figure stood before the 3,000 great calamities, facing this terrifying army of beings. Qi Yuan roared, you think you're the only one who can call for backup? You think you're the only one who's called the great calamity? Summoning reinforcements, who can't do that? His furious shout resounded, turning sacred and solemn. By the power of the divine, let the nascent souls emerge from their hiding, and heed my command. Gods and Buddhas, descend. At that moment, every living being in the Kanglan realm looked up at the sky. Yet, they saw nothing except the terrifying great calamities. However, in their ears, they could hear the voices of gods and demons chanting, echoing in the heavens. By the decree of the Golden Sovereign Jade Emperor. By the decree of the Southern Supreme Celestial Emperor. By the decree of the 3 officials emperors. By the decree of the 10 directions celestial lords. By the decree of the 28 constellations. The thunder division's true gods, hear my command and fight for the celestial lord. The fighting division's true gods, hear my command and fight for the celestial lord. The myriad forces of the year star division, heed the celestial lord's decree, fight. The voices were endless, like the roar of 10,000 gods and demons. And in the distance, the sight. Countless gods and demons, now Qi Yuan's soldiers, descended to the world, ready for battle. In this moment, Qi Yuan's 4,000 nascent souls emerged, riding on clouds, vanishing into the firmament. Each god and Buddha shone with divine light, their presence imposing, inspiring awe and worship, their majesty beyond compare. The multitude of gods assembled behind Qi Yuan like an army of soldiers. 4,000 against 3,000, in a battle the likes of which even the upper realm had never witnessed, the clash was set to unfold in Qi Yuan's purple mansion. You think you're the only one who can summon reinforcements? You think you're the only one called the Great Calamity? Kill them all. The terrifying blood-red figure charged into the ranks of the Great Calamities. The 3,000 hazy Great Calamities, their eyes filled with greed, now showed a new emotion, surprise. Kill, 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 endless divine light, an immeasurable flood of divine power, swept across the battlefield. Looking up at the heavens, no one could see any individual figures, it was a chaotic war zone filled with divine realms, divine light, and divine power. Even the slightest leak of power could pierce through the Kanglan realm. And yet, it was a chaotic free-for-all, a cosmic clash of titanic forces. Everywhere was filled with overwhelming divine power, and everywhere there was an aura of utter destruction. A mythic-level being stepping into the battle would not survive even a fraction of a second. Blood rained down, falling on the boundary line separating yin and yang. The slaughter continued, the battle raged on, blood and fire burned fiercely. All living beings gazed up at the sky, watching this brutal and desperate fight, their eyes filled with horror. Wang Lingtong's eyes, too, were filled with shock and awe. He hadn't expected the Great Calamity to be this powerful, nor had he anticipated that the blood-clad sword god would be even stronger. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Heavenly fire scorched the sky, the heavens crumbled, the earth shattered, and the sun and moon lost their light. No words could adequately describe this battle. Qi Yuan, now within his purple mansion, had reached the absolute peak of the grand heaven tier Yang god in terms of sheer combat strength, if not realm. Back when he was in the Gongxing world, he had merged with his 4,000 nascent souls and killed the Eastern Lord, who was on the verge of stepping into the absolute principal realm. Of course, that was partly because the Eastern Lord's trump cards had been useless against him. In terms of divine power and law body alone, Qi Yuan was already stronger than a young Yang god at the great principal level. Now, leading the gods and Buddhas, he charged straight into the 3,000 great calamities. The slaughter continued, blood flowed, chaos was torn apart. Everywhere he looked, enemies. All were enemies. Since becoming a golden core cultivator, Qi Yuan had never experienced a battle of this intensity. The monsters in the mountain and sea scroll, slain with a single strike. The demonic fiends outside the city of no return. Could they block even one sword? But now, facing 3,000 great calamities, this battle seemed to stretch into eternity. No instant kills, no single strike victories. It was all a contest of divine power, a collision of forces. For the first time in a long while, Qi Yuan found himself wounded in battle. Pieces of the great calamities, chaotic bodies fell continuously into the underworld, transforming into strange new landscapes. Qi Yuan's 4,000 nascent souls, once the innate divine beings, were also besieged by the great calamities and shed blood, falling into the underworld. Kill. Qi Yuan's eyes, already bloodshot, burned with fury. Dressed in his blood-red armor, he charged into the great calamities, killing gods as they came, destroying Buddhas in his path. Sword art of heaven splitting. Deathly radiance. Tyrannical force. These 3 powerful techniques were used in succession. He held nothing back. This battle was brutally fierce. Perhaps because the great calamities were dazed, they had no concept of retreat. Even though Qi Yuan's side held an overwhelming advantage in numbers and power, none of the great calamities showed any sign of retreating, panicking, or fleeing. They fought like emotionless war machines, giving their all. Because of this, even with the advantage, the great calamities did not collapse. They maintained their strongest form, fighting against the gods of the heavens. The battle raged on for a full 10 days. For 10 days, the fighting never ceased. None of the cultivators or mortals could see even a fragment of the battle. They could only gauge its progress by the amount of blood-red light or chaotic darkness in the sky. The blood red grew stronger, and the chaos gradually faded. Many cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, and mortals, though shocked, became numb and accustomed to it. In the void, Qi Yuan's blood-red armor had long since faded, and he stood in a tattered robe, his entire body soaked in blood. Whether the blood was his own or from his nascent souls, it was impossible to tell. Before him, only the strongest of the dazed great calamities remained. Their eyes showed no fear, no sign of despair. Any last words to recite? Qi Yuan's voice was murderous. This battle had been so intense that even the mourning and wailing musicians had been forced to pick up weapons and join the fight. Qi Yuan's nascent souls were nearly exhausted. Behind him stood the 6 imperial deities, towering and majestic, exuding endless power. Finally, the dazed great calamities spoke, their voices unified and solemn. Strength is calamity. The 9 heavens hold no true future. Can you really eliminate the great calamity? Their voices carried a chilling tone. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was speechless. Damn it, I really shouldn't have let you speak. Are you seriously trying to play cryptic riddle masters now? The dazed great calamities showed no change in their expressions, nor did they show any fear of death. At that moment, Qi Yuan chuckled darkly. Hey, if it were anyone else, they might be shaken by your cryptic words, worrying endlessly. But sorry to disappoint you, I've never been much of a thinker. My brain's been in storage for ages. What's the point of overthinking? As long as I'm strong enough, even calamities will have to give me a foot massage. Kill. Divine power erupted once again, and the slaughter resumed, this time ending within moments. The entire sky turned blood red. That red was the color of Qi Yuan's robe and the blood of countless nascent souls. The sky turned completely crimson, and the chaos vanished entirely. Countless cultivators and mortals looked up at the sky. The sounds of battle, the thunderous booms, all had fallen silent. The divine powers had vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound silence. The sky seemed like an ancient battlefield, and the previous fighting felt like nothing more than a dream of the past, a fleeting illusion. Is it over? Did we win? Countless cultivators and mortals looked up at the heavens, some bursting into tears of joy. When they saw the great calamity devouring other worlds, many had been terrified. Just because there were many people didn't mean disaster wouldn't fall upon each individual. Mountains had crumbled, cities had been shattered. The false sense of security had been violently torn away, and now it was being upheld by that one blood-stained figure. Many cultivators rejoiced, cheering or crying out. Blood-clad sword god, Qi Yuan, destroyer of the great calamity. Yet among them, some of the great lords and yin gods wore expressions of both awe and concern. Would the Kanglan realm now belong to Qi Yuan? Great wisdom true lord's eyes glimmered with wisdom. Foolish men worry about the heavens, unaware that worries are endless. Even if you cultivate immortality, you will always find something to worry about. At this moment, Qi Yuan, dressed in blood red, gazed at the sky, his eyes filled with weariness. 327 nascent souls had been shattered in this battle, and another 3,700 were injured. Now, all of the nascent souls were returning to him. As for the Kanglan realm, millions of lives had been lost due to the aftershocks of the battle. Qi Yuan glanced toward the underworld and sighed softly. Luckily, I left marks on everyone beforehand. Given enough time, the nascent souls can recover, and the dead can be reborn. Before the battle against the great calamity, Qi Yuan had traveled slowly across the Kanglan realm, staining the sky red. Along the way, he left marks on the mountains, rivers, and even insects, leaving his imprint on all living things. This way, even if the beings of the Kanglan realm died in the battle's aftermath, they could still be revived. Of course, this revival wouldn't nullify the markings from Taihuang Palace. Even if they were revived, the marks would still remain. Moreover, if they had died because of those marks, not even the underworld could bring them back. So for now, the Kanglan realm had to remain within his purple mansion, isolated from the outside world. I'm so tired. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming exhaustion. All 4,000 of his nascent souls had fought with all their might. Every bit of mental fatigue was focused on him. All beings were connected to him, and as the nascent souls were essentially part of him, the combined exhaustion from their battle was immense. This weariness, combined with the injuries from all the nascent souls, was now his own. He had never felt this tired before, not even when he had fought the old man in the land of absolute desolation. I need to go back, and rest for a bit. Qi Yuan glanced around. The fragments of the dazed great calamities had formed a strange new land. In the past, he would have rushed over to investigate, curious about its mysteries. But now, he was just too tired, too exhausted, and he needed to sleep for a while. The blood-red light slowly faded away, and the sky over the Kanglan realm returned to its normal color. The blood-red tint that had stained the heavens was gone. The sun and moon that illuminated the heavens, along with the stars that had shimmered like fireflies on his blood-red armor, also disappeared. Now, only 10 suns remained in the sky of the Kanglan realm. In a pavilion, Zhang Lingsu seemed to sense something. She lifted her skirts and dashed toward the blood-red figure. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, and in the blood-red figure's eyes, there was a mixture of exhaustion and dazedness. Senior brother. Zhang Lingsu saw his bloodied form, her eyes filled with joy and concern. I'm so tired, I just want to take a little nap, Qi Yuan murmured, his voice soft, as though he could collapse into sleep at any moment. His exhaustion had reached its peak, and his strained nerves finally began to relax. Sleep, Zhang Lingsu said, taking his hand in hers without thinking. She shifted slightly, sitting on the threshold and leaning against the doorframe. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and naturally fell into a resting position, his head settling onto Zhang Lingsu's lap. He fell asleep almost instantly. Zhang Lingsu gently adjusted her position, making him more comfortable, allowing him to rest against her more softly. She gazed down at his handsome face, still smeared with blood, watching intently without a word. Qi Yuan slept soundly, his only movement the quiet rise and fall of his breathing. Sunlight streamed in from the eaves, casting soft, warm shadows over both of them. The world became peaceful and quiet. No one knew how much time had passed before a sudden, thunderous shout shattered the tranquility. Where's that brat Qi Yuan? Where's he hiding? Old man's here. Zhang Ruhua finally arrived in Feng Tianyu, landing on the roof of the pavilion. Scanning the area, he saw the young man and woman sitting at the threshold. The boy, dressed in a blood-stained robe, was lying in the girl's lap, fast asleep. He panicked and was about to say something when he heard Zhang Lingsu's soft, ethereal voice, tinged with complaint. Keep it down, senior brother is sleeping, Dad. Seeing this scene, all of Zhang Ruhua's previous anger vanished without a trace. Sigh, he let out a deep sigh and disappeared from sight. His daughter was speaking to him with that tone, even putting, Dad, at the end. How could he be the bad guy now? When that brat woke up, he'd still have to give him a good punch to the nose. Don't think just because you share a name with that blood-clad sword god or because you're injured, you can act recklessly. Grumbling under his breath, Zhang Ruhua left and quietly sat in the tavern below. I have to admit, that brat and the blood-clad sword god have a weird connection. They're both named Qi Yuan, and they both wear blood-red robes, Zhang Ruhua muttered, sipping his wine. Of course, he never suspected that the Qi Yuan in front of him could actually be the blood-clad sword god fighting the great calamity. He had never even entertained the thought. First, the blood-clad sword god seemed too far removed from his world. Second, how could a being of such stature have possibly sat on a flying boat, listening to him boast? After all, in Zhang Ruhua's mind, such an exalted existence would spend millennia cultivating in seclusion, drinking celestial dew. Feelings like love and attachment. Such things must have long since been severed. Could his daughter, with her limited skills, possibly catch the eye of the blood-clad sword god? Sigh, daughters are impossible to keep close once they're grown. Zhang Ruhua muttered to himself, drinking alone. As he continued drinking, he began to feel that something wasn't right. For some reason, more and more cultivators were quietly gathering in the tavern. Why cultivators? Because every one of them arrived soundlessly, making no noise at all. After they sat down, none of the cultivators spoke. They merely pulled out their own bottles of wine and started drinking slowly. Zhang Ruhua hadn't even noticed their presence, despite being a nascent soul true lord. He couldn't help but be amazed. Feng Tianyu really lives up to its reputation as a great region. You just casually bump into so many experts. He kept drinking but refrained from making any noise, as he had in the past. That was because every cultivator in the tavern was drinking in complete silence, not making a sound. It made Zhang Ruhua feel a bit embarrassed and ashamed. He decided that when he got home, he'd write a book titled, Zhang Ruhua's travels in Fengtianyu, documenting the high quality of the cultivators here. Yes, the tavern had no waiters, and many high-level cultivators gathered to drink without making the slightest noise. Their manners were truly exemplary. Just then, two men and a woman walked over to Zhang Ruhua's table. The leader of the group transmitted a message directly to his mind, "Brother, may we sit here with you?" As he spoke, he glanced around the tavern. Zhang Ruhua followed his gaze and was instantly stunned. When did this place get so crowded? Was the business in Fengtianyu this good? Maybe he should expand the Zhang family business here as well. Of course, Zhang Ruhua quickly responded via voice transmission. The cultivators here were so well-mannered that he dared not raise his voice. He could only communicate with them through sound transmission. Wang Lingtong heard the reply and took a seat with Wang Lingshan and the other man. At that moment, the three of them wore expressions of worry. Cultivators in big cities really do have such good manners, Zhang Ruhua transmitted, his voice full of awe. Wang Lingtong's eyes showed a hint of concern as he replied, "Brother, you're the one who's carefree and living at ease." "Carefree? My ass." Zhang Ruhua's temper flared at the words. "Do you know my daughter's been whisked away by some brat? Today, she even got mad at me because of him. It's driving me crazy." Wang Lingtong was momentarily stunned. Weren't all the cultivators here gathered to pay their respects to the blood-clad sword god? Why was this man still going on about family troubles? "A married daughter is like water spilled," he muttered, trying to offer some comfort. I traveled all the way from the eastern lands just to deal with this. When that kid wakes up, I'm going to give him a good punch to the nose, or else I won't let it go." Zhang Ruhua's voice was full of grievances. As a great battle raged in the heavens and all cultivators feared for their lives, Zhang Ruhua's only concern was his daughter and his family affairs. But halfway through his journey, he still ended up in Fengtianyu. Wang Lingtong was left speechless. He wanted to tell him, "Brother, we're here to see the blood-clad sword god. Let's not get distracted by personal matters." Still, he offered words of support. "Yes, give him a punch if he deserves it." "Exactly, but it's a shame the brat's a bit stronger than me, just one realm above. If he hits me back, it'll be embarrassing," Zhang Ruhua muttered, his anger turning to a boast. It was as though he were saying, "See, my son-in-law is actually pretty impressive. Strength doesn't matter. What kind of son-in-law would dare strike his father-in-law? If he dares lay a hand on you, I'll step in to help." Wang Lingtong said casually. "You're right, people from big cities really know how to reason things out. If this were back in my hometown, a gathering of high-level cultivators like this would have already descended into chaos and fighting," Zhang Ruhua said, casting a glance at the well-behaved cultivators around him. Wang Lingtong could only shake his head internally. "Brother, you're really clueless, aren't you? The blood-clad sword god was up there right now, and not a single cultivator here would dare speak out of turn. Didn't you notice the two great lords sitting nearby, sworn enemies for tens of thousands of years, putting their feud aside just to be here?" Wang Lingtong fell silent, choosing to wait in peace. After what seemed like an eternity, Zhang Ruhua's eyes suddenly brightened. "Brother, that's my son-in-law up there. I'm going to go have a word with him. If he dares hit me, you've got to back me up," Zhang Ruhua said, a little tipsy from the wine. He wasn't actually planning to hit Qi Yuan. After all, that would be a public embarrassment for his family. But a good scolding, that was unavoidable. Wang Lingtong was stunned, his mind reeling. "Wait, what? Your son-in-law is upstairs? Brother, senior, what's your son-in-law's name?" Wang Lingtong asked, his heart pounding with apprehension. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Quote. Ahem, his name is Qi Yuan, Zhang Ruhua said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, who in this world didn't know of Qi Yuan, the one who eliminated the Great Calamity? It was a bit awkward for his son-in-law to share the same name as such a legendary figure. Upon hearing this, even though Wang Lingtong was a great lord, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked toward the staircase, where a blood-red figure was slowly descending, the sound of footsteps echoing off the wooden stairs. Zhang Lingsu, dressed in a simple robe, was supporting the figure, her eyes filled with barely concealed joy. All the cultivators in the tavern who had been drinking silently stood up at this moment, putting down their cups in unison. The only sound in the tavern was the soft creaking of footsteps on the wooden stairs. Zhang Ruhua didn't notice the other cultivators standing, but the sound of Qi Yuan's footsteps on the stairs made him blush slightly. Sigh, His son-in-law really was from a small place like him. You could tell by how loudly he walked. Didn't he notice how quiet it was here? Such lack of manners. He decided that when they returned to the eastern lands, he would have to educate Qi Yuan properly. When traveling outside, they couldn't afford to embarrass the cultivators of the eastern lands. As the blood-red figure came into view, revealing a face of extraordinary beauty, still carrying a hint of laziness, as though springtime sleep hadn't fully worn off, Zhang Ruhua stood up abruptly. He was just about to question the boy who was holding his precious daughter when the cultivators in the tavern bowed in unison, and a thunderous voice filled the air. We pay our respects to the blood-clad sword god. Senior has rid the world of the great calamity, a deed of immeasurable merit. You should be the emperor of the Kanglan realm. Their voices were perfectly synchronized, as though spoken by one person, and they echoed through the heavens like crashing waves. In that instant, all the great lords in the tavern bowed, no matter how noble their past status or prestigious their origins. Before this blood-robed figure, all were humbled to the extreme. Zhang Ruhua blinked, doubting both his eyes and ears. His heart felt hollow, as though struck by lightning, leaving his entire body tingling. The voices of the cultivators blurred into a constant ringing in his ears. Qi Yuan, was that Qi Yuan? He was completely lost, unable to think. He was in a panic. He had just bragged about giving Qi Yuan a punch to the nose. Now, he found himself in a dilemma, not knowing whether to move forward or retreat. He could only play dead while immense joy surged within him. Could it be, I've hit the jackpot? Wang Lingtong, still discreetly observing Zhang Ruhua, was both curious and expectant. He wondered if this man would actually go through with his earlier boast. Of course, it was only a fleeting thought, he didn't dare to dwell on it. After all, the person before him had just vanquished 3,000 great calamities. And under his command were thousands of young gods, each a supreme deity. In the upper realms, this figure would certainly be a ruler of great power. At this moment, Qi Yuan, looking drowsy, let out a yawn, his eyes still filled with fatigue. He glanced at the great lords present and at Zhang Ruhua, who looked like he was in need of medical attention, and slowly spoke. The title of emperor comes with responsibilities. I am unworthy. An emperor must shoulder the burden of the Kanglan realm. But he had swallowed the Kanglan realm, how could he bear its responsibilities? Thus, he was unworthy. None of the great lords dared to speak up, not even to refute his words. After all, this was the blood-clad sword god who had destroyed the great calamity. His words carried more weight than any law. Zhang Ruhua, seeing this scene, was now certain, this Qi Yuan was indeed the Qi Yuan. Otherwise, why would all these cultivators have gathered here, to put on a play? No wonder he hadn't been able to discern the cultivation of these people, the weakest among them were probably great lords. Senior should be the ruler of all under heaven, said great Lord Baiyu as he bowed deeply. He was once the most powerful person in the Kanglan realm. The other great lords quickly echoed his sentiment. Now that the great calamity had been eliminated, if the blood-clad sword god didn't become the ruler of the world, what reason did they have to exist? After all, the Kanglan realm's stars had vanished, leaving only 10 suns in the sky. What future did they have now? The great calamity has been removed, but the being behind it has left a mark on all of you, Qi Yuan said. That's why I swallowed the Kanglan realm and placed it in my purple mansion. If you leave my purple mansion, and that being behind the great calamity seeks revenge, with a single thought, you'll all perish. So, for now, you'll have to remain in my purple mansion. I'm a generous person, so even though I swallowed you all without your consent, I won't charge you rent, Qi Yuan said with a casual stretch. The surrounding great lords looked at one another, some showing surprise and others confusion. At that moment, Wang Lingtong stepped forward and spoke loudly, what senior blood-clad sword god says is true. I am from the Xingli realm, and the young gods of my realm once spoke of this. The one behind the great calamity has left a mark on all living beings. Our lives and deaths are but a thought away. Now that the great calamity has been destroyed, if that being learns of it, he may wipe out our marks and harvest our lives. Hearing this, the other cultivators began to sweat coldly. The great calamity had been terrifying enough, but the one behind it was beyond comprehension. All their plans, all their calculations from before, were now meaningless. Great Lord Baiyu stepped forward, his eyes resolute. Senior's will is the will of the Kanglan realm. At that moment, he didn't bring up the title of ruler of all under heaven. After all, every living being in the Kanglan realm owed Qi Yuan their lives. I'm not interested in such things, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. I'm just a weak, ambitionless cultivator, barely able to protect myself, a bit introverted and reclusive. Sigh, it's this cruel world that's forced me to act. If it weren't for the Black Mountain sect being too arrogant, the bright palace pushing people too far, the dark sun being too overbearing, and the great calamity being so ruthless, and some internet trolls constantly harassing me online, I wouldn't be this exhausted. I just want to see a peaceful, friendly, and harmonious cultivation world with good morals. That's all. If that happens, I'd love nothing more than to stay in my sect all day, playing games, Qi Yuan said seriously. He was naturally introverted, not suited to being a savior. Playing the role in a game was fine, but in reality, it wasn't necessary. The other great lords exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Qi Yuan's words left them bewildered. Zhang Lingsu, watching her senior brother, couldn't help but smile. Her senior brother was still the same, his words were always so unique. Rest assured, senior, we will do everything in our power to cleanse the cultivation world's moral compass. Great Lord Baiyu said, his voice firm. The other great lords, some of whom had a habit of swearing, began to sweat as well. We vow to help senior build a peaceful and friendly cultivation world. Good, good, Qi Yuan said casually. Then he added, hold on a moment. During the battle with the Great Calamity, the aftermath caused many beings to perish. Sigh, that's my fault. Qi Yuan sighed. Despite the separation of yin and yang through the underworld, the aftershocks of the battle still couldn't prevent casualties. Great Lord Baiyu quickly responded, this battle is not senior's fault. It's the fault of the Great Calamity. No one dared to blame Qi Yuan. And even if anyone did, the great lords wouldn't let those complaints reach Qi Yuan's ears. Good thing I was smart enough to prepare in advance. The blood-red-robed Qi Yuan raised his hand, and as he spoke, his previously lazy demeanor was replaced by an aura of divinity. It was as though a god from the 9 heavens had descended. Even though he was still holding Zhang Lingsu's hand, his divine presence was undeniable. Zhang Ruhua, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. The great lords around him shared similar thoughts. The blood-clad sword god had been too approachable and down-to-earth before, almost like a dream. Now, this was more fitting for his status. Holy and immeasurable, mysterious and unfathomable. Suddenly, his aura became dark and ominous. It was as though the gates of the underworld had opened, and an infinite amount of eerie energy flooded out. The towering godlike figure spoke, his voice vast and deep, like an ancient ritual chant. Return to me, souls. There is no rest in the 4 directions. The rootless float adrift, like duckweed on the waves. The lonely ones cling to nothing, like fluff in the wind. All marked by me, return. With his words, the entire world trembled. The eerie aura grew thicker and thicker. It was as though the gates of the underworld had truly opened. The sound of Qi Yuan's voice echoed throughout the Kanglan realm, and every living being heard it. Is that the voice of the blood-clad sword god? What is he doing? Countless cultivators, common folk, and even animals and insects were bewildered. The great lords also used their senses to investigate and found that in the broken mountains, rivers, and dead cities, all those who had perished were being mysteriously summoned back from the dead. I'm alive. No, what's going on? Father, you're alive. Countless cultivators were stunned, and many were filled with fear. All those who had perished during the Great Calamity, whether mortals or cultivators, were now being revived. Their bodies, some transformed into spirits or ghosts, were now restored to their original form as though nothing had happened. The sight left countless onlookers in awe, regarding it as a divine miracle. And who, in the Kanglan realm, could perform such a miracle but the blood-clad sword god, Qi Yuan? Blood-clad sword god. Many knelt in reverence, while others trembled in fear. This was beyond their comprehension. Even the great lords, who had seen so much, were left speechless. There was nothing like this even in the ancient records. At that moment, Qi Yuan's divine expression shifted, revealing a hint of complexity. So, the boundary between life and death is just a form of change. Sigh, another day of learning. While using the powers of the underworld, Qi Yuan gained some understanding. He realized that life and death were, in essence, a transformation of energy, a change in the natural order. This insight was somewhat similar to Ning Dao's realization upon reaching the Yang God realm, that time itself was merely a change, not a fixed concept. Of course, Qi Yuan's insight was still very limited. There seemed to be far more about his control over the underworld that remained unknown to him. Zhang Ruhua gulped nervously. As for giving Qi Yuan a punch, that idea was long gone from his mind. This blood-clad sword god standing before him was beyond anything he could comprehend. The great lords felt it even more deeply. The stronger one was, the more terrifying the blood-clad sword god's miracle appeared. All right, anything else? Qi Yuan asked, his divine aura fading, returning to the casual demeanor of the Purple Mansion cultivator from Shenguang sect. If not, I'm going to take a nap and recharge. He was still exhausted and weary. Just then, Wang Lingtong suddenly knelt, and Wang Lingshan followed suit. Please, senior blood-clad sword god, devour the Xingli realm. They had come here to seek the help of the blood-clad sword god. After all, the great calamity had been destroyed, but the marks left by the one behind it still lingered on them. If the one from the Taihuang Palace wanted, they could wipe out the entire Xingli realm in an instant. Seeing that Qi Yuan hadn't responded yet, Wang Lingtong continued, if senior blood-clad sword god devours the Xingli realm, all of our cultivation techniques will be yours. Senior, didn't you say you wanted to improve the moral state of the cultivation world? The Xingli realm has many cultivators with bad habits, drunkenness, foul language, and more. It's in desperate need of your correction. And in the other worlds with great calamities, the cultivation realms are oppressed, and many cultivators suffer from mental instability. This also requires your moral guidance. All the techniques from the 3,000 worlds will belong to Senior. Please, devour the 3,000 worlds. Wang Lingtong's voice was solemn, his attitude humble. It was clear that he had done his homework before coming here and had learned a bit about the blood-clad sword god's personality. Of course, he also knew that serving a powerful figure was like serving a tiger, trying to guess what pleased such a figure could easily backfire. But at this moment, he had no choice but to take the risk. The 3,000 worlds could be destroyed at any moment. Qi Yuan thought for a moment. You have a point. The techniques were secondary. The 3,000 worlds techniques weren't as valuable as those collected by the Buddhist nations. If the one from Taihuang Palace learned of the great calamity's defeat, they might activate the marks and harvest the 3,000 worlds. If the 3,000 worlds were harvested, the one from Taihuang Palace would likely grow stronger. So, to prevent that evil entity from gaining power, it was his duty to devour the 3,000 worlds. The most important thing was, Qi Yuan was a lawful good person. He never harmed innocents. Even when killing, he did so ethically and with a clear conscience. Therefore, the 3,000 worlds must be devoured. Senior, this is the Xingli realm's location. We will gather the coordinates of the other 3,000 worlds for you as soon as possible. Wang Lingtong was elated and relieved. As long as the blood-clad sword god agreed to devour them, the 3,000 worlds still had a chance at survival. The black-robed man beside him was also pleased, though there was a hint of sadness and loss. His home had already been devoured by the great calamity, leaving nothing behind. There's no need, Qi Yuan said calmly, glancing at Wang Lingtong. When I destroyed the great calamity, I already obtained all the coordinates. Wang Lingtong fell silent, unsure of how to respond. All right, no more talking. I'm going to devour the 3,000 worlds now, then take a nap to digest it all. With that, Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu vanished, leaving behind a group of stunned great lords. The blood-clad sword god is going to devour 3,000 worlds, it's unimaginable. Baiyu Great Lord murmured, his voice tinged with awe. The other great lords couldn't fathom what that would even look like. The Kanglin realm is truly blessed to have given rise to senior blood-clad sword god, another great lord remarked. The great calamity had been dealt with, but they still felt as if they were dreaming. They understood the great calamity's power, it was something the Kanglin realm could never have withstood on its own. And yet, the great calamity, more terrifying than they had imagined, along with 3,000 of its kin, had been completely annihilated by the blood-clad sword god. At that moment, Wang Lingtong turned to Zhang Ruhua and took a deep breath before speaking with a respectful tone, Senior, I had no idea the woman beside senior blood-clad sword god was your daughter. Zhang Ruhua was initially pleased to hear this, but then he thought about it, shouldn't such things be said out loud for everyone to hear? Aren't these big city cultivators lacking in social awareness? Seeing the other great lords discussing the blood-clad sword god, Zhang Ruhua suddenly felt sentimental. But his voice was loud as he said, Sigh, my son-in-law has quite the appetite. He's going to devour 3,000 worlds at once. How am I supposed to host him at the Zhang family? How could we ever feed him? As Zhang Ruhua's voice rang out, every great lord's gaze fell on him simultaneously. Their expressions were a mix of shock, amazement, and reverence. Zhang Ruhua soaked in the attention, feeling immensely satisfied. My Zhang family really is too poor, sigh, he added, with another loud lament. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the void between realms. It was a place of endless darkness, where even the light of the stars reflecting across the heavens could not reach. Ordinary cultivators would perish within a breath if they stepped foot here. Only mythical beings, whose power reflected across the heavens, could barely traverse this void. At this moment, a young male cultivator, his features as handsome as a painting, stood atop a gourd, holding a flying sword. The sword turned into a streak of light and stabbed toward a shadowy figure ahead. Crack! The flying sword collided with the shadowy figure, which seemed to struggle with all its might. But it couldn't resist the sword's power, and after a brief struggle, it perished. A fish fell into the handsome man's hand. Not bad, a void fish. This handsome man was a mythical cultivator from the upper realms, and his avatar had ventured into the void with his junior sister to collect resources. Senior brother, you're amazing. I'm so impressed, exclaimed a scantily clad female cultivator, her voice laced with admiration, eyes sparkling like stars. The handsome man was pleased by the flattery. With a generous wave, he said, "This void fish is for you, junior sister." The young woman, holding the void fish, beamed with joy. Really, senior brother, you're too kind. Shasha must be the happiest woman in the world. There are plenty of valuable things in the void, and even more precious than void fish. Of course, there are also terrifying creatures here. One of them is called a blood crystal essence, and it comes in various forms, all enormous. Its most distinctive feature is that its entire body is blood red, like actual blood. These blood crystal essences are believed to be condensed from the light of the stars. They're quite valuable because they can enhance the reflective light for us mythical beings. The handsome man boasted proudly, "Not too long ago, I killed an enormous blood crystal essence, and it took quite an effort." Hearing this, the young woman's admiration only grew. "Wow, senior brother, you're incredible. You can even defeat a blood crystal essence." Her flattery made the handsome man beam with pride. "See those swirling vortexes up ahead, emitting faint light? Those are lower realm continents. Stay away from them, junior sister, they're filthy. If they stain your precious body, I'll feel awful," the handsome man warned, then suddenly paused, noticing his junior sister in a pink dress. "Wait, junior sister, did you just swallow the void fish whole?" The girl in the pink dress immediately looked tearful. "Senior brother, are you saying Shasha eats too much?" "No," the handsome man hurriedly reassured her. "It's just that you shouldn't eat too many void fish at once. You might start passing gas or water." Passing gas was a polite way of saying farting. Passing water meant she might have to urinate. Eating too much void fish could cause even a mythical being to lose control of their body. Upon hearing this, the young woman blushed deeply. PFF'd. "Ah, Shasha is going to die of embarrassment. I can't live anymore," she wailed dramatically. Seeing her reaction, the handsome man quickly leaned in, inhaling deeply. "It's fine, it smells sweet, like milk." He couldn't bear to see her feeling upset. But just then, the young woman in the pink dress suddenly froze. "Oh no, a big blood crystal essence." The handsome man's bravado kicked in immediately. "Where is it? How dare it scare my junior sister?" He brandished his sword, ready to strike down the blood crystal essence for daring to frighten his precious junior sister. "There," the young woman pointed with a trembling hand, her voice quivering with fear. The handsome man followed her gaze and his eyes suddenly widened in shock. This, in the far distance, thousands of miles away, a colossal blood-red figure, its entire body covered in blood armor, loomed in the void. Its size was beyond comprehension, a terrifying giant unlike anything the handsome man had ever seen. It was just the tip of the iceberg, and yet, it was humanoid. A massive humanoid figure, a blood-armored god so large that it was impossible to see its full height. The void itself was dyed red by the figure's blood armor. As the giant took a step, the void trembled. As it moved its hand, the space fractured. The handsome man was paralyzed with fear. He noticed something alarming, causing his hair to stand on end. It's actually. He watched in horror as the terrifying giant opened its enormous maw. Its target, a world, a cultivation world. That was a cultivation world. Though it seemed distant, in front of that blood-red god, the world was no bigger than a steamed bun. But it was a real cultivation world. Not even smaller than the one he hailed from. His entire body shook with fear. To come to the void and witness an evil deity devour a world. The blood-red giant opened its maw wide, and in an instant, it swallowed the entire world. The world had no power to resist, like a mere snack to the blood-red god. The young woman in the pink dress turned deathly pale, clinging tightly to her senior brother's sleeve in terror. The handsome man quickly embraced her. "Don't worry, junior sister. He's far away from us. We're safe." But just then, a voice like thunder suddenly boomed in their ears. "Sweet smelling, my ass. That was a stinky fart. You're embarrassing yourselves in public." The handsome man's face turned pale with fear. Who's there?" The young woman also looked around, embarrassed and confused, but saw no one. "I am the blood crystal essence you spoke of." A lightning bolt of realization struck the handsome man. He looked up in horror. The terrifying blood-red giant that had just swallowed a world was now turning its head to look at him, its gaze filled with exasperation. He immediately dropped to his knees. His junior sister couldn't hold it in either, perhaps because of the void fish, she wet herself on the spot. The distant blood-red figure sighed. "This time, it's not milk, right?" After that, the giant's massive form shifted and it swam away through the void, seemingly searching for its next target. As for the handsome man and his junior sister, they clung to each other in utter terror. Whimper. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the void, the terrifying blood-red giant was none other than Qi Yuan. After obtaining the coordinates of 3,000 worlds from the Great Calamity, he had begun traversing the void, devouring the worlds under the control of the Great Calamity. By now, he had already devoured over 1,000 worlds. A little under 2,000 more, and he would have devoured all of them. "I'm starting to feel full," Qi Yuan murmured as he drifted through the void. "I hope I don't burp milk." Thinking back to that pair of cultivators, Qi Yuan shuddered. He tried to shake off those thoughts as he moved toward the next set of coordinates. In the void, his colossal form moved like a whale swimming through the ocean, constantly consuming everything in its path. As for the smaller things in the void, Qi Yuan ignored them. He was after the blood crystal essences. "I never expected that while devouring these 3,000 worlds, I'd also find so many snacks for little Jia." Indeed, after entering the void, Qi Yuan had discovered the blood crystal essences, strange creatures with no intelligence or sentience, attacking all living things indiscriminately. Upon examining one, he realized they resembled the blood crystals that he and little Jia enjoyed, but of even higher quality. Open black lens bracket blood crystal essence, a special creation formed from the light of the stars across the heavens, close black lens bracket. That was the information Qi Yuan saw with his eyes. Now, inside his body, he had mountains of blood crystal essences piled up. I wonder if little Jia will evolve after eating all these snacks. Ever since little Jia had appeared, she had accompanied him through all his adventures. Qi Yuan had to admit that a large part of his success in these games was thanks to her. If he fed her all these snacks, she might grow even stronger. He wondered when little Jia would finally grow hands and feet of her own. Of course, this was just a figure of speech. If she really grew jade hands and jade feet, it might not be very polite. Qi Yuan mused idly. In an instant, he arrived at another set of coordinates. And then, he opened his massive mouth and swallowed the world whole. The beings inside that world had no idea what had happened. They only felt that the stars had suddenly gone out, the heavens had turned blood red, and 10 suns hung in the sky. In the upper realm, at the mountain of supreme truth, nearly 100 avatars of young god deities gathered, busy at work. These young god deities were using their supreme powers to construct a palace. This palace was the Supreme Truth Hall. In the 6th heaven, there was a loose organization known as the Supreme Truth Association. As the name suggested, to become a formal member of this association, one had to be at the Supreme Truth Realm. It was said that this loose organization encompassed nearly all Supreme Truth Realm beings in the 6th heaven. Time waits for no one. After 100,000 years, the Supreme Truth Tao Conference is being held again. Last time, I was just a laborer building the Supreme Truth Hall, and 100,000 years later, I'm still a laborer, lamented one young god deity, shaking his head. For those at the young god level, breakthroughs were no longer tied to the passage of time. Even in a world where time flowed slowly, if a breakthrough couldn't be achieved, it still wouldn't happen. This was somewhat similar to the nature of yin gods. I wonder who will break through to the Supreme Truth Realm this time. Do you think that Buddha from the Buddhist nation will make it? sighed another young god deity. He hailed from the third heaven and held great reverence for the Buddhist nation in the fifth heaven. Since he's already a Buddha, he likely has the potential to reach the supreme truth realm. Breaking through shouldn't be a problem, remarked the young god deity from Futu Mountain, his sect based in the second heaven. He too had been summoned by the Supreme Truth Association to work for free. The Buddhist nation and the Taihuang Palace have old grievances. Hey, but how could the one from the Taihuang Palace allow the Buddha to break through to the supreme truth realm? Scoffed a small young god deity from the Molo clan, clearly disdainful. The Molo clan was currently at war with the Buddhist nation, so it was natural for this deity to speak with such contempt. HMPH, how many eons has it been since the celestial realm last produced a supreme truth expert? If the Buddha truly has the potential to reach that realm, the Supreme Truth Association certainly won't allow the one from the Taihuang Palace to act against him. Interjected a young god deity in purple robes, hailing from the Zishan Alliance, a major force in the sixth heaven. Hearing his words, even the Molo deity fell silent, unwilling to argue further. But then, the Molo deity sneered, we don't even need to mention the Buddha. That so-called 10 Sons deity is nothing more than a petty clown. The 10 sons he controls may be terrifying, but to think he could challenge the one from the Taihuang Palace is laughable. If he truly had the power, why would he hide in the shadows like a coward? The one from the Taihuang Palace even sent him an invitation, inviting him to the palace for a Tao discussion, but he didn't dare to show up. I suspect he's just a young god who got lucky, gained a fortuitous encounter, and then became arrogant. The Molo clan was known as a lapdog of the Taihuang Palace, so it wasn't surprising to hear this kind of rhetoric. The 10 Sons deity could easily kill any of us, Futu deity couldn't help but retort. Futu, don't speak for me. If the 10 Sons deity dared to set foot in the Molo clan's territory, we'd make sure he never left. A mere unconventional young god, not even at the Supreme Truth realm, dares to be so arrogant. The Molo deity's eyes gleamed with disdain. He had his reasons to feel confident. The 10 Sons deity was indeed powerful. But his greatest strength lay in his potential. He hadn't even reached the Supreme Truth realm yet, though he had condensed 10 suns and was nearing the peak of the Great Heaven stage. For now, within tens of thousands, maybe even millions of years, the Molo clan had the upper hand over him. If the 10 Sons deity ventured into Molo territory, the Molo clan's Supreme Truth experts would work together to kill him. The one from the Taihuang Palace would surely reward the Molo clan for such a deed. Just then, the expression of the young god deity from the Zishan Alliance changed suddenly. He spoke up with a note of shock. If the 10 Sons deity enters your territory, it will likely spell disaster for your clan. HMPH, if he shows up, he'll learn the price of arrogance. The Molo deity growled coldly. But the Zishan Alliance deity spoke again, his voice trembling with disbelief. I've just received word. The great calamity of the Taihuang Palace has been destroyed, and the world it controlled has been devoured. What? The assembled young god deities were stunned beyond belief. They didn't know much about the great calamity, but they knew it was the Taihuang Palace's most fiercely protected secret. To destroy the great calamity and devour the world under the Taihuang Palace's control. It was a direct slap to the face. Most shocking of all, the Taihuang Palace's powerful young god deity, Luo Bu, had allowed this to happen. One of their great calamities had been wiped out, and a world had been devoured. Could it have been the work of the 10 Sons deity? Ha, he's daring enough to strike while the Taihuang Palace was unprepared, stealing one of their great calamities and destroying a world. The Molo deity scoffed, still in disbelief. A great calamity in a single world might only possess the strength of a young god, after all. Devouring a world might seem impressive, but the Molo deity figured he could do it too if he expanded his celestial body. But the Zishan Alliance deity interrupted, still shocked. It wasn't just one world or one great calamity. How many? All of them, all 3,000 of the Taihuang Palace's great calamities, all 3,000 worlds, were devoured. What? The Molo deity's eyes widened in disbelief, and the other young god deities were equally stunned. 3,000 worlds, devoured in their entirety. How is that even possible? What level of power could he possibly have? And how could he not have reached the Supreme Truth realm yet? The young god deities were all shaken to their cores. They could destroy a single world, perhaps even 3,000 unprotected worlds. But to destroy 3,000 great calamities and devour 3,000 worlds, all under the Taihuang Palace's control. No one present could imagine such a feat. A single great calamity was equivalent to a young god in strength. Yet 3,000 great calamities had fallen, and 3,000 worlds had been devoured. And still, the Taihuang Palace had received no warning, and no one from the palace had intervened to assist. Unbelievable. The Zishan Alliance deity turned to the Molo deity with a smirk, clearly enjoying the moment. Hey, if the Ten Suns deity shows up in your Molo territory, how many worlds do you think your clan has for him to devour? In the underworld, Qi Yuan, clad in his signature blood-red robe, held little Jia's cool sleeve as he let out a relieved sigh. Finally finished. Good thing I didn't burp milk. He emphasized the word, milk, with distaste. Even he found his own words a little revolting. Little Jia stood beside him, her expressionless face silently attentive. If she had eyes, they would likely be filled with Qi Yuan's image. No matter what, whenever Qi Yuan needed her, she was always there for him. Come on, eat up. These blood crystal essences should taste even better than regular blood crystals. Qi Yuan placed the blood crystal essences into little Jia's sleeve. Her sleeve gracefully enveloped the blood crystal essences, and a happy expression flickered across the wooden plaque that hung from her. The blood crystal essences disappeared. Qi Yuan studied her carefully and noticed that her body seemed more solid now. But aside from that, there were no other noticeable changes. This made Qi Yuan feel a bit disappointed. Hugging little Jia around her waist, he spoke in a tone filled with longing. Little Jia, when will I be able to hear your voice? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Holding little Jia in his arms, Qi Yuan personally fed her a bunch of snacks. Little Jia's wedding dress became even more solid, but her aura remained unchanged. Qi Yuan's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Little Jia was from the royal wedding dress clan. He had encountered other members of the wedding dress clan before. Those members could speak and even transform into human form. But little Jia was different, she only existed in the form of a wedding dress. Even with the power of a young god, Qi Yuan couldn't change little Jia. The power of a young god was already incredibly terrifying. While it couldn't grant sentience to a rock, it could easily awaken the sentience of an insect or a fish. Perhaps someone in the upper realm could help little Jia speak, Qi Yuan thought as he lovingly watched little Jia eat her snacks. In the upper realm, there were young gods who had reached the supreme truth realm, who might understand what was happening with little Jia. After about half an hour, little Jia stopped absorbing the blood crystal essence, indicating she was full. Let's go and check out that strange land, and prepare for the upper realm. When the great calamity fell, the chaos left behind turned into a strange land within the underworld. Qi Yuan was curious about this strange land. But after awakening, he had been busy devouring the 3,000 worlds and hadn't had a chance to investigate it. In just a few breaths, Qi Yuan appeared in the strange land with little Jia in his arms. Qi also appeared, her face pale, clearly not fully recovered. The battle against the 3,000 great calamities had taken a significant toll on her. Even though she and the other deities of the underworld had worked hard to shield Kanglan world from the worst of the conflict, the battle between the 3,000 great calamities and 4,000 young gods took place inside the Violet Mansion and was far too intense. Had it been outside the Violet Mansion, the damage would have been far less. The fragments left behind by the fallen calamities have formed this strange land. After investigating it, I discovered that this land is somewhat similar to chaos. It's a kind of energy. This energy might be used to sustain the operations of the underworld, Qi explained to Qi Yuan. She had spent much time in the strange land, researching it. After all, since her foster father managed the underworld, she needed to understand any new areas that appeared. Usable? Qi Yuan asked calmly. Yes. Qi nodded vigorously, her eyes flashing with excitement. When you revived the shattered mountains and rivers of Kanglan world and brought back the dead, it wasn't done out of thin air. It consumed a great deal of energy from the underworld. Much of that energy came from the Mountain and River Society seal, as well as resources like No Return City and Nine Plate Mountain. Some of it even came from you. But the strange land left by the calamity is an exceptionally rare form of energy, capable of reviving much more. As she spoke, Qi waved her hand, grabbing a handful of the strange energy from the land. In the battle against the calamities, you lost 327 nascent souls. If left to heal naturally in the underworld, it could take tens of thousands of years, and the underworld doesn't have enough energy to support all of them recovering. But with this energy, it's different. With just 1/3 of the energy here, your shattered nascent souls could walk out of the underworld again within a year. And if we use more energy, they could awaken in an instant. Chi-Chi's face was full of excitement. She knew exactly what this meant. If such an underworld existed in the mortal heart realm, why would the ancient gods ever fear the new gods? Why would they fear death or battle? They could even grow stronger through war. It would be the ultimate logistical base. At this point, Qi Yuan uncharacteristically used his brain. So, 3 calamities worth of energy is enough to revive one nascent soul, at a ratio of about 3 to 1. Chi nodded. Exactly. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened but then turned pained. Ah, I've been too wasteful and indulgent in the past. All those I cared about have died without purpose. Sigh. If they had died in my underworld, their energy could have been converted, and even in death, they would have continued to contribute. That's the true meaning of, some people die, but they live on. Qi Yuan was filled with regret. How could he have just let so many of his past loves die without doing anything? He should have preserved their bodies. After all, they were his loves in life, so even in death, they should remain his. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation as a deeply sentimental man. Chi almost laughed but kept it professional. Father's right, the bodies of slain enemies are valuable resources. However, calamities are special. 3 great calamities are enough to revive one young god's energy. For ordinary young gods, it might take even more. Even a small gain is still a gain. How could I, in good conscience, waste any of my past loves? Qi Yuan said, visibly excited. It seems that in addition to a band, a mourning team, and a feast team, we'll also need a body collection team. Sigh, I was so foolish in the past. Why did I let those gentle and lovely, albeit somewhat elderly and unwashed, past loves rot in the wilderness? Their bodies were probably eaten by wild dogs and vultures. How painful and wasteful. This time, when I head to the upper realm, I'll embrace the traditional virtue of frugality and ensure that every one of my past loves continues to serve a purpose even after death. Chi didn't say anything, fully aware of her foster father's personality. After all, back in the mortal heart realm, no other ancient god had ever thought of attending the new gods' feasts. But her father had, and he'd actually done it. Under Chi-Chi's guidance and with Little Jaw in tow, Qi Yuan made his way to the Gate of Myriad Principles. The Gate of Myriad Principles was like a universal gateway to anywhere. Shrouded in violet mist, the gate had transformed into the Gate of Supreme Truth, a treasure that could drive any young god to madness. If opened, it could lure a young god into the underworld to be ambushed. And if they died in the underworld, none of their energy would go to waste. But what if I lure in a Supreme Truth being? Qi Yuan hesitated. He had no concept of just how powerful beings in the Supreme Truth realm were. If a single true Buddha came through, he could probably handle it. But if more showed up, he would likely die. As for Supreme Truth beings, they were probably even stronger. So, I need to optimize this trap. If someone steps through the Gate of Myriad Principles, I can't let them go straight into the underworld. They might damage it. Qi Yuan thought, using his brain once again. Father, could you move the other end of the gate into the void between realms? That way, if a powerful enemy comes through, you could banish them into the void, Chi suggested at just the right moment. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened with inspiration. My dear daughter, you truly have inherited my brilliance. Your intelligence is almost on par with true sage Ji. You've given me a great idea. Chi-Chi's words had sparked a lot of ideas for Qi Yuan. Back in the flowing wind realm, when he had used the key of myriad principles to open the gate, he had ended up in a dead universe. So now, could he open the gate of myriad principles to his own stellar golden core universe? Could he set the other end of the gate in that universe? If so, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What if he created a black hole golden core and pointed the other end of the gate of myriad principles at it? Could a supreme truth young god escape? If not, then they would be bombarded by thousands, even tens of thousands of stellar golden cores. And these were real stars, not just the reflections of stars across the heavens. Their power would be far greater. If they're too strong, I'll banish them to the farthest reaches of the universe. Even though young gods are fast, it would still take them a long time to cross the universe. Qi Yuan marveled at his own genius. If the gate of myriad principles could really take him to his universe. Then, if he encountered an unbeatable enemy, he could hide in his universe through the gate and shut it behind him. How could they chase him? Of course, this method would only work against moderately strong enemies. If they were too powerful, Qi Yuan might not even make it through the gate before being killed. He stared at the gate of myriad principles and took out the key of myriad principles, his eyes gleaming. Gate of myriad principles, you know where I want to go. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, inserted the key, and turned it. With a click, the gate opened, releasing an ancient, profound, and desolate aura. Holding little jaw tightly, and with his right eyebrow completely calm, Qi Yuan stepped through the gate of myriad principles without hesitation. This place, as expected. Qi Yuan's normally calm gaze was finally filled with awe. Before him stretched a vast, unending river of stars. Deep, boundless, ancient. The star realm of the 9 heavens didn't even compare to a fraction of its size or age. Stars burned, and suns exploded. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. In the distant reaches of the universe, a young girl in a black dress seemed to be reciting divine laws, her voice like an oracle. Stars floated around the hem of her dress, like tiny ornaments. Divine power surged from her, and she seemed to be capturing a massive star. Her face was pale, sweat beading on her jade-like face. She bit down on her lip and pulled with all her strength. The scorching star burned, and her sleeves turned to ash only to reappear again. Her delicate hand tightly grasped the star, trying to refine it into a golden core. But the star was too enormous, and her figure seemed infinitely small in comparison. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's eyes filled with deep concern. Ning Dao was helping him form a golden core. His own efforts to form it had been far too slow. With Ning Dao's help, the process could be greatly accelerated. Ning Dao, let me help you. With his words, Qi Yuan's massive Dharma body surged forth. A colossal, blood-red figure appeared, and the girl in the black dress, far across the universe, looked up. Her eyes shone with unconcealed joy. Husband. In the distance, the golden canary that had been fanning herself also revealed a smile of delight. Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's figure appeared beside Ning Dao, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. The massive star burned with intense flames. Though it had no consciousness, its sheer mass was a form of resistance. This star was so enormous that it dwarfed even the Dharma bodies of most yang gods. If a minor yang god were struck by it, their Dharma body would likely disintegrate. At this moment, the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan Sutra began to work at full speed. The enormous star, under the control of Qi Yuan and Ning Dao, began to spin and transform, eventually condensing into a single golden core. The massive Dharma body dispersed in that instant. 2 soft bodies collided into Qi Yuan's arms, and tender lips sought his in a passionate kiss. The flames burned hotly, but the fire in their hearts was even stronger, and the clothes that had been burned away did not reform. In their previous encounters, Ning Dao and the Golden Canary had mostly interacted with Qi Yuan through projections and avatars. But now, their real bodies were finally reunited with Qi Yuan. As springtime emotions filled Ning Dao's beautiful eyes, she pushed Qi Yuan away. Husband, you must go now. The Golden Canary gazed at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with reluctance. Humph, the time and space in this universe are anchored to you, husband. One day in your world is 100 years here. But with you present, time here moves at a similar pace to Kanglin world. Every moment you spend here wastes precious time, and fewer golden cores will be formed. If you're to face Taihuang Palace, you need every possible advantage, Ning Dao explained seriously. Perhaps it was because the heat of the star was so intense, but her snowy white skin began to flush red. Qi Yuan felt a pang of heartache. He understood that Ning Dao was trying to form as many stellar golden cores as possible to give him a better chance against Taihuang Palace. Ning Dao smiled, exuding infinite charm. I control time, husband. I control years and ages. There is no lack of time for us to be together. So, why the hesitation? The Golden Canary also nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Hee, if I miss you, I can just come down to play with you anytime. Ning Dao leaned in, planting a delicate kiss on Qi Yuan's forehead. We're legally married. No matter what danger or difficulty we face, we should face it together. In the flowing wind realm, you helped me, husband. Now, it's my turn to help you. Your enemies are my enemies. How could I let you face such a powerful enemy alone, bearing all the burdens while I enjoy myself in peace? If you were hurt, I'd feel it too. You're not the only one who cares deeply, husband. I, Ning Dao, am not only the most beautiful woman in the world, but also your wife, your family, and your support. As she spoke, Ning Dao hugged Qi Yuan tightly. Qi Yuan nodded deeply, his voice filled with emotion. I'm so lucky. We're both lucky to have found each other. After leaving that distant part of the universe, Qi Yuan cast aside his emotions. Damn Taihuang Palace, you've gone too far. Qi Yuan muttered, gazing up at the 10 suns in the sky. Now, with Ning Dao's help and her mastery of Buddhist divine techniques, she was working tirelessly to create stellar golden cores. In her hands, 1 or 2 divine techniques were equivalent to a single stellar golden core. During this visit, Ning Dao had already accumulated many stellar golden cores. However, she had not projected them into this world or across the heavens. If she did, it might alert Taihuang Palace, which would be risky. The 10 suns were just right for now. It's time to go to the upper realm. Qi Yuan's mind filled with various thoughts. There were several ways for him to reach the upper realm. The first route was through the void between worlds. But this path would drop him into a random location in the upper realm. The 9 heavens were vast, so vast that even a young god couldn't explore them all in a lifetime. So, this route was out of the question. The second route was through the teleportation array in Kanglan World. In the lair of the Great Calamity, there was a teleportation array. But this array led directly to Taihuang Palace, which was far too dangerous. At this point, Qi Yuan had no clear understanding of the supreme truth young gods. He, a mere purple mansion cultivator, wasn't yet a match for the master of Taihuang Palace. The third route was through the teleportation array on Moonwatch Continent, but it wasn't currently operational. Qi Jianjun had returned from fishing and told Qi Yuan that the teleportation array leading to the Moon God Palace had been shut down, for reasons unknown. Qi Yuan wasn't aware that this was related to the injuries Moon God ancestor had sustained some time ago. The fourth option was to travel to Buddhist country. But the fifth route was the one Qi Yuan prioritized. It involved traveling through Moonwatch Continent to the Black Demon Abyss in the lower realm and ascending to the 5th heaven, where the Molo clan resided. Black Demon Abyss, located in the 6th heaven, was a special power not inferior to Taihuang Palace. The power structure there was intricate, with some factions having disputes with Moon God Palace. The Molo clan had 2 benefactors, one was Black Demon Abyss, and the other was Taihuang Palace. However, Black Demon Abyss was proud and placed great importance on bloodlines, so even though the Molo clan constantly sought their favor, their connection remained distant. Black Demon Abyss barely paid attention to them. As a result, the Molo clan gradually shifted their allegiance toward Taihuang Palace, seeking a new benefactor. I'll start by visiting the Molo clan. Jin Li is currently in the Demon Abyss, and part of her enemies there are the Molo clan. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. So sleepy. After leaving the far end of the universe and contemplating how to get to the upper realm, Qi Yuan's figure flashed and appeared atop a pavilion. Perhaps it was because he had devoured 3,000 worlds, he had eaten too much, and now that he was full, it was natural to feel drowsy. Not far away, Zhang Lingsu heard this, her pretty face blushing slightly. Her chest heaved gently, catching his attention. It was as if she was implying something. Senior brother, if you're sleepy, why don't you rest here for a bit? Qi Yuan glanced over and recalled the last time he was enveloped by her soft and fragrant warmth. That was a real pillow of soft jade. Using this to test his purple mansion cultivation. I can't afford to die in this warm embrace. I have to head to the upper realm, Qi Yuan said softly. The purpose of his visit to his junior sister was to inform her of this very matter. In Shengguang sect, on 7-colored peak, only he and his junior sister remained. If he left without telling her, it would worry her, and that wasn't right. As for the original God-sharing association and the 4 divine emperors of Divine Blossom, he had informed them through a jade slip. Yes, he knew how to distinguish between close relations and formality, with perhaps a small tendency to favor beauty over friends. The joy deep in Zhang Lingsu's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a hint of reluctance. But soon, she looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, Senior brother, Master is in the upper realm, right? Can I go with you to find Master? Qi Yuan pondered this. He had previously shared his suspicions about their master being in the upper realm with Zhang Lingsu, so it wasn't surprising that she knew. Seeing Qi Yuan remain silent, Zhang Lingsu sidled up and grabbed his arm, pleading pitifully, Senior brother, I won't cause any trouble. If I do, you can just send me back to your purple mansion. Stop pretending, Qi Yuan said, a bit overwhelmed. This junior sister was just too good at acting. Does this mean senior brother agrees? Zhang Lingsu blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy as her tone returned to normal. Of course, let's go. We siblings will explore the immortal realm together. Qi Yuan had always been generous toward Zhang Lingsu, his angel investor. Receiving his approval, Zhang Lingsu smiled brightly. Then she thought for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, should I disguise myself as ugly? If I go to the immortal realm like this, being so naturally beautiful, what if some scoundrel takes a fancy to me and causes trouble for you?" "Junior sister, you're getting a bit full of yourself," Qi Yuan responded bluntly, though still with affection. "The people of the immortal realm are refined. Those immortal ladies don't even fart. How could they engage in such uncouth behavior?" Zhang Lingsu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I'll have to bring more memory stones this time to record everything." She was as excited as a young girl going on a trip. "Hurry and pack. We need to leave soon," Qi Yuan said, and then asked, "By the way, where's your father? Has he been looking for trouble with me?" If he kept causing problems, Qi Yuan would just escape to the upper realm. It had to be safer up there, right? Zhang Lingsu grumbled. "Recently, he's acquired a group of adopted grandsons." "Haha, does that mean you're going to become a mother, junior sister?" After leaving Zhang Lingsu's pavilion, Qi Yuan traveled to other places in Kanglan realm, meeting various people. First, he met sect leader Kumu, then Kong Fulu. Now, Kumu Zhenjin was in his prime and openly together with the Grand Empress Dowager of the Dasheng dynasty. Kong Fulu was still as flashy as ever, his head full of white hair. Later, Qi Yuan visited the Blood God Alliance and the original God-sharing association, where he met Great Wisdom True Lord. Finally, he met with Baiyu Dazan and other top experts of the Kanglan realm to discuss rectifying the atmosphere of the realm. As for Qi Jianjun, she had gone off fishing in the 3000 worlds. She didn't seem too enthusiastic about going to the upper realm, only saying, "When you find mother, make sure to call her for me." Qi Yuan was at a loss regarding his daughter. Was fishing really that interesting? Back at the pavilion, Qi Yuan handed Zhang Lingsu a robe. "Junior sister, this robe was crafted in the underworld. It combines both defense and camouflage. Additionally, it can block out tracking marks, but there's one critical condition: you cannot be too far from me." The mark left by the powerful entity from the Taihuang Palace still existed within the beings of the 3000 worlds. If they left Qi Yuan's underworld without the barrier of the Gate of Myriad Principles, the entity could wipe them all out with a single thought, harvesting their lives. Thus, Qi Yuan had ordered Qi Qi to create this robe to block the mark. However, even if Zhang Lingsu wore the robe, she couldn't stray too far from Qi Yuan, or the Gate of Myriad Principles effect would fade. Zhang Lingsu cradled the robe in her arms, sighing. "This must have been expensive, right? My storage bag is empty, I can't afford it." Back then, she could still act like a rich lady in front of her senior brother, spending lavishly to support him. She'd even bragged about how there was no need for her to be covered. But now, no worries. "Didn't you invest in my underworld? You've earned plenty of interest," Qi Yuan said casually. Only then did Zhang Lingsu's inner imbalance slowly fade. "Senior brother, turn around while I change," Zhang Lingsu instructed. "All right." Qi Yuan dutifully turned around. Although the entire Kanglan realm now resided within his purple mansion, allowing him to see everything if he wanted to, respect still needed to be shown. Soon, the rustling sounds ceased. Zhang Lingsu had changed into a green dress crafted by Qi Qi, looking quite cute, like a little elf. However, Qi Yuan knew this was merely her exterior. Beneath it lay an irresistible allure. "Junior sister, are you ready? If so, let's head to the upper realm." Qi Yuan felt rather calm. On the one hand, going to the upper realm was like starting a new game for him. On the other hand, since the entire Kanglan realm was within his purple mansion, it wasn't like he was far from home. "Ready." Zhang Lingsu nodded earnestly, though her heart still held a bit of unease. Just as Qi Yuan was about to leave, a voice called out from afar. "Senior, wait for me." A streak of light flashed as a man dressed in golden robes appeared, his face full of anxiety. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, he bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, since you swallowed the Kanglan realm, the teleportation array of the Devil Desire sect has been rendered useless. I can't return to the upper realm." The newcomer was none other than Shen Wuxian. He had originally been lazing about in the Devil Desire sect, but then, he found out he couldn't return. Panicked, he came looking for Qi Yuan. After all, he had come to the lower realm for training, not to settle down. Ahem, Qi Yuan cleared his throat. This matter was indeed partly his fault. "I'm heading to the fifth heaven of the upper realm. You can come along with me." Shen Wuxian was from the upper realm, essentially a local. Having an extra guide couldn't hurt. Thank you, Senior. Shen Wuxian sighed in relief. Although the fifth heaven was quite far from Futu Mountain, at least he'd have a way back, right? If he stayed in the Kanglan realm, he'd probably never return in his lifetime. Alright then, let's go. Qi Yuan embraced Zhongling Su, grabbed Shen Wuxian, and in an instant, their surroundings blurred into chaos. All senses were snuffed out as if they had been completely severed from reality. When their vision cleared again, the three of them had arrived in a small world. This small world was connected to Wangyu continent, and its teleportation array led directly to the fifth heaven of the upper realm, the territory of the Molo clan. Two yin gods were lurking around the teleportation array, presumably guarding it. However, despite Qi Yuan's trio arriving right in front of them, the two gods had no idea they were there. Shen Wuxian murmured, the Molo clan originated from the Black Demon Abyss and is at war with the Moon God Palace. Senior, since we're going to the Molo clan's domain, we must be cautious. I know. Qi Yuan nodded and glanced at the teleportation array. Sneaking onto someone else's teleportation array, doesn't that seem a bit impolite? If we're caught, won't it confirm that we're unethical? This time, Qi Yuan was going to the upper realm not only to see Jinli and find his master's wife but also with the grand goal of correcting the immoral behavior of the immortal realm. Although, according to the Emperor's standards, the immortal realm's morals were likely quite good. But still, with a realm that vast, there had to be some rotten eggs. There was always room for purification. Yet here he was, about to sneakily use someone else's teleportation array without paying. If word got out, wouldn't it be socially embarrassing? Shen Wuxian hesitated for a moment. Shall we leave some spirit stones behind? I don't have that many spirit stones, Qi Yuan said, a bit reluctant. At this moment, Zhongling Su chimed in, Senior brother, isn't the Molo clan our enemy? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Taking our enemy's teleportation array is an act of trust. Yet they dare charge us a fee. That's distrust. How despicable of them. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan's powerful divine soul swept out. The two yin gods who had been lurking were now set to remain dormant for eternity. Their divine souls were extinguished. Qi Yuan reached out and grabbed them. We should repay their distrust with kindness. Even though they didn't trust me, I'll still generously collect their bodies. He casually threw the two yin god corpses into his underworld. Even the smallest bit of meat shouldn't go to waste. Shen Wuxian was left speechless, feeling grateful that he had interacted with Qi Yuan for so long and still lived to tell the tale. Alright, let's step onto the teleportation array confidently and show the Molo clan our trust. Qi Yuan embraced Zhongling Su as they stepped onto the teleportation array. Shen Wuxian quickly followed suit. The teleportation array slowly activated. When we reach the upper realm, we should run quickly. Even though I trust them, they don't trust me. Qi Yuan whispered his instructions. Despite his great strength, he had to remain cautious in the Molo clan's headquarters. According to the Buddhists, the Molo clan had 4 supreme truth realm experts. More importantly, the Molo clan also possessed divine treasures. If Qi Yuan started a fight in their territory and was surrounded by the 4 supreme truth experts wielding their divine treasures, he'd meet a tragic end. As the teleportation array began to activate, a vast and seemingly overwhelming force swept through. Zhongling Su held Qi Yuan tightly, pressing her soft body against him. After all, she was only at the foundation establishment stage, so her body couldn't withstand the force of such a teleportation array on its own. Shen Wuxian, as a true disciple of Futu Mountain, had protective treasures granted by the sect, allowing him to endure the teleportation. After about 10 breaths of time passed, the world suddenly cleared. Run! Qi Yuan grabbed Zhongling Su and Shen Wuxian and immediately bolted. In the upper realm, the great lord overseeing the teleportation array was left dumbfounded. Did someone just arrive? Go check the teleport. What was I supposed to check? Forget it, back to cultivation. The Molo Sacred Tower, though called a tower, occupied an area not much smaller than the Kanglan realm. From the earth to the sky, it stretched incredibly high, divided into countless levels. Countless floating cities hovered in the sky, surrounding one Molo Sacred Tower after another. On the ground below were mostly mortals, with few cultivators in sight. The floating cities and Molo Sacred Towers were where the cultivators resided. At that moment, on one of the floating cities, Qi Yuan stretched and yawned. The air in the upper realm is indeed sweeter, but, wasn't it said that young gods roamed everywhere, and myths were as common as dogs? This city, Forget the myths, where's even a single yin god? This floating city, in terms of size, was much larger than the Dashang Empire. Among the many floating cities, it was considered one of the smaller ones. Shen Wuxian chuckled awkwardly. Senior, yin gods are absolute powerhouses no matter where you are. If he ever stepped into the yin god realm, as a true disciple, he could immediately apply to become an elder. An elder of a sacred land. In the immortal realm, aside from the sacred lands, there were countless other sects, counting them would take ages. Some of these sects were strong, with their highest experts being myths, grand masters, or lords. Some were even weaker, with their strongest experts being Purple Mansion, or worse, Golden Core cultivators, not even on par with the Shengguang sect. So what does my Purple Mansion cultivation make me? Qi Yuan asked quietly. Shen Wuxian was momentarily stunned. You're still calling yourself a Purple Mansion cultivator? In areas outside of sacred lands, Purple Mansion cultivators are called Grand Masters. As expected, I'm a local kingpin now, Qi Yuan said, his eyes shining as he gazed toward the distant Molo sacred tower. His gaze gleamed with anticipation. There are plenty of unwashed white lotuses up there. Shen Wuxian chimed in at that moment. The Molo clan has a total of 99 Molo sacred towers. These 99 towers are interconnected. Senior, if you want to reach the abyss of demons between the 5th and 6th heavens, you must pass through the Molo sacred towers. Each of the 9 heavens couldn't simply be crossed at will. One had to pass through the sacred lands. As for ordinary cultivators, without great opportunities, they might never leave their respective heaven in their entire lives. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. How do we qualify to pass through? Can I force my way through? Shen Wuxian broke into a cold sweat. Junior only knows how to descend, not ascend. If you try to force your way up, you might trigger a restriction left by the Supreme Truth Association. Even young gods could be banished to the voids of the immortal realm. Ah, you're not a very useful local guide. I'd better ask Wuxian instead, Qi Yuan said, disappointed in Shen Wuxian. After coming to the upper realm, he had thought Shen Wuxian could act as a guide. He had asked him many questions. But he didn't know a thing. He didn't even seem like a real local. Shen Wuxian felt a bit wronged. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan connected with his nascent soul, Wuxian Buddha. Currently, Wuxian resided in the Buddhist kingdom, located on the far side of the 5th heaven. Soon, Qi Yuan received the answer from Wuxian Buddha. To ascend to the 6th heaven, one needed a sky-passing jade. Typically, the young gods of the Molo clan possessed several sky-passing jades. There might also be some scattered sky-passing jades within the Molo sacred towers. Qi Yuan looked ahead at the Molo sacred tower, his gaze filled with anticipation. Let's go to the Molo sacred tower. He already had a plan in mind, a perfect one. If he couldn't find a sky-passing jade, he'd find himself a white lotus. It wouldn't be unreasonable to use his purple mansion to fish out a foolish white lotus, would it? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Molo Sacred Tower was akin to a bustling city compared to a countryside village, far superior to floating cities in terms of spiritual energy. Mortals living in the Molo Sacred Tower could nearly double their lifespan. During this time, Qi Yuan had been using celestial energy to purify his body, causing his skin to become increasingly white and translucent. Of course, his kind of white was different from Ning Dao's cold, pale skin. It was more like a pure, flawless cleanliness. Zhang Lingsu, standing beside him, stared blankly in envy. I want to become a yin god too. Looking at Qi Yuan, she felt both admiration and a sense of inferiority. After all, her skin now seemed less perfect compared to Qi Yuan's. Now that you're here, focus on cultivating, Qi Yuan said, patting Zhang Lingsu's hair. The group of 3 arrived at one of the levels of the Molo Sacred Tower known as Jiyu Heaven. This level was the most prosperous and had the highest number of visiting cultivators. Many of the sacred lands from other heavens, as well as those from the 5th heaven, had established outposts here. The region where the Molo clan resided was rich in Mila light, a valuable resource that could expand a divine domain and was also beneficial to young god celestial sovereigns, potentially connected to illuminating the myriad realms. Thus, many powerful forces had outposts within the Molo clan's territory to assign people to collect Mila light. As they wandered through Jiyu Heaven, powerful auras occasionally flashed by in streams of light. In the midst of the grand city, the 3 of them navigated calmly through the crowd. This massive city was the central hub of Jiyu Heaven, where all the sacred lands from different heavens had outposts. Futu Mountain is really out of its league, not even having an outpost here, Qi Yuan sighed. Cough. Futu Mountain is merely a second heaven sacred land. Not having an outpost here is normal, Shen Wuxian said awkwardly. Futu Mountain only had one Yang god, and even that was at the heavenly realm. They could hardly extend their reach into the Molo clan's territory. Seems like I'll need to join a stronger faction this time, Qi Yuan pondered aloud. Wandering aimlessly through the Molo sacred tower wasn't wise, it could easily draw attention. Especially since the major actions he was planning were sure to attract the attention of Yang gods. Casually joining a faction as a guest elder not only meant free lodging and meals, but his talent and efforts might also catch the eye of some wealthy Supreme Truth Mistress. Now that would be delightful. Additionally, being part of a faction would make it easier to settle Zhang Lingsu and Shen Wuxian. At this moment, Qi Yuan stood atop a pavilion, gazing at a distant wall plastered with numerous job postings, with many cultivators gathered below to read them. Zanyun Mountain is recruiting 3 Yin God guest elders, great sovereigns are prioritized. Compensation negotiable, also hiring several Purple Mansion cultivators, 10 years pay as 1 piece of celestial jade. Yushan Gate is recruiting Purple Mansion worshippers. Taihuang Palace is recruiting worshippers, cultivation requirement, mythic realm. Black Demon Abyss. Qi Yuan's eyes landed on the recruitment notice for Taihuang Palace, but he quickly dismissed the idea. It was better to stay far away from the one from Taihuang Palace for now. This Molo Sacred Tower has outposts from 4 sacred lands of the 6th heaven. The rest are mainly from the 5th heaven. As for the 4th heaven and below, they're even rarer, Shen Wuxian said, trying to reassert his knowledge. After being dismissed as not a true Immortal realm native earlier, he now sought to prove his familiarity with the realms. He was still knowledgeable about the famous major forces in the 6th heaven. What do you think of Black Demon Abyss? Qi Yuan asked casually. Shen Wuxian's expression became serious as he replied, every top sacred land in the 6th heaven has its own unique qualities. Black Demon Abyss is unique because they have many Yang God celestial sovereigns in the Supreme Truth realm. As for exactly how many, this junior does not know. But for this reason, the factions within Black Demon Abyss are extremely complicated, with many rival groups. Even so, Black Demon Abyss remains one of the top 10 major forces in the 6th heaven. So many white lotuses. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, though he quickly calmed himself. He hadn't even met them yet, it was too early to start thinking of them as white lotuses, or else it would cheapen the value of his collection. Just then, a well-dressed cultivator approached them, his eyes carrying a hint of arrogance. You must be from the lower heavens. It's not so simple to become a guest elder in Black Demon Abyss. The cultivator's name was Ji Buping, from the 5th heaven. He had a sense of superiority over cultivators from the lower heavens. Thus, when speaking to Qi Yuan, he emphasized the words, lower heavens. Good eyes, fellow Taoist. I accidentally entered a secret realm in the 2nd heaven, and ended up here. I don't even have enough celestial jade to get home, so I'm looking for a job to earn travel expenses. Could you tell me why joining Black Demon Abyss as a guest elder is so difficult? Qi Yuan responded, crafting the persona of a Futu Mountain elder. Black Demon Abyss is an extremely insular sacred land, and they place great importance on bloodline, Ji Buping explained, flicking his hair back to reveal a black mark near his ear. See this, my bloodline is strong enough that in Black Demon Abyss, I could at least be a steward. Unfortunately, without a sky-passing jade, I can't reach the 6th heaven. Ji Buping longed to go to Black Demon Abyss, believing that with his bloodline, he would surely live a life of luxury there. I don't have a sky-passing jade either, Qi Yuan sighed. Ji Buping, still pleased with himself, continued, the bloodline of Black Demon Abyss is one of the most precious in the 6th heaven. The bloodline is ranked from grade 1 to 9, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. I have a 4th grade bloodline, just shy of being a high-grade bloodline, but unfortunately, my mother's bloodline wasn't as strong. Ji Buping sighed as he looked at Qi Yuan. You, without the bloodline of Black Demon Abyss, cannot become a guest elder there. Though his words were sympathetic, there was a hint of superiority. Just then, a playful voice rang out, who says he can't join Black Demon Abyss? A woman wearing a long purple robe appeared. She had a graceful figure, but what stood out most were the 2 horns on her head, resembling those of the Bull Demon King, looking indestructible. She stared at Qi Yuan, her eyes gleaming with interest. Ji Buping was visibly shocked upon seeing her. Unable to gauge her identity or power, he was filled with trepidation. This handsome Taoist, may I have your contact details? The purple-robed woman asked, her tone flirtatious. Qi Yuan blinked in surprise. Was he being asked for his WeChat? Sure enough, being good-looking comes with its problems. I don't usually give out my contact information on a first meeting, Qi Yuan said, maintaining a reserved and traditional stance. Give it to me, and I'll help you become a guest elder of Black Demon Abyss. The woman's eyes twinkled with amusement. Qi Yuan's nose didn't twitch, which meant the woman was telling the truth. Sister Bullhorn, here's my contact. You can save my name as Blood Rogue, Qi Yuan replied, changing his tune in an instant. Next to him, Ji Buping's face turned a myriad of colors, clearly not believing the purple-robed woman's claim. After all, Black Demon Abyss highly valued bloodlines. Even to recruit guest elders for collecting Mila Light, they required those with a suitable bloodline. The woman's eyebrows twitched slightly. I like that name, it's got spirit. She was referring to being called Sister Bullhorn. Here's my token, take it to Black Demon Abyss, and you'll be directly accepted as a guest elder, the woman said, handing over a jade token. Ji Buping's face paled when he saw it, his body instinctively hunching in submission. The token was black. In Black Demon Abyss, black signified rarity and importance. Only core members possessed black jade tokens. Thank you, Sister Bullhorn, Qi Yuan said happily. No wonder people said beauty alone could be a disaster, but when paired with other qualities, it became a weapon. The woman's gaze shifted to Zhang Lingsu, sizing her up. Is this your concubine? Her gaze resembled that of a villain from a TV show, disdainfully eyeing the female lead while looking down on the male lead. Zhang Lingsu had been holding onto Qi Yuan's arm but now felt uncomfortable under this woman's scrutiny. Especially after hearing the words concubine, she was both angry and a bit flustered. Is this really what people think of me? Ahem, no, she's not, Qi Yuan quickly clarified. Good, other than her big assets, she's got no real qualities, the woman said bluntly. Zhang Lingsu's face immediately turned bright red. But she knew this was the upper realm, so she couldn't lash out and cause trouble for Qi Yuan. I'll bear it, I'll endure. Lingsu is a good person, Qi Yuan said gently. Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu's anger dissipated by more than half. Would you be interested in becoming my little concubine? The purple-robed woman asked Qi Yuan, her words shocking everyone. Ahem, sorry, not my type, Qi Yuan promptly refused. The woman smiled playfully at Qi Yuan. Man, one day you'll understand my power and charm. She spoke like a domineering CEO. With a flirtatious wink, she turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Young master, was there something special about that human male cultivator? A voice transmitted into the woman's ear, full of curiosity. He carries the Black Demon Abyss bloodline, and not a weak one at that, the purple-robed woman responded, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She raised her arm, revealing a mark. The demonic heaven seal is reacting. He'll make a fine concubine. His bloodline is that noble. The woman's protector was shocked. How could such a pure bloodline have escaped from Black Demon Abyss? Which branch does he belong to? The protector was in awe. In the upper realm, Black Demon Abyss was fanatical about bloodlines, to the point of obsession. When babies were born with extremely rare bloodlines, their family's status would rise immediately. In some cases, even ordinary nascent souls would be treated like myths in Black Demon Abyss. Once they ascended to Yin God, they were given Yang God Celestial Sovereign level treatment. It was terrifying. For this reason, the core bloodlines of Black Demon Abyss rarely ever leaked out. The purple-robed woman's eyes flashed with curiosity. The demonic heaven seal had not identified the source of the handsome male cultivator's bloodline. Which branch he belongs to doesn't matter. What matters is that I discovered him, so, he's mine. What do you think, how can I win him over as my concubine? Well, with young mistress, charm and power, it won't be difficult. However, should I investigate his background? No need, the purple-robed woman replied, shaking her head. Pity, though, I need to find the Morning Star Greenblood beast, or I'd take him back to the 6th heaven right now. The woman had come from the 6th heaven to the Molo clan in pursuit of the Morning Star Greenblood beast. This special beast could greatly enhance her bloodline. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan held the pitch-black jade token, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Black Demon Abyss really is easy to get into. Ji Buping, not far away, was filled with envy, though he didn't dare show it. He didn't want to offend someone from the Black Demon Abyss. He had always admired and revered Black Demon Abyss. Even the lowest members were superior to him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, Ji Buping said sourly before disappearing from sight. Zhang Lingsu clenched her fists in frustration and sighed. Senior brother, you were right, I was being narcissistic. It's not that some pampered rich second-generation kid from the Immortal realm would fall for me and cause you trouble. But now it's you being pursued by a rich second-gen, bringing trouble to me. Is this what it feels like to be looked down on? This was Zhang Lingsu's first experience with such treatment, and she was left questioning herself. What's there to be afraid of? You're not the main character in a TV drama. This kind of thing is a rare occurrence, Qi Yuan shrugged. Let's go. Time to freeload off Black Demon Abyss. No way. This time, I'm going to focus on cultivating and strive to become a yin god. Zhang Lingsu said with determination, though her face quickly turned dejected. But my talent is so bad. Becoming a yin god is so hard. With the purple-robed woman's jade token, Qi Yuan's entry into the Black Demon Abyss outpost as a guest elder was smooth and effortless. Even his background check was glossed over, saving him from having to use his great forgetfulness mantra to bluff his way through. While at the outpost, Qi Yuan ran into Ji Buping again. Ji Buping seemed awkward, with a touch of jealousy. Because of his 4th-grade bloodline, Ji Buping had become a profound-level guest elder. However, because of the Jade token, Qi Yuan was now an Earth-level guest elder, 1 rank higher than Ji Buping. This made Ji Buping quite uncomfortable. Qi Yuan, however, paid no attention to this. At the time, he looked at Zhang Lingsu and had a sudden idea. What do you think? Should I get a fake tattoo and pretend I have a high-grade bloodline? Qi Yuan had noticed that all the cultivators of Black Demon Abyss bore some sort of mark, symbolizing their bloodline. Whenever Black Demon Abyss cultivators showed themselves, the Molo clan treated them with the utmost reverence, almost as if they were worshipping a foreign lord. In the Molo clan, the cultivators of Black Demon Abyss enjoyed special privileges, as if they were a superior race. Now that Qi Yuan was considered half a foreign lord, if he got a fake tattoo, he could really start acting high and mighty. Because of the Taihuang Palace mark on her, Zhang Lingsu couldn't stray far from Qi Yuan. As a result, they shared the same cave dwelling but slept in separate rooms. What kind of mark? Where would you put it? Zhang Lingsu asked eagerly. How about a crescent moon? Right on my forehead, Qi Yuan said seriously. I think that would work. No, it won't. My face is too white. I wouldn't look like Bao Zhang. Qi Yuan shook his head, but then something occurred to him, and his face lit up with curiosity. Actually, maybe I don't need to fake it. It seems like I have a bloodline similar to Black Demon Abyss within me. Where did that come from? Qi Yuan was puzzled. When the purple-robed woman had approached him, Qi Yuan had realized she wasn't simply shallow, only interested in his looks. After all, people from the upper realm couldn't be that foolish, right? So, he had openly eavesdropped on their conversation. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan lowered his head in thought. Zhang Lingsu listened carefully while contemplating how she could improve her cultivation. Could it be that I'm the long-lost ancestor of Black Demon Abyss? Qi Yuan speculated. Ungrateful descendants, making their own ancestor work for them. This thought filled Qi Yuan with some indignation. Come, let's go meet the manager, Qi Yuan said softly. Black Demon Abyss had 5 chief stewards at this outpost in the Molo Sacred Tower, along with several other regular stewards. Each of the chief stewards was a myth-level cultivator, while the regular ones were at least great sovereigns. There were hundreds of guest elders like Qi Yuan, essentially specialists. There were even more ordinary laborers, who were more like common workers. In other words, there were many powerful individuals. But given the vast number of beings in a Molo Sacred Tower, even more than in the Kanglan realm, this wasn't surprising. As they left the cave residence and looked around, they saw that everything was painted black. Black bridges, black trees, black stones, and even the water flowing under the bridge was black like ink. This was because the creatures of Black Demon Abyss had a particular fondness for the color black. At least the air isn't black, Qi Yuan muttered as he walked across the bridge toward the heart of the Black Demon Abyss outpost. On the bridge, they saw many guest elders, but there were far more laborers at the Purple Mansion level, while guest elders like Qi Yuan were rarer. Whenever these laborers encountered Qi Yuan, they bowed in respect. In Black Demon Abyss, status was clear-cut, and strength and bloodline meant everything. At this moment, Qi Yuan leaned on the bridge's railing, admiring the scenery of the outpost. Zhang Lingsu couldn't stay too far from Qi Yuan, so she clung tightly to his arm, acting very intimately. The upper realm is quite something. This bridge is interesting, Qi Yuan remarked. The bridge was actually a magical treasure. To reach the depths of the outpost, one had to cross the bridge. However, the time it took to cross didn't depend on how fast one flew but rather on the status indicated by their identity token. For ordinary laborers, no matter how fast they walked or flew, crossing the bridge would take over 100 breaths, just like walking at a mortal's pace. For guest elders, the time varied depending on their rank. With Qi Yuan's guest elder token, he would typically need about 30 breaths to cross the bridge. This is the first time I've seen such a magical treasure. Does that mean, if I set it to take 1,000,000 years to cross, and I hide at the other end, wouldn't my enemy never be able to reach me? Zhang Lingsu joked. What if the enemy doesn't cross the bridge at all? Qi Yuan laughed. This bridge was only somewhat interesting. It worked well for keeping lower-level cultivators in check, like a rule of the realm, but for a great sovereign with a divine domain, there were many ways to bypass it. Even Qi Yuan, at the Purple Mansion level, could find ways across. Of course, since he was pretending to be an elder of Futu Mountain, he had to stick to the persona. After 30 breaths, Qi Yuan arrived at the heart of the Black Demon Abyss outpost. Before him stood a massive black stone. He pulled out his identity token. The black stone opened a gaping black mouth, emitting a ghostly light that made the scene eerie. Qi Yuan strode forward with Zhang Lingsu and entered the building. Inside, an old dwarf sat hunched over, fiddling with something that resembled a Rubik's cube. When the old dwarf sensed someone entering, he looked up with a sideways glance. What do you want? Though one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, this old dwarf wasn't human, so Qi Yuan judged by appearances anyway. The old man looked like he had a strange temperament, perhaps from cultivating too long and ruining his mind. Steward K, I want to know how much merit I need to exchange for a sky-passing jade, Qi Yuan said. He was eager to ascend to the 6th heaven and reach the abyss of demons to meet Jin Li. It was already May. Sky-passing jade. The old dwarf gave Qi Yuan a sidelong glance. That's not easy to get. It requires 10,000 merit points, and even then, there's no guarantee you'll be able to exchange for one. Qi Yuan's eyes widened. Does that mean I have to work for 10,000 years? Gathering a single thread of Mila light would earn him 1 merit point. On average, it took a yin god about a year to gather a thread of Mila light. So, Qi Yuan would need to work for 10,000 years to accumulate the necessary merit. Based on a monthly salary of 5,000, after 10,000 years of work, without spending a single dime, he could earn 6 billion. On Blue Star, that would make him quite wealthy, enough to buy a nice luxury home in a big city. Although your identity information hasn't been recorded yet, with that black jade token, your guest elder status is solid. Would you like to take on the task of collecting Mila light? The sooner you gather enough merit, the sooner you can head to the 6th heaven, the old dwarf said indifferently. Normally, someone like Qi Yuan would take months or even years for their identity to be fully registered. The cultivator in charge of that was likely in seclusion or busy with other matters. Such delays were normal in the upper realm. Alright, Qi Yuan thought for a moment and accepted the task of gathering Mila light. In any case, the task required 100 years to complete, and who knew where he'd be a century from now. For now, he would just use his status in Black Demon Abyss as a cover to collect Mila light, all while fishing for other opportunities. After leaving the outpost, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. I suddenly feel like I'm really cultivating now that I've reached the upper realm. Back in the lower realm, it all felt like playing a game. This was an honest reflection from Qi Yuan. His path of cultivation had often felt like playing a game, either he was meeting one of his white lotuses or annihilating a sect. But taking on tasks as a guest elder, this was something new. Isn't this the normal life of most cultivators? It's how they spend their whole lives, Zhang Lingsu said absent-mindedly. This kind of cultivation is too boring. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and checked the gaming jade slip with his spiritual sense. The game icon was still loading and hadn't succeeded yet. Let's go collect some Mila light, Qi Yuan said, leading Zhang Lingsu away. To collect Mila light, they had to travel to the Mila realm. The Molo clan's territory was vast, with their sacred towers spread far apart. Even young gods needed considerable time to travel between them. Moreover, if a young god flew at full speed, they would definitely attract the attention of creation artifacts or other young god celestial sovereigns of the Molo clan. But the Mila realm was different. It was similar to the Dark Void, or rather, a rougher version of it. The Dark Void was the special place traversed by teleportation arrays, an unfathomable space. Even a young god could only pass through the Dark Void via teleportation arrays, unable to explore it with their physical bodies. This made the Dark Void a subject of much speculation and research in the Immortal realm. The Mila realm was a crude version of the Dark Void, where cultivators could enter. However, it was complex and filled with dangers. Even a Yin god sovereign could perish there if they weren't careful. But for traveling, the Mila realm was incredibly convenient and discreet. Only those at the Great Sovereign level or higher, with their divine domains, typically used the Mila realm for travel. The Mila realm, under the control of the Molo clan, was rich in Mila light. To enter the Mila realm to gather Mila light, one needed credentials from the major factions, which was one reason Qi Yuan had joined Black Demon Abyss. After several hundred breaths, Qi Yuan and Zhongling Su arrived at the entrance to the Mila realm. There was a long line at the entrance. Molo clan cultivators stood guard, their expressions lazy and their attitudes arrogant, as they inspected those entering the Mila realm. Many Purple Mansion cultivators, now as silent as mortals, quietly stood in line. No one dared to cut in. Even Yin god sovereigns weren't exempt, though their line was much shorter. Qi Yuan was about to join the line when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "You are a guest elder of Black Demon Abyss, no need to queue." The speaker was a Yin god sovereign waiting in line. He looked at Qi Yuan with envy in his eyes. In the Molo clan, those from Black Demon Abyss and Taihuang Palace have special privileges, the Yin god sovereign added. The Molo clan had long fawned over Black Demon Abyss, hoping to one day rejoin them as a branch family. Unfortunately, Black Demon Abyss continued to ignore them. "Oh, not bad. I'm basically a foreign VIP now." After thanking the Yin god sovereign, Qi Yuan took Zhongling Su and headed toward the Mila realm. Sure enough, when the Molo clan cultivators saw Qi Yuan's specially tailored black robe, they snapped to attention. Their previously arrogant demeanor turned deferential. "Greetings, senior." They all saluted, their eyes filled with envy. Without giving them much attention, Qi Yuan walked smoothly into the Mila realm under their envious gazes. The scene before him shifted as they entered the Mila realm. Qi Yuan carefully observed and noticed that the Mila realm was devoid of spiritual energy. Because of this, cultivators inside the Mila realm couldn't cultivate while gathering Mila light. Looking into the distance, he saw space collapsing rapidly several thousand meters away. A dangerous aura filled the air, and many cultivators were fleeing in the Mila realm. "This place is indeed perilous. Even an ordinary Yin god sovereign might not make it out alive," Qi Yuan remarked as he observed the scene. The space collapse wasn't heading in his direction, so he wasn't worried, watching the scene like a spectator. "Let's set up camp here for now," Qi Yuan said. Zhongling Su frowned. "Senior brother, there's no spiritual energy here. How am I supposed to cultivate? Do I just rely on spirit stones?" "No problem, I'll breathe some for you," Qi Yuan said casually. "Imported spiritual energy, more high-end." "Peef." Zhongling Su's face turned red. Just then, a surprised voice rang out, "Blood Robe, you've come to collect Mila light too." Qi Yuan turned to see a familiar face. It was none other than Ji Buping. Ji Buping was dressed in black robes and looked somewhat disheveled. Beside him was a hideous old woman, who appeared to be Ji Buping's master. The old woman was a myth-level cultivator, making her a top-tier expert. Joining Black Demon Abyss, what else is there to do but collect Mila light? Qi Yuan said lazily. Ji Buping's expression shifted as feelings of frustration filled his heart. To speed up his collection of Mila light and advance within Black Demon Abyss, he had sacrificed his dignity, becoming a temporary partner to this old woman, all to earn the status of guest elder. And yet, Blood Robe had effortlessly secured his place. This made Ji Buping feel like his sacrifices had been in vain. The hideous old woman glanced at Qi Yuan before looking away, then led Ji Buping away toward the mountains. "So, he's the Blood Robe that the core members took notice of. Aside from his good looks, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him," the old woman mused. To her, even the core members of Black Demon Abyss were big shots. She had spent tens of thousands of years in the fifth heaven, accumulating merit to earn the qualifications for illuminating the heavens and become a core member of Black Demon Abyss. Hearing this, Ji Buping grew even more frustrated. Maybe he's just lucky. The hideous old woman glanced at Ji Buping. "Don't worry too much about him. No matter how good his looks are, in the end, he's just a toy for a powerful figure. But you have a 4th grade bloodline, and there's a sliver of a chance for you to become a core member of Black Demon Abyss. That sliver of hope was indeed tiny, but it was there. So the old woman wasn't exactly lying. Ji Buping's eyes lit up with renewed determination. In the Mila realm, danger could strike at any moment, so cultivators couldn't afford to focus solely on meditation. They remained vigilant of their surroundings. As Ji Buping kept an eye on the Mila light, he also occasionally glanced toward the distant camp where Qi Yuan and Zhongling Su were. The young man and woman seemed to be on a leisurely trip, with tables and chairs set up around their camp, along with various foods and fruits. Ji Buping's eyes filled with envy, mixed with a hint of malice. At this rate, they'll waste an entire year and not capture a single thread of Mila light. Ji Buping cursed in his heart. Some time later, Ji Buping's brow furrowed, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Where are they going? He saw the distant camp being dismantled, the tables and chairs being put away along with all the food. Could they have found Mila light? I need to follow them. With that thought, he quickly followed in the direction Qi Yuan had disappeared. But after only a few breaths, Ji Buping was completely lost. Where did they go? He was bewildered, realizing he had lost track of them almost instantly. Something is definitely off about him. Ji Buping stopped and pondered, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan had already placed Zhongling Su into his netherworld. Alone, he moved swiftly through the Mila realm, heading toward another Molo sacred tower. As the saying goes, don't eat the grass near your burrow. So, he figured it would be better to go farther away to cast his net. As for Ji Buping following him, Qi Yuan had noticed but didn't care. If the guy wanted to follow him, he could invite him along next time. Ji Buping clearly had ambition. After all, he was willing to sleep with an old woman. Surely, he'd be up for some big schemes. Qi Yuan laughed to himself at the thought. His figure soon reached another exit of the Mila realm. Here, several Molo clan cultivators were guarding the exit. To Qi Yuan, these guards were weak. Activating his Great Forgetfulness Sutra, he walked straight out without being noticed. Laying the groundwork is an art. It has to be subtle, but not too subtle. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Too much purple energy is not good. It can't be too ostentatious. It needs to be reserved, giving the impression that it's something special, that the purple energy has some interest in him, but is too reserved to approach him first. Before seeing the purple energy, we need to throw in some difficulties. If it's too easy, he'll get suspicious and might even think the gate of myriad principles ahead is a trap. By adding difficulties, he'll feel like it's something he's earned through effort, and he'll convince himself it's all worth it. In a desolate, barren land, Qi Yuan's figure appeared. Disrupt the 5 elements. The aura around Qi Yuan fluctuated, rising and falling. Back when he was on Wangyu continent, he had refined his qi with the power of the 5 ancestors, establishing the beginning of the 5 elements qi refinement. Now, with just a flick of his hand, he could disrupt the 5 elements in this area. For Qi Yuan, disturbing the 5 elements was simple, but for other celestial sovereigns, it would be quite difficult, unless they specialized in the 5 elements and had comprehended the principles of the 5 elements. Thus, Qi Yuan's forged scene was perfectly authentic. Even a celestial sovereign wouldn't be able to detect anything amiss. Next, set up some fragmented ancient arrays. Qi Yuan didn't have much experience in formations. But with his pair of eyes capable of seeing hidden information, altering arrays, changing them so much that even their creator wouldn't recognize them, was a simple task for Qi Yuan. After half a day, Qi Yuan looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. I can't believe I spent half a day setting up this trap. But now I've gained some experience. Next time, I can just copy and paste. Too bad I don't have much purple energy, and I only have 1 gate of myriad principles. Otherwise, I'd set more traps. I can't mass-produce this. It's inefficient. Qi Yuan looked at the trap he'd set with a satisfied expression. I need a little push. What if that celestial sovereign is a recluse and doesn't want to come out? As he said this, he lightly pressed his finger down. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the trap surged, shooting toward the sky. All right, time to head back. Qi Yuan clapped his hands, and his figure vanished. I need to be careful these days. My home is unprotected now, and it would be bad if someone broke in. ... Inside the Molo sacred tower. Celestial Sovereign Mazi sat in his cave, his large robe faintly tinged with blood. He stared at a scroll in front of him, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. I was cultivating peacefully, and now they want me to go to that damned Molo Abyss battlefield. I can't kill the ants, and I'm forced to fight my peers. What's the fun in that? Not long ago, Mazi Celestial Sovereign received a command from the Elder Council to replace Celestial Sovereign Mokan and guard the Molo Abyss. Mazi was reluctant to take this assignment. After all, he would be up against the Celestial Sovereigns of Moon God Palace. In terms of strength, he was no match for them. So, he would just have to endure being bullied. What made it worse was the war's rules of engagement. He couldn't attack lower-level cultivators without cause. In short, this was a miserable task, where he was sent to suffer. He couldn't defeat the young gods, couldn't kill the lower-level cultivators, and couldn't vent his frustrations. I have to leave within a month. Damn it, Mazi Celestial Sovereign had no desire to head to the front lines. Once he started guarding, it would likely last for millennia. But he couldn't refuse the Elder Council's command. Even as a Celestial Sovereign, life can be this tough. Sigh. Mazi sighed, but suddenly, his brow furrowed. He sensed an abnormal aura. It was faint, but he still picked up on it. Mazi Celestial Sovereign stood up immediately, his gaze seeming to pierce through the sky, seeing thousands of miles away. What's this? He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the distant scene. In a desolate area, spiritual energy was in chaos, and the 5 elements were disrupted. This is. Without hesitation, Mazi Celestial Sovereign concealed his aura, moving toward the deserted area, blending in like an ordinary mythical level cultivator. Disrupted 5 elements could mean a treasure is about to be revealed, or something unusual is happening. His eyes gleamed, trying to see through the scene in front of him. An ancient formation blocking my vision. Mazi's eyes lit up. A formation that even I can't penetrate. Could it be? There must be some rare treasure here. Perhaps it was even the abode of a powerful ancient figure. Something doesn't feel right. This seems too convenient. Mazi's instincts told him danger was afoot. It was like being woken up by a noise at night, going outside, and seeing a hole in the ground with a sign next to it saying, "Treasure inside." It was exaggerated, but for Mazi Celestial Sovereign, that's exactly how it felt. Because a treasure that could tempt even a young god was exceedingly rare, and encountering one by chance was unlikely. The 5 elements disruption could only mean a treasure coveted by even young gods was hidden here. Seal. Mazi raised his hand, and instantly, the sky and earth around the area were shrouded by his power. No matter what, he had to suppress the aura here first. If the disturbance in the 5 elements continued, other celestial sovereigns might sense it within a few years. This is the heart of our Molo clan territory, so it should be safe. I'll go in and take a look. Saying this, Mazi advanced. He encountered a fragmented ancient array, emanating an ancient and profound aura. Such a formation technique, I've never seen anything like it. Must be a lost method from ancient times. Mazi thought for a moment, then plunged into the formation without hesitation. Several hundred breaths passed as Mazi ventured deeper. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this formation is so old. If it were fully intact, it might have taken me 100 days to break through. 100 days might be a blink of an eye for a celestial sovereign. But he only had a month before he had to report to the 6th heaven to take up his guard duty, so he couldn't afford the delay. Another formation ahead. There must be something. Wait, is that purple energy? Suddenly, Mazi's heart trembled, his eyes sparkling. It's the purple chi, the first energy of the immortal realm. No wonder the 5 elements were disturbed. Mazi was elated. He had sensed the aura of purple chi. Purple chi was the primordial energy of the immortal realm, representing chaos and the beginning. For celestial sovereigns, purple chi was incredibly valuable. For example, if someone's past self was at the mythical realm, purple chi could elevate it to the young god realm. Moreover, for an average young god, progress in cultivation usually involved reflecting the stars in the heavens. But these stars didn't just appear out of thin air, they required purple chi. The more purple chi a celestial sovereign possessed, the stronger their star reflections, the more effective their reflection of all heavens, and the faster their power would grow. That's why when celestial sovereign 10 sons aspired to challenge for the position of great sun sovereign, all the other young gods were shocked. First, it meant celestial sovereign 10 sons must have possessed an incredible amount of purple chi. Second, 10 sons must have had extraordinary talent to command the power of 10 suns in the sky. Of course, what these celestial sovereigns didn't know was that their star reflections were nothing compared to Qi Yuan's. Because Qi Yuan's star reflections were actual stellar projections. Fate is smiling upon me. Who knew I, Mozzie, would have such a day? Mozzie was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to head toward the next formation. Ji Buping returned from afar, glancing at the distant tent. He saw that familiar figure and, after some thought, flew over and casually asked, I didn't see you around yesterday. Did you find something new? Harvesting Mila light was a matter of both luck and skill. Ji Buping was worried that Qi Yuan had gotten lucky, which made him jealous and uneasy. After all, Black Demon Abyss valued bloodlines above all else. Yet here was Qi Yuan, someone without any special bloodline, ranked higher than Ji Buping. If Qi Yuan also got lucky and harvested Mila light, Ji Buping would feel even more unbalanced. A simple cultivator from a rural second heaven, how could he have such good fortune? I did find something, Qi Yuan said softly, looking at Ji Buping. Ji Buping's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a pang of jealousy. You're really lucky to have found Mila light. It wasn't Mila light, Qi Yuan shook his head. He looked at Ji Buping and said, but, considering you're able to cozy up to an old lady, you must have some ambition, right? You, Ji Buping's face darkened, a menacing aura emanating from him. You insolent brat, how dare you insult me like this? Even if a core member of Black Demon Abyss fancies you, today, I'll kill you. He was genuinely angry. Of course, he wasn't actually planning to strike. Qi Yuan remained calm as he saw this. There's no need for that, my friend. I really do admire your determination. After all, Qi Yuan couldn't have brought himself to do what Ji Buping did, sleeping with an old woman. Though Qi Yuan's fantasies did involve old men and women as his unattainable, white lotuses, ethereal figures who often didn't bathe, they were just fantasies. HMPH. Ji Buping's killing intent was real, but he didn't act. After all, he wasn't on a leash, so he wouldn't truly make a move. Because I know your ambition, I'm offering you a chance to make a fortune, Qi Yuan said casually. Today, Qi Yuan was playing the role of a talent scout. Ji Buping was startled and asked cautiously, what kind of opportunity? Yesterday, I wasn't out looking for Mila light. I was following a fat sheep. He's rich, very rich, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ji Buping's expression remained unchanged, but his heart raced. You're talking about robbery. He had done robberies before, so he knew exactly what Qi Yuan was suggesting. Robbery? No, I prefer to think of it as nomadic cultivation. Even the term, homeless, had been rebranded to make it more palatable, so why not rebrand robbery? Ji Buping squinted. Very rich. Despite his distaste for Qi Yuan, the allure of money was hard to resist. In the world of cultivators, this was fairly normal. Ridiculously rich, but his strength is, well, a bit on the strong side, Qi Yuan added. That's why I'm inviting you to join in and get rich together. Ji Buping inwardly sneered. Qi Yuan was likely just a grand sovereign. When he said, a bit strong, the target was probably step 4. But Ji Buping was step 6. He didn't see any reason to worry. Still, he asked, are you sure we can handle him together? Don't worry about it. He's old, on the verge of decay. The two of us, young and full of vitality, can easily take him down. Qi Yuan added, oh, and he's a high-ranking member of the Molo clan. And we're from Black Demon Abyss, they're superiors. So, if we kill him and clean up the evidence, there won't be any problems. So, are you in or not? Qi Yuan said, activating his Great Forgetfulness Sutra technique. Because he wasn't good at expressing himself, Qi Yuan often relied on this ability to sway others. Once we finish this job, you might just have enough contribution points to reach the 6th heaven. Qi Yuan said, coaxing him. Ji Buping's face changed slightly, his expression frozen for a moment. 6th heaven? Yes, the 6th heaven. Are you in? I'm in. Ji Buping nodded fiercely. Just one high-ranking Molo clan member, right? If Qi Yuan dared to do it, why should Ji Buping hesitate? He was 4th-grade bloodline, after all. And as for splitting the spoils unfairly or any possible treachery, Ji Buping, at step 6, wasn't afraid of a step 4. If you don't take risks, what's the point of cultivating? Excellent. Qi Yuan was thrilled. Let's go set up an ambush. If this goes well, we'll keep working together. I've already got my eye on several Molo clan high-ups. They're all top-tier fat sheep. They've got way more money than that old woman you've been cozying up to. Hearing this, Ji Buping took a deep breath. Really? Why would I lie? I'm the most honest and trustworthy person you'll ever meet. I never tell lies, Qi Yuan said with a straight face. Ji Buping looked at him. You're an interesting guy, I misjudged you before. Ji Buping sized Qi Yuan up, as though seeing a sheep ready for slaughter. By the way, where's your companion? Ji Buping was referring to the woman he'd seen with Qi Yuan earlier. That woman hadn't gone through the purification process of immortal spiritual energy, which meant she wasn't even a yin god. So, Qi Yuan's strength probably wasn't that impressive. My companion is in the 6th heaven. I've got another one on the sun, Qi Yuan replied wistfully. Ji Buping froze, then said, didn't you just claim you never lie? And now you're spouting nonsense. I wasn't lying, Qi Yuan said, too lazy to explain. He suddenly asked, what about your family? When dealing with potential enemies, Qi Yuan always made it a point to find out whether they had family ties, because family meant leverage. I walk alone, with no family. Oh, good to know, Qi Yuan said brightly. All right, let's move. The fish is on the hook, just waiting for us to reel it in. Let's do it. Ji Buping's spirits lifted as he readied himself for a big score. So what if their target was a Molo clan higher up? He was from Black Demon Abyss, a superior force over the Molo clan. Let's go. Qi Yuan and Ji Buping turned into streaks of light, disappearing from view. When they reappeared, they had already left the Mila realm. Ji Buping glanced around, surprise flickering in his eyes. How did you slip past the Molo clan guards? After all, the entrances and exits of the Mila realm were heavily guarded by Molo clan cultivators. Yet, Qi Yuan had led him out without the guards even noticing. Because, we're from Black Demon Abyss. They simply can't see us. Qi Yuan lied to hide his unique abilities. Is that so? Ji Buping looked at him skeptically. Now that they were outside the Mila realm, Ji Buping was starting to have second thoughts. If the target were still in the Mila realm, they could fight without alerting the Molo clan. But out here, any commotion would attract the attention of the Molo clan's powerhouses. Still, if Qi Yuan wasn't afraid, why should Ji Buping be? And if things went wrong, he could always make a quick escape, leaving Qi Yuan behind. After all, with his strength, Ji Buping didn't fear surprises. Let's go, we're almost there. That old man is already caught in the trap, Qi Yuan said happily. Why did he bring Ji Buping along? First, because Qi Yuan liked playing talent scout when he saw potential ambition. Second, because life was boring, and he needed some entertainment. And third, because it helped spread the karma around. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. After an unknown period of time, two figures appeared, concealing their presence as they hid among the clouds. In front of them were various formations designed to mask their auras. Where's the fat sheep? Ji Buping asked cautiously. Down in the formation below, Qi Yuan whispered, blowing gently in its direction. As he did, the fog ahead cleared, revealing a figure in a gray robe. However, due to the formation's barriers, they couldn't see him clearly. The gray-robed figure appeared quite ordinary, trapped in the ancient formation, with celestial energy flowing around him as he seemed to be working on breaking through it. For some reason, when Ji Buping saw the gray-robed figure, his heart skipped a beat, sensing an immense danger. Taoist friend, why do I feel like he's not that simple? Ji Buping said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Doesn't he look ordinary to you? If there's anything unusual, it's probably just that he's old, Qi Yuan replied. Ji Buping looked again. I don't know why, but just seeing him makes my heart race. Could he be stronger than we think? Unfortunately, the formation's barriers prevented a clear view. He's probably just average. Look at the ancient formation below, it's worn out and falling apart from years of disrepair. If someone younger and stronger were there, they'd probably tear it down in a few moments. But him, he's old, takes a break every time he tries to push through it. We're definitely stronger than him, Qi Yuan explained. Ji Buping remained skeptical but was suddenly shocked. He just tore through space with one punch. The space inside that old formation is decaying and rusted. You could tear through it too. But, he's a young god. Ji Buping was panicking. In that brief moment, the aura of celestial sovereign Mazi had leaked out. He was indeed a young god. Moreover, Ji Buping finally saw the gray-robed elder's face. It was none other than the legendary celestial sovereign Mazi. Yes, he's a young god, but don't worry. He's old, his legs probably don't work well. Just slide under him and stab him in the gut. I'd say we have a 70-30 chance, Qi Yuan said seriously. Ji Buping felt a mixture of absurdity and bewilderment. His head was filled with question marks, spinning out of control. What was happening to the world? His brain couldn't keep up. He couldn't even move. Go on, just slide under him and surprise him. Qi Yuan whispered. But Ji Buping was frozen in place, too terrified to move. He felt that Qi Yuan was insane. After all, who would dare scheme against a young god in the heart of the Molo clan? Only someone with a death wish. And who tries to ambush a young god? Only another young god would attempt that, right? Yet this powerful figure was asking him to help. This had to be some kind of twisted game. Killing him would take nothing more than a single glance. His face contorted in fear, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. Senior. He was starting to realize the grim truth of their situation. What, you're thinking of fleeing? Forget it, we're ambushing him together. I already have a plan. Qi Yuan shouted, sounding exasperated, as if Ji Buping was letting him down. This guy was acting just like Qin Wuyong in ancient tales, faltering at the last moment. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Qi Yuan grabbed Ji Buping by the collar. I believe in you, don't disappoint me. Ji Buping's mind was a whirl of panic, convinced now that Qi Yuan was utterly insane. Completely mad. No matter what happened, attacking a young god from the Molo clan meant that neither of them would survive today. Meanwhile, inside the ancient formation, Celestial Sovereign Mazi took a deep breath. A mere ancient formation, hardly worth mentioning. This formation had consumed a great deal of his energy to break, but compared to the purple chi ahead, it was worth it. He looked at the wisp of purple chi not far from him and inhaled deeply. I didn't expect such fortune. To come across purple chi, I wonder whose cave this was. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Clearly, the original owner of this ancient formation had long since left or perished, leaving behind only a wisp of purple chi. Looking at the purple chi, Mazi felt a surge of excitement, believing fate was on his side. However, despite his excitement, he remained cautious, scanning his surroundings again to ensure there were no hidden traps or killing formations. Just then, the purple chi stirred violently. Mazi's expression didn't change, trying to escape. Although the purple chi had no intelligence, it would instinctively try to flee. He immediately pursued it. After all, with his young god strength, this wisp of purple chi wouldn't escape his grasp. But after only a few moments, his expression shifted, and his heart suddenly pounded with fear. Before him appeared an ancient, profound door radiating with the light of wisdom. The moment Mazi laid eyes on this door, his entire body trembled despite being a young god. His face turned fervent with excitement. The Gate of Myriad Principles. His breath quickened. This door was none other than the most supreme creation treasure in the immortal realm, the Gate of Myriad Principles. It was said that all the Supreme Truth Realm experts from the sixth heaven had derived their understanding of the Supreme Truth from this very gate. There were even rumors that whoever obtained the Gate of Myriad Principles and entered it to comprehend its truths would inevitably ascend to the Supreme Truth Realm. What's more, one could even comprehend the truths of other Supreme Truth young gods from within. If that were true, Celestial Sovereign Mazi would become the first among the immortal realm. Ha ha ha, fate has chosen me. At that moment, Mazi's reason completely vanished, consumed by his fiery passion. The Gate of Myriad Principles ahead was now his sole objective. Even though no Supreme Truth expert had ever captured the gate, what if he succeeded? And then, suddenly, the Gate of Myriad Principles opened. Mazi froze. He had never heard of such a thing happening before. Even the Supreme Truth experts had never been able to force the gate open. Simply entering the Gate of Myriad Principles was considered the greatest fortune in the immortal realm. Without hesitation, the wisp of purple chi compressed and flew into the gate. The space around the gate rippled, as if it were about to disappear. Seeing this, Mazi knew he could hesitate no longer, or else this unparalleled opportunity would be lost forever. As cultivators, we must push forward fearlessly. Fate has chosen me. Without further thought, Mazi transformed into a streak of light and dove into the Gate of Myriad Principles. Awaiting him would be infinite truth. He would become the first in the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan saw this scene and smiled. Taoist Ji, the fish has taken the bait. Let's close the net. With that, he grabbed Ji Buping by the neck and dragged him into his nascent soul palace. Inside the nascent soul palace, Mazi's expression changed abruptly. Death energy, yin energy, isn't this supposed to be the Gate of Myriad Principles? He was stunned and filled with dread. He had expected to find boundless truth upon entering the gate. But, there was no truth at all. Instead, the place was filled with eerie death energy. This didn't look anything like the inside of the Gate of Myriad Principles. Yet he had clearly entered the gate. Suddenly, his expression shifted again. There are no stars of the myriad heavens, only 10 suns. At that moment, he sensed intense danger. These 10 suns looked all too familiar. Weren't they the same suns from not long ago, when 10 Suns young god tried to seize the great sun sovereign title? Who's there? Show yourself, Mozzie shouted cautiously. He glanced around and quickly spotted a black-robed cultivator, trembling as he approached, holding what appeared to be a massive saber. Mozzie immediately tensed up. A grand sovereign? No, that couldn't be right. He had to be hiding something. Who are you, 10 Suns young god? Mozzie asked, staring at the man with the saber. But the man said nothing, remaining silent. He simply stared at Mozzie, his gaze unwavering. His eyes focused on Mozzie's gut, as if he truly planned to slide in and slice open his stomach. Stop pretending. Though Mozzie was cautious, he was still a young god. As long as he didn't face a supreme truth young god, he would be fine. Die. Seeing the black-robed figure, Mozzie launched a full-power strike with no hesitation. After all, the saber-wielding man in front of him was too strange to ignore. He had to be a hidden expert. I'll slide. The voice of Qi Yuan echoed in Ji Buping's mind, but Ji couldn't think about anything except that one sliding move. He almost remembered a time when he had performed a sliding attack and killed a great supreme truth expert. Now, facing an ordinary young god, one slide. Well, less than 3 breaths later, Ji Buping was reduced to ashes before Mozzie could even finish his thought. Mozzie looked ahead, slightly bewildered. With just one strike, the opponent had disintegrated into ashes. He had won far too easily, and it left him feeling a bit perplexed. If this was a trap, why send just a grand sovereign? Mozzie couldn't make sense of it. Of course, this was only natural. He didn't know Qi Yuan, nor could he fathom the way Qi Yuan's mind worked. Bold. Suddenly, a voice echoed out of nowhere. Breaking and entering, followed by murder, such crimes deserve the death penalty. A figure in a blood-red robe appeared, his expression one of intense sorrow and righteous indignation. Seeing this man, Mozzie's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be, are you celestial sovereign 10 Suns? Whether I'm 10 Suns young god is irrelevant. What matters is that I'm the witness. Qi Yuan stood at the moral high ground, passing judgment on Mozzie. As they say, a life for a life. Today, you must die here. Qi Yuan despised unjust killing, especially when Mozzie had slain his innocent and pure-hearted companion, Ji Buping, right in front of him. There was no way Qi Yuan would stand by and watch someone like Ji Buping die in his own house. The person he had brought along had been killed, he had to avenge him. Mozzie stared at Qi Yuan in confusion, as if covered in question marks. He wanted to ask, are you insane? But he held back, thinking it would be impolite. After all, a young god couldn't afford to be seen acting irrationally. Though some supreme truth experts were known for erratic behavior due to their control over cosmic truths, the man before him didn't seem like one of them. Taoist friend, could we talk this out calmly? Mozzie asked, his voice full of caution. He was deeply alarmed, sensing a grave threat from this situation. Oh, so now you're accusing me of not speaking calmly. Clearly, you're a rare breed of villain. Qi Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. What should you do when a criminal invades your home? Kill them, of course. After all, self-defense isn't against the law. And moreover, this intruder had already committed murder. A powerful aura surged from Qi Yuan's body. At this moment, the nascent souls within his body gathered, pooling all of their power into him. His figure seemed to grow taller as his strength increased dramatically. Mozzie's face turned pale with fear, his expression filled with terror. An alternate young god. The man in front of him had none of the typical aura of a supreme truth young god. Even if his power greatly exceeded Mozzie's, Mozzie had ways to defend himself. But now, the energy emanating from this man was almost equivalent to a supreme truth expert. Mozzie was shaken and confused. The only explanation was that this man was an alternate young god. But didn't 10 Suns young god aspire to take the throne of the great sun sovereign? 10 Suns young god was a prodigious talent, so why would he walk the path of an alternate young god? What alternate young god? I'm just a righteous cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. In an instant, the energy of over 1,000 nascent souls converged within Qi Yuan's body, amplifying his power to unimaginable heights as he unleashed a devastating blow toward celestial sovereign Mozzie. The power was overwhelming, unstoppable. Pure, raw strength. Under this assault, Celestial Sovereign Mazi had no ability to resist. This kind of power was a gap that no battle techniques, Tao methods, or divine abilities could bridge. Mazi's physical body crumbled under the force of the punch, and his soul shattered in that very instant. Qi Yuan's punch had the destructive force of a low-level supreme truth expert, a power that Mazi, still at the early stages of young godhood, couldn't withstand. However, Mazi's soul wasn't entirely obliterated. Qi Yuan had held back in the strike. After all, if Mazi died outright, it would draw unwanted attention from the Molo clan, disrupting Qi Yuan's current plans and making it harder for him to continue luring others in with his bait. He left only a fragment of Mazi's soul intact. Mazi stammered in terror. At that moment, Qi Yuan activated the Great Forgetfulness Sutra. Grandson, did you forget? I'm your long-lost ancestor. Your ancestor, me, am actually the spirit of the Gate of Myriad Principles. Don't you remember? I only crippled you for your own good. It's to help you inherit the Gate of Myriad Principles. As the Great Forgetfulness Sutra activated, Qi Yuan began brainwashing Mazi's fragmented soul. If Mazi had been at full strength, there's no way Qi Yuan could have used the sutra successfully. But now, Mazi was severely weakened, and his soul's flame was literally in Qi Yuan's hands. Gradually, the Great Forgetfulness Sutra began to erase Mazi's memories, while Qi Yuan fabricated new ones in his mind. After about half an hour, Qi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Brainwashing complete. After all, if he didn't brainwash Mazi, there was always the risk that Mazi might heroically destroy his own soul to avoid capture. If that happened, the Molo clan would definitely find out. Qi Yuan's success rate in future schemes would drop significantly, and there was even a chance he might fall into a trap himself. Ah, if only I had the silver tongue of the Eastern Lord, Qi Yuan lamented. The Great Forgetfulness Sutra was slow to work, unlike the Eastern Sovereign's ability to convince others with just a word. What a pity, all the treasures in this old fool's storage bag were destroyed by my punch, Qi Yuan sighed, clearly disappointed. But there was no helping it. After all, young gods weren't as common as cabbages. A nascent soul cultivator's body might be more fragile than a storage bag, but a young god. It was impossible for a young god's body to be shattered while their storage bag remained intact. But, Qi Yuan paused to think for a moment. Sigh, I never thought the day would come where I'd have to disguise myself as an ugly old man. As he spoke, Qi Yuan's appearance began to change. In an instant, he took on the form of Celestial Sovereign Mazi. He had already scanned Mazi's soul. Now, he was prepared to infiltrate Mazi's lair and help himself to some valuable treasures. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. At the core of Molo's sacred tower. Brilliant lights shone all around, and countless cave dwellings filled the area. Within these cave dwellings, numerous yin gods were either in secluded cultivation or refining pills. The closer one got to the core, the stronger the experts residing in these cave dwellings became. The dwellings closest to the central one were all occupied by mythical-level experts. These dwellings were arranged like a honeycomb. At the very center was the cave dwelling of young god Mazi. Qi Yuan looked up, glancing at the stars above. Fortunately, the Gate of Myriad Principles isolates everything. Otherwise, if young god Mazi had merged with his star sovereign position, the entire Molo clan would know he was in a fight. Unlike young gods who faced great tribulations, young god Mazi, who illuminated the heavens and had his own sovereign star, could draw the power of his star during battle. This would significantly boost his strength. However, when his star was activated, it would shine brightly. Any attentive young god celestial sovereign could detect this phenomenon. Moreover, if a young god celestial sovereign were to perish, the projection of their star would gradually dim and eventually extinguish. That's why Qi Yuan had left a fragment of young god Mazi's soul intact. When Qi Yuan arrived at the entrance to young god Mazi's cave dwelling, he paused. Ahead of him was a thin barrier, marking the core area of Molo's sacred tower. This barrier was connected to the creation treasure of the Molo sacred tower. Without the permission of a Molo clan young god, other young gods wouldn't be able to enter. Grandson, come out, I'm here to grab your blanket and toothbrush, Qi Yuan muttered. Of course, he only whispered this to himself, allowing just a trace of young god Mazi's soul to brush against the barrier. Having passed the verification, Qi Yuan swaggered into young god Mazi's cave dwelling. Such a pity, all the good stuff is destroyed, Qi Yuan sighed, but he didn't dwell on the loss for too long. Awaiting him was the treasure trove of young god Mazi's residence. Wow, so many treasures. As expected of my shining moonlight, Qi Yuan marveled at the sight. There were all kinds of magical artifacts and precious pills, each of immense value. One particular pill could incite a bloodbath among all the cultivators within Molo's sacred tower. But Qi Yuan wasn't interested in these material treasures. He prided himself on cultivating through his own efforts and intellect, rarely relying on external aids like pills. Not bad, dozens of divine techniques, equivalent to dozens of stellar-grade golden cores. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was especially interested in the cultivation techniques. My moonlight's so rich, it's too good to be true. It's a shame that moonlight is unattainable love. If only my moonlight loved me back and gave me everything, Qi Yuan sighed. Places like the Buddha kingdom were much more generous, directly gifting Qi Yuan every divine technique they had, without hesitation. But Qi Yuan also understood that the essence of a shining moonlight is its unattainable nature. If his moonlight truly loved him and gave him all the techniques he desired, how could he bear to kill it? He would feel guilty, wouldn't he? The only downside is that 2 of these techniques overlap with the ones Buddha Kingdom gave me. After clearing out all the techniques, Qi Yuan's eyes fell on a corner of the room. Sky-passing jade. His eyes lit up again. Sky-passing jade, capable of breaking through obstacles and reaching the 9 heavens. 5 pieces of sky-passing jade fell into Qi Yuan's hands, and his eyes sparkled with joy. I can finally ascend to the upper realms. In the black abyss, one could only hope to earn a piece of sky-passing jade after working for 10,000 years. But here, he had acquired 5 pieces all at once. However, I can't ascend immediately. Ascending from Molo's sacred tower would mean entering the battlefield at the abyss. If someone suddenly ascended, it would draw attention from all sides. Qi Yuan was planning to sneak in, which was dangerous. Fortunately, I have this. Qi Yuan's gaze landed on an official decree, his eyes deep with thought. This decree came from the Molo clan's elder council, instructing young god Mazi to report to the upper realms for duty. In the upper realms abyss, the Molo clan was currently at war with Moon God Palace. The Molo clan had nearly 20 young gods stationed there, 1/3 of their total power. A month from now, I'll take young god Mazi's place and ascend. Then I can continue setting traps up there. But before that, I need to catch more fish down here. At present, Qi Yuan's identity was highly sensitive. If his whereabouts were exposed, it might provoke the one from Taihuang Palace to hunt him down. He had no idea how powerful a supreme truth young god was, so he wasn't confident about facing the one from Taihuang Palace head-on just yet. So, for now, he needed to keep a low profile. A supreme truth invitation. Qi Yuan's eyes fell on a piece of paper, his gaze filled with curiosity. Immediately, a flood of information surged into his mind. All young gods are invited to attend. Can I, as a Purple Mansion cultivator, join in on the fun? It doesn't seem like they've explicitly banned Purple Mansion cultivators from participating. Qi Yuan was quite intrigued by this Supreme Truth Symposium. As the name suggests, it was a gathering for all young gods to discuss the Tao. At the peak of the Great Heaven level, young gods could sit before the Supreme Truth Wall, contemplating their own path and striving to comprehend supreme truths. Supreme Truth level experts could also use this opportunity to reflect on their path and potentially break through to the Grand Supreme Truth realm. Of course, this was all an ideal scenario. Breaking through was extremely difficult. Otherwise, there would be more Supreme Truth experts appearing over the years. The last one to ascend to the Grand Supreme Truth realm was the Great Sunlight Buddha of the Buddha Kingdom. However, the Great Sunlight Buddha perished as soon as he appeared. This incident left the Supreme Truth Society with a deep grudge against the one from Taihuang Palace. Why does the Supreme Truth Society only invite young gods? Can't Purple Mansions comprehend supreme truths as well? Ah, such prejudice. Qi Yuan sighed. In reality, there seemed to be no rule saying Purple Mansions couldn't comprehend supreme truths. Now that he had an invitation, he decided that if time permitted, he would join the gathering and see if he could comprehend a supreme truth or two. Alright, time to keep setting traps and fishing for more targets. After thoroughly looting the place, Qi Yuan left a decoy in the form of an inflatable doll posing as young god Mazi, and his figure disappeared. The fish needed to keep biting. There were so many moonlights to take advantage of, how could he let them go to waste? He only had a month, so he had to hurry. In the Miro realm, Qi Yuan leisurely feasted on fish. Zhang Lingsu wore a playful, adorable green dress. This made Qi Yuan sigh inwardly. She had already conquered the seductive path, why switch to the cute path now? At that moment, an ugly old woman appeared, her expression sour as she rasped, "Have you seen Ji Buping?" Qi Yuan focused on his meal, ignoring her. Zhang Lingsu didn't even look up as she meticulously picked out fish bones. This dismissive attitude made the ugly old woman fume with frustration. She was a mythical level expert. Once she accrued enough merit, she would be able to ascend to the sixth heaven and gain the qualification to illuminate the heavens. At that point, she would become a core member of the Black Abyss. So, facing Qi Yuan, she had no patience for disrespect. A powerful pressure swept across the area, as if the old woman was about to teach Qi Yuan a lesson. Qi Yuan, still eating his fish, felt helpless. Did he have the face of someone who should be bullied? He didn't even have a face made for mockery. Why did this ugly old woman keep coming to hassle him? That's right, this wasn't the first time she had asked him about Ji Buping. Each time, Qi Yuan would use the Great Forgetfulness Sutra to make her temporarily forget about Ji Buping and why she had sought him out. But the old woman had a poor memory. Every 2 days, she would return like a persistent NPC, asking the same thing again. Qi Yuan was law-abiding and never harmed the innocent. He couldn't just kill her, right? Has no one told you that when asking someone for help, you should be polite? Qi Yuan felt disappointed. Before arriving here, he had imagined the immortal world would be a place of perfect moons, sweet air, and courteous people. It turned out he had been delusional. Even the female cultivators here passed gas. The air in the upper realms wasn't sweet everywhere. As for courtesy, it was pretty average. Has no one told you that when facing a superior, you should show some respect? The ugly old woman retorted. He's my concubine, he doesn't need to respect anyone here in the fifth heaven. Suddenly, a woman in a purple robe with 2 horns on her head appeared, a playful smile on her lips. Seeing this woman, the ugly old woman's face changed, and she quickly retreated several feet. She glanced at the purple-robed woman, her expression dark and uncertain, clearly intimidated, before finally turning and leaving. "Concubine, wasn't I cool?" the purple-robed woman said, hands on her hips, looking triumphant. Qi Yuan glanced at her with a helpless expression. "Horned sister, I'm not your concubine." "Oh right, I forgot, you're not my concubine yet. Thanks for helping me out," Qi Yuan said politely. After all, Horned sister had introduced him to Black Abyss and landed him the job with free room and board. This time, she had also helped chase away the old woman. No big deal. The purple-robed woman's face lit up with barely contained excitement. Clearly, something good had happened recently. "Want to go to the sixth heaven with me? As long as you're willing to be my concubine, I'll make sure you live the good life, fine food, luxury. Anyone who bullies you, I'll take care of them." After obtaining the Morning Star Beast, her cultivation had surged once more. This time, when she returned to the Black Abyss, she planned to break through to young god status. So, naturally, she was in a great mood. Before, although she had noble blood and enjoyed the treatment of a young god, she wasn't truly a young god. Now, with her impending breakthrough, she was feeling on top of the world. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened. Really, he had an audacious plan in mind. "Of course, would you allow your concubine to have wives?" Qi Yuan asked. For the sake of his grand plan, he was willing to swallow his pride. The purple-robed woman blinked in surprise, then grinned at Qi Yuan. "Normally, no, but for you, I'll allow it. Now, pack up and let's head to the sixth heaven. I have a powerful enemy. Could you help me take care of them? If you can deal with them, I'll gladly become your concubine." Qi Yuan said softly. After all, who said concubines had to be intimate? He still had his freedom of choice. If Horned sister tried anything inappropriate, he could always accuse her of assault. A powerful enemy, just tell me, and I'll make sure they're taught a lesson they won't forget. The purple-robed woman said, brimming with confidence. They're a bit strong. Qi Yuan studied the purple-robed woman, a bit skeptical. He guessed her strength was probably at the peak of the mythical level. But since she was so confident, maybe she had hidden strength and was actually a powerhouse. "Why are you dithering like some delicate maiden? Just tell me who it is." The purple-robed woman scolded him, full of swagger. "Don't generalize about maidens," Qi Yuan retorted before continuing. "My enemy is the one from Taihuang Palace." Taihuang Palace? The purple-robed woman froze, then asked, "Which one? Don't tell me it's a young god." Taihuang Palace was strong, but Black Abyss wasn't afraid of them. Besides, Taihuang Palace was vast, with many members. It's a young god. The purple-robed woman swallowed hard. This was a big problem. The strongest one. The purple-robed woman stared at Qi Yuan with wide eyes. I didn't expect you to be so bold. How about, I become your concubine instead? That guy, even my ancestors wouldn't dare offend him. How did he become your enemy? Did your ancestor flip over like a turtle basking in the sun and get roasted to death by the great sun? Qi Yuan sighed in disappointment. It seems you're afraid of him. The purple-robed woman rolled her eyes. Who wouldn't be? The great sunlight Buddha was insanely powerful, and he still got killed by him. Even the Supreme Truth Society holds a grudge against him, but they don't dare do anything. It seems I can't be your concubine after all, Qi Yuan said, crestfallen. The purple-robed woman's expression shifted several times before she finally asked, are you really enemies with him? A deep grudge, Qi Yuan replied seriously. They were already mortal enemies. The purple-robed woman glanced at Qi Yuan. I suggest you find another enemy. She knew Qi Yuan's bloodline was extremely rare, giving him the right to enjoy young god-level privileges within Black Abyss. But to take on the one from Taihuang Palace, this guy had guts as big as young god 10 sons. Sigh, it looks like I'll have to rely on myself. Qi Yuan said solemnly. The purple-robed woman couldn't help but chuckle. I'll be waiting for good news. If you manage to take down that one, I'll be your concubine. Of course, she didn't believe it. After all, while Blood Robe hailed from a sacred land in the second heaven, Taihuang Palace was a sacred land in the sixth heaven. Fuchuo Mountain, while renowned in the second heaven, only boasted one heaven-tier young god. Not to mention Taihuang Palace, they didn't even have the status to provoke the Molo clan. Blood Robe, Taihuang Palace is in the sixth heaven. The one from Taihuang Palace isn't someone a second heaven young god can challenge. The purple-robed woman advised. As for why Qi Yuan had a grudge with the one from Taihuang Palace, she didn't bother asking. Yeah, no worries. Qi Yuan didn't elaborate. He felt like his life was too difficult. Normally, when a cultivator ascends, they would first arrive in the first heaven and work their way up, gradually facing stronger enemies. But for him, his enemies were in the sixth heaven right from the start. The jump was too vast. Sigh, I wish I could just go back to the first heaven and become a mountain king, Qi Yuan lamented. The purple-robed woman chuckled. She then leaned closer to Qi Yuan and asked in a low voice, can I have a drop of your blood? I'm really curious about your bloodline. No, Qi Yuan refused. How could he give his blood to anyone so casually? The purple-robed woman wasn't surprised by his refusal. At their level, giving away one's blood so easily was like asking to die. What a shame. I guess the only way to figure out your bloodline is to take you to meet my ancestor, the purple-robed woman sighed. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's spirits lifted. Actually, I have some suspicions about my bloodline, he said. The purple-robed woman glanced at him, surprised. What suspicions? Earlier in their conversation, she had already hinted that Qi Yuan possessed a significant bloodline related to Black Abyss, and it wasn't low-ranking either. I think, I might be the long-lost ancestor of Black Abyss. Qi Yuan lowered his voice conspiratorially. The purple-robed woman, she remained silent for a long time before finally looking at him seriously. Now I understand why you've offended Taihuang Palace. That mouth of yours, it's a miracle you've survived this long. Beside them, Zhongling Su couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Finally, someone shared her feelings. Back when they were in Shenguang sect, she had already realized just how sharp her senior brother's tongue could be. As long as he kept his mouth shut, he was a stunningly handsome man. But the moment he spoke, you'd want to bow down. It wasn't me who offended Taihuang Palace, they're the ones who provoked me. I'm always low-key and never cause trouble, Qi Yuan said earnestly. The purple-robed woman chuckled and said, stretch out your hand. Let me check. Qi Yuan jerked his hand back. You're openly harassing me. I just need to check your bloodline, record it. Maybe the ancestor will be able to recognize it, the purple-robed woman explained, unfazed. As she approached Qi Yuan, a mark on her arm began to glow. The intensity of the glow varied with different bloodlines. The closer she was, the clearer the glow. She recorded the glow and would later show it to their ancestor, who might be able to identify Qi Yuan's bloodline. The purple-robed woman explained her plan to Qi Yuan. Hearing this, Qi Yuan paused for a moment and then asked instinctively, "Does this glowing use up your energy?" The purple-robed woman blinked. "No." Qi Yuan's eyes widened. "Then it's a perpetual motion machine. Ha ha ha, I've discovered a perpetual motion machine, I'm going to be rich." The idea that getting closer caused it to glow without using energy, what else could it be but a perpetual motion machine? Quote. The purple-robed woman fell silent again. Qi Yuan, still excited, looked at her and said, "Hey, how about cutting off your arm and selling it to me? This could be the most groundbreaking discovery in the immortal world in millions of years." The thought of inventing a perpetual motion machine thrilled him. "Get lost," the purple-robed woman cursed. Qi Yuan sighed, disappointed. Sigh, although inventing the perpetual motion machine would benefit future generations, I'm not one to force others. I won't sacrifice you. He had no right to make decisions for others, after all. He only took lives. Still, he stretched out his arm, thinking that if they really found out he was Black Abyss's long-lost ancestor, it would be perfect. After all, Black Abyss was a major power in the sixth heaven, immensely powerful. If all the young god celestial sovereigns in Black Abyss were his descendants, even the one from Taihuang Palace would have to think twice before making a move against him. The purple-robed woman ignored Qi Yuan's nonsense and placed her hand on his arm. The black mark on her arm glowed, eerily brilliant. She quickly recorded the glow. "Got it." Qi Yuan quickly pulled his arm back. The purple-robed woman glanced at him and said coarsely, "You turned me on." "Qi Yuan, that's a turn-off." The purple-robed woman burst out laughing. She was always blunt. "I'm off. Oh, by the way, I left a small gift for you at Black Abyss's outpost since I know you don't want to be my concubine. Don't forget to collect it. I'll be waiting for you in the sixth heaven." With that, she disappeared. Qi Yuan was exasperated. Even the people in the sixth heaven have no manners. Zhang Lingsu ground her teeth. That woman, she's so vulgar. The scene she imagined, where her beauty would attract second-generation heirs, hadn't happened. Instead, her senior brother was the one being flirted with. Time passed slowly. Qi Yuan sat in the Miro realm, occasionally fishing, occasionally studying techniques, perfecting the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan scripture. As for the Yin God path, Qi Yuan hadn't yet started working on it. After all, he needed to discuss the Tao with others and fully understand the nature of Yin gods before creating a new technique. Over these days, Qi Yuan's fishing had yielded good results. Including Yang God Mazi, he had caught 4 fish in total. These 4 were carefully chosen by Qi Yuan. Their disappearance wouldn't be noticed for a while. Moreover, Qi Yuan had been thoughtful enough to leave inflatable dolls in their caves as decoys. No one would notice for some time. However, there was a minor hiccup. Qi Yuan had ended up eating grass by his own burrow. After struggling to catch any more fish, he finally decided to fish in his own Molo sacred tower, catching one of the Yang gods there. If word of this got out, it would shake the entire Molo clan. "I'll stay for another 10 days, then pack up and ascend to the upper realms." Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. By then, he would head to the abyss. Jin Li's birthday was coming soon. Qi Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly, he sensed something. At the entrance to the Miro realm, a white figure was fleeing desperately. In her eyes, Hong Yu radiated despair. She had been undercover in the fifth heaven for millennia, but now, exposed by a spy, she was being hunted by the Molo clan's Yin gods. In the Molo sacred tower, there was no chance of survival. So, she fled frantically into the Miro realm. But the Yin gods were close behind. Severely injured and low on immortal energy, she knew it wouldn't be long before they caught her. Thinking of her mission, Hong Yu was filled with anxiety. The energy she had gathered over her 50,000 years of infiltration still hadn't been delivered back to Moon God Palace. If she died here, all her efforts would be for nothing. Bloodied, she sped away, her divine domain fully open, pushing her speed to the limit. "Where are you running, witch? How dare you cause trouble in our Molo clan? You're dead." The chase attracted the attention of many cultivators in the Miro realm collecting Miro light. However, seeing that it was the Molo clan pursuing someone, they all avoided the scene to avoid getting involved. At that moment, a voice suddenly transmitted into Hong Yu's ears. "Head toward the southwest, to the Red Flame Mountain." Hearing this, Hong Yu was stunned. Was someone helping her? Or was this a trap? But with no other options left, she had no choice but to trust the voice. If not, she would surely die. Without hesitation, she bolted toward Red Flame Mountain in the southwest. HMPH, where do you think you're going? The 5 yin gods chased her relentlessly. Hong Yu gritted her teeth and plunged into the Red Mountain. That familiar voice spoke again. Keep going forward, head toward my position, and remember to hide your aura. The voice's owner even left a mark to guide her. Say, senior. She was baffled. Wouldn't she just be bringing trouble to this senior? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. The volcano behind her erupted violently. The atmosphere instantly turned scorching hot. The pursuing Molo clan yin gods were quickly engulfed in flames. This wasn't just an ordinary volcano but one from the Miro realm, where eruptions could produce flames so powerful that even yin gods couldn't easily withstand them. The yin gods chasing Hong Yu were stunned by the explosion. By the time they emerged from the flames, Hong Yu had disappeared. Damn it, where is she? How did she escape? Keep chasing, she's injured, she can't have gotten far. The yin gods scattered in all directions, searching for Hong Yu. After about 100 breaths, inside a tent, Hong Yu, still bewildered, bowed her head and spoke softly to the Black Abyss cultivator in front of her. Thank you for your help, senior. Though grateful, Hong Yu was full of doubts. Black Abyss was a large faction, but parts of it were enemies with Moon God Palace, even waging wars against them. Yet this Black Abyss cultivator had saved her. You're from Moon God Palace? The man who had saved her, of course, was Qi Yuan. He had sensed the aura of Moon God Palace on her. Having gained part of young God Mazi's memories, he was all too familiar with the aura of Moon God Palace. Yes, Hong Yu nodded. What a coincidence. I have a wife from Moon God Palace. Do you know her? Qi Yuan asked enthusiastically. Hearing this, Hong Yu began to understand why he had helped her. May I ask which senior from the palace you're referring to? Her name is Jin Li, and she's a moon lady of Moon God Palace, Qi Yuan said, not hiding anything. Hong Yu swallowed hard and blinked. A moon lady. She was stunned. The moon lady held a special position in Moon God Palace. They were groomed as future palace masters. In fact, moon ladies enjoyed privileges nearly equal to those of young gods. With such high status came significant responsibilities. Moon ladies were forbidden to marry, much less take a husband. So, Qi Yuan's words left her doubting the truth. If the higher-ups of Moon God Palace found out a moon lady had married, her fate would be dire. Have you seen her? Is she happy in Moon God Palace? How is she doing? Qi Yuan asked a string of questions. Hong Yu shook her head. Senior, I have been undercover in the 5th heaven for tens of thousands of years and have not seen her. As for the fact that the moon lady had a husband, Hong Yu would take that secret to her grave. If Moon God Palace's upper echelons found out, Jin Li's fate would be tragic. I also have another wife in Moon God Palace, her name's Ruan Yishi. Do you know her? Qi Yuan asked again. Hong Yu, she couldn't hold back her shock. So, was Moon God Palace basically his harem? I've never heard of her. Hong Yu replied. Qi Yuan sighed, deeply disappointed. Looks like I'll have to go find my wives myself. At this point, Hong Yu said, Senior, now that I've healed a bit, I should take my leave. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Her injuries were still severe, but if she stayed, the Molo clan might track her down, and that would put Qi Yuan in danger too. It's fine, I'm with Black Abyss now, I'm not afraid of the Molo clan. Besides, you work with my 2 wives, so just stay here and rest. It's no problem at all. Qi Yuan said generously. Having an ally from Moon God Palace was actually a good thing. Once he reached the 6th heaven, it would help him find Jin Li. Without someone to lead him, he'd have no chance of entering the palace. Hong Yu hesitated. Just then, a voice came from outside. Excuse me, sir, the Molo clan is currently pursuing a fugitive. May we come in to search your tent? The Molo clan cultivators outside spoke politely. After all, the tent belonged to a Black Abyss cultivator. If it were anyone else from a lesser faction, they would have barged in without asking. Hong Yu tensed, her body coiled, ready to fight at any moment. Get lost, you filthy swine. Stay out of my tent. Qi Yuan shouted arrogantly. What, do you think I'd harbor a fugitive? Qi Yuan was a natural performer. He perfectly played the role of a haughty, self-important Black Abyss cultivator. And sure enough, the Molo clan cultivators were just the type to fall for it. As soon as Qi Yuan barked out his order, they immediately hunched their backs and plastered fake smiles on their faces. Our apologies, sir. We were mistaken. They all bowed low to the ground, offering their apologies, and then quickly left. Once he sensed the Molo clan cultivators had gone, Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This Black Abyss identity really works wonders. However, he still didn't fully understand why the Molo clan feared Black Abyss so much. Even though he had read young god Mazi's memories, he hadn't obtained all of them. Unless he went to the star realm and devoured Mazi's star, he wouldn't know the full truth. Do you know why the Molo clan fears Black Abyss so much? Qi Yuan casually asked Hong Yu. With just over 10 days left before he would ascend to the upper realms under the identity of young god Mazi, fishing for more prey was no longer an option. He figured he'd chat and gather more information about the upper realms. Hong Yu hesitated for a moment before answering softly, it has to do with the Molo clan's creation artifact. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's interest was piqued. While the Gate of Myriad Principles was the first creation artifact in the immortal world, it didn't directly increase his combat power and was a time-consuming item to use. The Molo clan's creation artifact is called the Molo Well. What? A well? Qi Yuan's eyes widened. Hong Yu was taken aback, not understanding why he reacted that way. What's wrong, senior? Qi Yuan sighed. My family's well seems to have gone missing too. Someone must have carried it off. Could the Molo Well be my family's well? The Gate of Myriad Principles had been stolen and later found. But the family well had been taken, and there was still no trace of it. The Molo Well felt familiar to Qi Yuan. It looked a lot like his family's missing well. Senior, you have quite the sense of humor, Hong Yu said with a smile, though internally, she was speechless. At this point, Qi Yuan was lost in thought, obsessing over the family well. However, he quickly regained his composure. Continue. I'm listening. Hong Yu explained, the sixth heaven is the highest level of the immortal world and the best place for young god celestial sovereigns to cultivate. Because of this, many great sects have set up there. Most young god celestial sovereigns from the lower 5 heavens, if they don't have a sect, will ascend to the 6th heaven and join one. But Black Abyss is the most unique sect in the 6th heaven, it only accepts young gods with Black Abyss bloodlines. The 6th heaven is structured like a pyramid. Young god celestial sovereigns from the lower realms are all eager to ascend and cultivate in the 6th heaven. For young gods, the cultivation speed in the 6th heaven is several times faster than in the lower realms. This kind of gap cannot be bridged by mere time manipulation. Because of this, many young gods are desperate to ascend. But, the 6th heaven doesn't welcome every young god. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. You need a Supreme Truth Realm expert to establish a sacred ground in the 6th heaven, Hong Yu continued, explaining to Qi Yuan. In the 5th heaven and below, having a young god was enough to start a sacred ground. But the 6th heaven was different. Only those with a Supreme Truth Realm expert could establish one. Because of this, there were fewer sacred grounds in the 6th heaven than in the other realms. Ordinary young gods couldn't stay in the 6th heaven for long unless they joined a sacred ground that had a Supreme Truth Realm young god. Why do young gods in the 6th heaven seem so selfish? Why don't they allow other young gods to go there? Qi Yuan asked, puzzled. It felt like the ones who got rich were blocking others from getting in. These are just rumors, but it's said that the 6th heaven doesn't really exist. It was created by Supreme Truth Realm experts, and it can't support too many young gods, Hong Yu explained. So young gods have no dignity, huh? Like homeless people, they can't stay in the 6th heaven for long before getting kicked out, Qi Yuan muttered, sharing his thoughts. That's why, if you want to settle in the 6th heaven, you must join one of the sacred grounds. But even the sacred grounds with Supreme Truth Realm experts don't accept just any young god. Black Abyss only accepts those with its bloodline. And that bloodline comes from their creation artifact. Black Abyss beings aren't native to the immortal world but emerged from a creation artifact. Hong Yu said gravely. Is it the same for the Molo clan? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. Yes, Hong Yu nodded. The Molo clan doesn't have any Supreme Truth Realm experts, but they also emerged from a creation artifact, so they are barely considered part of Black Abyss. But one day, the Molo well devoured part of Black Abyss's ancestral blood. The young gods of Black Abyss were furious and almost destroyed the Molo well. However, they couldn't retrieve the ancestral blood, so the Molo clan was banished to the 5th heaven. Without Black Abyss, the Molo clan couldn't produce any Supreme Truth Realm experts. It became difficult for even Truth Realm experts to emerge, so they've been desperate to return to Black Abyss. Hong Yu explained in detail. The Black Abyss's ancestral blood was the origin of all Black Abyss cultivators. It was the key to Black Abyss's ability to produce Supreme Truth Realm experts. But with part of it devoured, Black Abyss lost the potential to create more Supreme Truth Realm experts, which enraged them. Thus, the Molo clan was expelled to the fifth heaven. This Molo well sounds a lot like my family's well. It loves to devour things. Could it really be mine? Qi Yuan mused aloud, almost believing it himself. Hong Yu was speechless and didn't respond. So, by your explanation, Black Abyss has a lot of Supreme Truth Realm experts. Could it be the most powerful faction in the sixth heaven? Qi Yuan asked again. Hong Yu smiled, a proud expression on her face. At the Supreme Truth Realm, it's not about numbers anymore. My Moon God Palace only has 2 Supreme Truth Realm experts. But our Moon Sovereign, alone, can hold off 4 or even 5 Supreme Truth Realm experts from Black Abyss. Where is Ji Buping? The ugly old woman suddenly remembered, her expression turning cold. She recalled how she had gone to ask that blood robe about Ji Buping a few days ago, only to be driven off by that purple-robed female cultivator. Outrageous. The core members are bullying others. Even though she was a mythic expert herself and almost had enough merit to gain the ability to reflect the heavens, she had been humiliated. Not only that, but she also couldn't do anything about Blood Robe, a mere high-ranking cultivator, because of her fear. She was furious, but suddenly, she calmed down, her eyes flashing with a deep light. After the eruption at Flame Mountain, I think I sensed someone heading toward him. Despite Hong Yu hiding her aura when she fled to Qi Yuan, the old woman, being a mythic expert, had still sensed something. During the Molo clan's search, he turned them away. It seems, the old woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent, daring to collude with Moon God Palace and harbor one of its criminals. Even if you're a guest elder of Black Abyss, you won't survive. The old woman had a bold idea. Since she couldn't deal with Blood Robe herself, she would report him. If her report was successful, the Molo clan would certainly not spare Blood Robe. Both Blood Robe and the Moon God Palace criminal would be doomed. With this thought, her plan became clear. Sneaking a glance at Qi Yuan's tent, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. When she reappeared, she had arrived at the core area of the Molo Sacred Tower. Her report had already been submitted, and now she waited outside for someone to receive her. Luckily, being from Black Abyss, she didn't have to wait even half an hour before she was led inside. In the cave mansion, an emaciated old man in a gray robe, who appeared kind, greeted her. Since the Molo clan revered Black Abyss, many of them wore gray robes to avoid clashing with the black robes of Black Abyss members. Friend Meng Ji Yu, it's been a while. You're as impressive as ever. The emaciated old man said, smiling. He was a mythic expert who could reflect the heavens and held a high position in the Molo Sacred Tower. The ugly old woman wasn't good at socializing, so she got straight to the point. I've come because I discovered someone harboring a criminal from Moon God Palace. Oh, the emaciated old man was surprised. He was in charge of the matter of Hong Yu's escape. Could it be Black Abyss's guest elder? The old man asked. Yes, a new guest elder named Blood Robe. The old woman said, I personally saw the Moon God Palace criminal flee into his cave mansion, and when the Molo clan's men came to search, he drove them away. Outrageous. Harboring a criminal, he deserves death. The old man was enraged. Then he asked, I haven't heard of this Blood Robe. Is he a newly appointed guest elder? It was best to clarify things when it came to Black Abyss. Yes, he doesn't actually have Black Abyss's bloodline. He only became a guest elder because he was recommended by a core member of Black Abyss. The old woman said angrily. The old man's expression darkened. Since this involves a core member of Black Abyss, I cannot make the decision myself. I will report this to the Celestial Sovereign. Don't worry, Meng Ji Yu. Anyone who dares to harbor the Molo clan's enemy will die, even if they are a core member of Black Abyss. Hearing this, the ugly old woman felt much more satisfied. That hateful Blood Robe was doomed this time. Meng Ji Yu, in 3 years, the Molo Sacred Tower will be holding the Si Shui meeting. Don't forget to attend, the old man invited, trying to strengthen their relationship. After all, Meng Ji Yu was about to become a core member of Black Abyss, and it was worth maintaining a good connection with her. All right, the old woman nodded, feeling pleased. And make sure you don't leak my visit today. As if remembering something, she added another reminder. Don't worry, the heavens know, the earth knows, you and I know, and the Celestial Sovereign will know. The Celestial Sovereign, he referred to as the young god overseeing the Molo sacred tower. Satisfied, the old woman nodded and left. Farewell. Leaving the core area of the Molo sacred tower, the old woman made her way to Black Abyss's outpost. She remembered the message her friend had sent. The purple-robed female cultivator had left Blood Robe a nice gift. Since Blood Robe would soon be captured and executed, it would be a waste not to collect those gifts herself. Half an hour later, the old woman emerged from Black Abyss's outpost, her eyes filled with hostility. HMPH, those managers have no sense. They almost refused to give me the items. Still, she had managed to snatch the gifts left by the purple-robed woman. Opening the storage pouch, her eyes gleamed with envy. A Tongtian jade, what a treasure, it'll save me 10,000 years. She wasn't too afraid of the purple-robed woman. After all, she wouldn't argue over the belongings of a dead man. Besides, with Blood Robe about to die, the purple-robed woman probably wouldn't care enough to pursue it. Most importantly, no one knew she had leaked the information. By now, the Celestial Sovereign must have given the order. It won't be long before the Molo clan surrounds and kills him. I should go enjoy the show. As the saying goes, criminals often return to the scene of the crime, and this law applied even in the upper realms. The old woman disappeared, preparing to return to the Mi Luo realm to watch the fun. When she entered the Mi Luo realm again, she spotted Qi Yuan lounging lazily in the distance. A cruel smile spread across her face. Enjoy your peace while you can. Soon, you won't be able to smile. Just then, Qi Yuan sat up, as if sensing something. Oh, you just returned from the Molo sacred tower. The ugly old woman nodded, her raspy voice confirming, yes. Sigh, if I'd known you were going to the outpost, I would have asked you to bring me the gift Horn's sister left for me. I'm too lazy and prefer staying at home. Aside from going fishing, I rarely leave, Qi Yuan said, disappointed. The old woman narrowed her eyes and remained silent, turning to leave. She was holding back her excitement and joy, just waiting for Blood Robe to be eliminated. She had come back early to make sure Blood Robe didn't flee. Watching over him felt safer. Time ticked by slowly, and the old woman stayed in her temporary cave mansion, occasionally glancing toward Qi Yuan's location, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was updating the Golden Core section of the Qi Yuan Sutra. Stretching, he sighed. Ah, sometimes being too handsome is a problem. That old lady keeps staring at me, I'm starting to feel self-conscious. I never thought I'd reach the point where I'd have the allure of a scholar sealed away by an older woman. That's because she hasn't heard you speak, Zhang Lingsu said, covering her mouth to hide her laughter. Her senior brother was better off not talking. My voice, I think it's good enough to become an ASMR streamer, Qi Yuan said with a grin. After all, didn't little Ning Dao fall for him after hearing him speak through a game jade slip? Clearly, his voice was very appealing. With this in mind, Qi Yuan activated the game Jade Slip. I wonder if the new game has loaded. He hadn't checked the game for a while and was feeling nostalgic. As his consciousness entered the Jade Slip, he saw the game icon was still loading. It had only reached about a third of the way. Should I sneak a listen to the game settings? Qi Yuan thought to himself, closing his eyes and focusing. Last time, he could hear little Ning Dao's voice. Maybe this time he'd hear something else. Time passed, the world around him silent. Suddenly, Qi Yuan paused. Junior sister, have you ever heard of the sound of silence? Huh, Zhang Lingsu was confused. How could silence be considered sound? I think I've heard the sound of silence. Qi Yuan closed his eyes again, listening intently. But within the game Jade Slip, he heard nothing. Yet, mixed within the silence, he sensed a faint trace of deathly stillness. Can you speak? Qi Yuan asked, trying out his new ability. It allowed him to communicate with the sounds he heard. Again, silence greeted him. But Qi Yuan's eyes lit up as he sensed a hint of joy. It was a joy as innocent and pure as if it were born of nature. You probably can't speak. You can't even manage a goo gaa. I get it, you don't have a mouth. You're probably a rock. In response, the silence carried a sense of confusion. Forget it, I don't like talking to rocks. What if a monkey jumps out of you? Qi Yuan muttered, preparing to end the connection. The silence grew sad. Just as Qi Yuan was about to speak again, his expression changed. A snitch. The dummy figure had warned him that someone had ratted him out. His face darkened, and without hesitation, he put the game Jade Slip away. His gaze turned toward the old woman in the distance, fury in his eyes. Betrayed by love, someone who can't have me is trying to destroy me. How could people be so wicked? To have such an admirer is a disgrace. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan, fuming, stormed toward the ugly old woman's cave mansion. At that moment, the old woman was meditating, but she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her heart sank. To her shock and horror, she realized that within her cave mansion, which was protected by 10 layers of formations, a figure had appeared. That figure was none other than Qi Yuan. The old woman was stunned, her thoughts swirling in confusion. "Fellow Taoist," she stammered, "I hate snitches the most. You dare report me?" Qi Yuan was furious, and the consequences were dire. The old woman's pupils shrank in disbelief. How did he know? She had just submitted the report, so how did he find out so quickly? Is there no such thing as anonymity in reporting? How can anyone feel safe reporting anything if this is how things go? HMPH, your admiration for me is your business. I can't control that. But you've crossed the line. Just because you can't have me, you decide to ruin me. If everyone acted like you, destroying what they couldn't have, how would the immortal world continue spinning? Perhaps because he was too angry, Qi Yuan mixed up his words and referred to the immortal world as spinning. The old woman was utterly baffled and terrified. She couldn't understand how Blood Robe knew she had reported him. Snitch, time to go to the underworld. I won't show mercy just because you admire me. I've killed my white moonlight. What do I care about an admirer? Qi Yuan didn't give the old woman a chance to speak or resist, unleashing a powerful blow. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. A powerful strike was delivered without any mercy. The ugly old woman's eyes widened as she tried to resist. But her insignificant divine power was weaker than an ant before Qi Yuan. Snitch, go to hell. Qi Yuan obliterated the ugly old woman. Using such overwhelming force would normally alert the Yang gods at the Molo sacred tower. However, the nearby Yang gods had already been lured away by Qi Yuan's schemes. Thus, the old woman's death went unnoticed. This time, Qi Yuan was careful, deliberately ensuring that he didn't destroy the old woman's storage pouch. Killing snitches really clears the mind. Qi Yuan thought to himself, feeling relieved. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. Should I start reflecting on my actions? Retaliating so precisely against a snitch. If this were posted online, wouldn't that look bad? After all, someone had just reported him, and he immediately killed that person. This revealed some deeper issues, serious ones that could affect society's moral fabric. No worries, she's dead now, and no one will know. Feeling fortunate, Qi Yuan shrugged off his concerns. As long as no one found out, society's moral standards wouldn't be compromised. Nothing too serious. He said this while opening the old woman's storage pouch to inspect its treasures. Huh, a sky-passing jade, with Horned Sister's aura, and it's still warm. Instantly, everything became clear to Qi Yuan. Any shred of guilt vanished completely. So, you were trying to steal from me, huh? You deserve to die. He rummaged through the pouch and found several divine techniques. But most of the techniques were the same as the ones Qi Yuan had already obtained from the Yang gods of the Molo clan. As expected, compared to White Moonlight, you're dirt poor. You don't even take baths. Shrugging, Qi Yuan walked away. As for the ugly old woman, her death didn't matter. By the time the people at the Black Abyss outpost found out, Qi Yuan would already be in the upper realm. After returning from dealing with the old woman, Qi Yuan sought out Hong Yu and asked about the upper realm. Qi Yuan learned more about Yang gods and the forces of the upper realms. In the sixth heaven, the most powerful force was the Supreme Truth Society. Nearly all Supreme Truth level experts were affiliated with the Supreme Truth Society. This was because of the Society's creation artifact, the Wall of Myriad Principles. The name was quite similar to the Gate of Myriad Principles. In front of this wall, Yang gods could better understand their path and realize their own principles. Because of this, even Yang gods, with their natural pride, were humbled before the Supreme Truth Society. After all, not everyone could be invited to the Supreme Truth Symposium. I can't believe Yang God Mazi worked for free for so many years for the Supreme Truth Society, just to get an invitation to the symposium. In Yang God Mazi's residence, Qi Yuan found the symposium invitation. It was the reward for years of unpaid labor. Now, it was Qi Yuan's to use. He chuckled, thinking that the upper realm's White Moonlight figures were quite generous. There was another surprising revelation. In the sixth heaven, the place with the most young gods was actually the first heaven. However, most of the young gods in the first heaven were wandering cultivators without affiliations, often sleeping in seclusion, seeking breakthroughs. Not all young gods had the chance to reach the supreme truth. And not all young gods were willing to work for the Supreme Truth Society to increase their chances of a breakthrough. Because of this, there was a group of young gods known as alternative young gods. Because they can't break through to the supreme truth, some high-level young gods follow different paths. They either focus solely on cultivating power or expanding their divine domains. These alternative young gods are stronger than ordinary young gods. The best among them can even rival lesser Supreme Truth Realm young gods. But to Supreme Truth Realm experts, they're still too weak, Hong Yu explained. In her heart, Hong Yu was puzzled. How could a guest elder of Black Abyss be so unfamiliar with the matters of the upper realm? It was as if he had just ascended. But an ordinary ascended cultivator wouldn't have the same strength as Qi Yuan. Oh, Qi Yuan muttered, then suddenly, he launched a sneak attack. Hong Yu didn't have time to react and collapsed, unconscious, before Qi Yuan. Senior brother, what are you doing? Zhang Lingsu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. We're about to ascend to the upper realm, so I need to put her in my netherworld. I'd rather not let outsiders know about my netherworld. Hee, wasn't my sneak attack a surprise? No one could have seen it coming. Zhang Lingsu was speechless. They had been having a normal conversation. Who would have expected him to launch a sneak attack? Senior brother, don't sneak attack me. At least give me a heads up next time. Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but protest. Okay, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Zhang Lingsu's expression changed. Her eyes grew deep. Sigh, senior brother, maybe I should return to your purple mansion. People look at me strangely when I'm out with you. Indeed, people were always surprised to see her with Qi Yuan. Her cultivation level was too low. At her level, she wasn't even qualified to be a servant to someone of Qi Yuan's caliber. Even Hong Yu, though she hadn't said anything outright, had a look in her eyes that Zhang Lingsu, as a woman, couldn't miss. Clutching Qi Yuan's arm, she blinked up at him. Senior brother, will you ever look down on me because my cultivation is low? Why would I? Isn't everyone equal now? Qi Yuan looked puzzled, then sighed, the atmosphere in the immortal world is really bad. To Qi Yuan, Zhang Lingsu would always be his junior sister, no matter if she was at the foundation establishment stage, young god, or even a Dao ancestor. Cultivation was meant for freedom. If you saw yourself as above others, how could you be free? Zhang Lingsu felt joy and anxiety hearing this. I still need to work hard and improve. Keep at it. Aim to become a core formation cultivator. Qi Yuan encouraged. At the Molo Sacred Tower, Qi Yuan, disguised as young god Mazi, was enveloped in dark mist. As soon as he appeared, all the Yin god experts of the Molo clan bowed in respect. Greetings, Celestial Sovereign. Whether Yin gods, high-level Yin gods, or mythic experts, they all lowered their noble heads. In their eyes, young god Mazi was the only young god in the Molo Sacred Tower, the true ruler of this vast region. In terms of area, young god Mazi's domain was larger than the sun, if compared to Earth. More importantly, it wasn't a barren wasteland but a region ideal for cultivation. Qi Yuan's acting was flawless. Back on Arcturus, he had even played the role of a madman convincingly. Pretending to be young god Mazi was nothing. Shrouded in darkness, no one could see his face. He took a step forward, entering the highest level of the Molo Sacred Tower, where the teleportation array to the sixth heaven was located. Normally, activating this teleportation array required many formalities. But now that Qi Yuan was young god Mazi, these formalities meant nothing to him. Sky-passing jade. Qi Yuan placed the sky-passing jade in the array, and his body entered the teleportation array. The world around him began to shift. At the same time, in another Molo Sacred Tower, spatial ripples filled the air as a powerful aura descended. A purple-robed woman appeared, descending from the sixth heaven to the fifth heaven. The Yin gods guarding the teleportation array saw her and bowed, their faces filled with awe. This woman was a core member of Black Abyss. Blood Rogue. Her eyes filled with urgency as she flew to the Black Abyss outpost. Moments later, she headed toward the Mi Luo realm. But no matter where she searched, she couldn't find the familiar figure. Damn it, where did he go? Why hasn't he received my messages? Could it be he's no longer in the fifth heaven? The purple-robed woman was frantic. After recording the flashing light of his bloodline, she had returned to Black Abyss to show it to her ancestors. When her ancestor saw it, his face had dramatically changed, ordering her to bring Blood Robe back to the ancestral land no matter what. At that moment, she realized that Blood Robe's bloodline was even more terrifying than she had imagined. From her ancestor's expression, it was clear that if he could have come down himself, he would have. But she understood that someone of her ancestor's strength couldn't leave freely. So, she was tasked with secretly bringing Blood Robe back. But now, Blood Robe was nowhere to be found, which made her extremely anxious. Could it be that he returned to the second heaven, or perhaps he went to another realm? The purple-robed woman's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She never expected such a dramatic change. She had only been gone for less than a month, and now, the man had vanished. That Blood Robe fellow didn't even have great strength. How could he have gotten hold of a sky-passing jade? Did he sell himself to someone? Or maybe, he had received the little gift she left for him. Someone, go search all of the fifth heaven. I want Blood Robe found. The purple-robed woman returned to the Black Abyss outpost and gave her orders. Then, she ascended to the top of the Molo Sacred Tower, preparing to return to Black Abyss headquarters to report the situation to her ancestor. This is the sixth heaven. Standing in a pitch-black space, Qi Yuan squinted, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. The spatial environment of the fifth heaven was somewhat similar to that of the Kanglan world, just with denser spiritual energy. But the sixth heaven felt strangely both solid and fragile at the same time. It seems that the sixth heaven really was created by a supreme truth-level expert. Otherwise, it wouldn't have this contradictory feeling of being both delicate and sturdy. Celestial Sovereign, young god Mokuan left several days ago. This is the token of our Duan Yu Abyss. A yin god from the Molo clan respectfully handed over a token. The past half-month had been nerve-wracking for those guarding Duan Yu Abyss, as there had been no young god present, and they felt vulnerable. Now that young god Mazi had arrived, they all sighed with relief. Qi Yuan accepted the token, and immediately, a flood of information poured into his mind. The upper abyss of the Black Abyss was divided into 19 regions, each governed by a young god of the Molo clan. Among the 19 young gods, 3 were at the supreme truth level, while the rest were either small or great young gods. Qi Yuan had been assigned to Duan Yu Abyss, while the young god closest to him was a supreme truth level young god of the Molo clan. These 19 regions were connected by the creation artifact known as the Molo Well, forming a unified defense and offensive network. This Molo clan has fallen on hard times. They're helping Taihuang Palace fight against the Moon God Palace, yet they still have to pay for their own war effort. The young gods of the Molo clan didn't have the privilege to stay permanently in the sixth heaven. So, while stationed at the Black Abyss, they had to pay Taihuang Palace just to fight in the war against the Moon God Palace. Hearing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but be speechless. The Molo clan seemed to be down on their luck. He swept his gaze over the assembled yin gods of the Molo clan and asked, has everyone gathered? The high-level figures of Duan Yu Abyss should have assembled to greet him after his ascent. The lead mythic expert hesitated for a moment before bowing his head and saying, the envoy from Taihuang Palace seems to be occupied with something and hasn't arrived yet. The mythic expert was speaking cautiously. In fact, the envoys from Taihuang Palace were always arrogant, treating the Molo clan as beneath them. They hardly bothered to attend such formalities. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the Molo clan's leader shared the same hairstyle as Fleecy, the famous sheep. Otherwise, how could the envoys from Taihuang Palace dare to skip such an event? If young god Mazi were present, he might feel a little displeased but would endure it. But Qi Yuan wasn't young god Mazi, so, he wasn't going to put up with it. As for whether making a fuss would cause problems, well, that was the Molo clan's concern, not his. Go and call over the envoy from Taihuang Palace. Tell him I have a gift for him. Qi Yuan's voice was raspy as he gave the order. The yin gods of the Molo clan were visibly startled, but then their faces filled with jealousy and envy. The envoy from Taihuang Palace was really lucky. Even the majestic young god Mazi wanted to give him a gift. Their envy was palpable. Qi Yuan ignored their reactions and continued, also, help me investigate where Moon Goddess Jinli is stationed in the war zones. The Black Abyss was vast, larger even than the Kanglan world by far. Qi Yuan needed to pinpoint Moon Goddess Jinli's exact location so he could find her. However, he couldn't just charge into the Moon God Palace's territory. Otherwise, the Moon God Palace's defensive formations and creation artifacts would attack him. The battles of young gods were restricted to the rift zones within the Black Abyss. Does the celestial sovereign have an interest in the moon goddess? One mythic expert asked, puzzled. Shouldn't a young god be concerned with other young gods? Why was he asking about a mere moon goddess? I once saw her portrait and was captivated by her beauty. She struck me as a celestial being. I want to find her and make her my Tao companion. Qi Yuan raised his head and looked at the countless stars in the sky. Among them, he immediately spotted Jinli's star. His eyes glowed with a mixture of longing and fond memories. At that moment, one of the mythic experts frowned and said, I've heard that this moon goddess is stationed at Juyu Abyss. Oh, that's nearby. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. According to the information in the token, Juyu Abyss was right next to Duanyu Abyss. The one in charge of Juyu Abyss was one of the supreme truth-level young gods of the Black Abyss. Yes, this moon goddess is exceptionally talented. She's been at Juyu Abyss for 10,000 years. When she first arrived, she wasn't even a high-level yin god, but now she's a mythic-level figure. The expert spoke of moon goddess Jinli with a tone of deep respect. Hearing the name moon goddess Jinli from others stirred an immense sense of joy and longing in Qi Yuan. There was something profoundly satisfying about hearing the name of someone dear from another person's mouth. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. It seems that one day, I must abduct her and take her as my Tao companion, Qi Yuan said with a calm smile. The Molo clan cultivators below all showed knowing, amused smiles. The moon maidens were not allowed to marry. For a celestial sovereign to abduct a moon maiden as his Tao companion would be a direct insult to the moon god palace. Congratulations, celestial sovereign, on your upcoming success. In another month, it seems there will be the lunar banquet. If the celestial sovereign abducts the moon maiden then, it will be a double celebration. The Molo clan cultivators flattered him, laughing as they spoke. The lunar banquet was a special birthday celebration unique to the moon god palace. Whenever a moon god palace cultivator reached 10,000 years of age, a lunar banquet would be held in their honor. Oh, whose lunar banquet is it? Qi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Could it be Jinli's? It's for a mythic cultivator who ranks in the top 3 in the Juyu Abyss war record. One of the Molo clan cultivators replied. He seemed quite knowledgeable about the situation in the Juyu Abyss. Because the lunar banquet was only held once every 10,000 years, the moon god palace celebrated it grandly, inviting many guests. This mythic-level cultivator from the Molo clan had been here for several centuries and had only heard of a few lunar banquets. Oh, Qi Yuan responded indifferently. Since it wasn't Jinli's, it wasn't important to him. After speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared, heading toward his station. Since he was currently masquerading as young god Mazi, he had to keep up the act. After all, he didn't have official residence papers for the 6th heaven. Moreover, if he were discovered, not only would the young gods of the Molo clan hunt him down, but the Taihuang Palace sovereigns, upon learning of his identity, might also take action against him. As for the Moon God Palace, to him, aside from his wife Jinli and his master wife, everyone else there was a stranger. Although the Moon Maidens held status within the Moon God Palace, they didn't wield real power. Randomly wandering into the Moon God Palace territory might get him erased by their creation artifacts. Thus, he had to meet Jinli in a safe manner. He even needed to win over his mother-in-law. Qi Yuan prided himself on being a high emotional intelligence person. Just as he had warned his junior sister Zhang Lingsu with 100 days of kindness, he wouldn't put Jinli in a difficult position between him and the Moon God Palace. Even though the Moon God Palace forbids moon maidens from marrying, does their law really override marriage law? Qi Yuan pondered whether he should brandish the banner of marriage law to confront the Moon God Palace. But then he reconsidered. After all, the Moon God Palace was Jinli's home. That wouldn't be a good approach. He had to appeal to them emotionally. I'm new here, so I should pay a visit to the leader of Juyu Abyss. Sigh, being a man with high emotional intelligence is exhausting. Qi Yuan reflected that sometimes having high emotional intelligence could be a burden. The Juyu Abyss, located near Duanyu Abyss, was overseen by a Supreme Truth level Yang God. This Supreme Truth Yang God was Yang God Mazi's superior. If Qi Yuan were someone with low emotional intelligence, he would just ignore the leader. But since he was a high emotional intelligence cultivator, he needed to pay his respects to the leader. Otherwise, he might find himself in trouble later on. Social anxiety and high emotional intelligence coexisting in the same person, reminds me of that famous quote, grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Qi Yuan couldn't help but admire himself. Right now, he was the epitome of a man of confidence. Qi Yuan stopped thinking about trivial matters and instead began strategizing for the situation at hand. After some time, a message arrived. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. The Taihuang Palace envoy stationed in Duan Abyss had arrived. Enter. At his command, the massive hall doors opened, and a mythic expert entered, followed by several yin gods of the Molo clan. The mythic expert, from Taihuang Palace, was named Master Beidang, and his face was full of joy. In Taihuang Palace, he was a mythic expert, standing tall. However, this lofty status only applied when dealing with ordinary yin gods. When it came to Yang God celestial sovereigns, he had to be very cautious and would have to go to great lengths just to secure an audience. But here, in the Black Abyss, he was truly living like an aristocrat's son. Even the Yang gods of the Molo clan treated him with courtesy and respect. Now, the newly arrived Yang god of Duan Abyss wanted to meet him immediately. And as a bonus, the celestial sovereign was even going to give him a gift. At this moment, Master Beidang was riding high, striding forward with anticipation, eager to see what this Yang god would gift him. Greetings, celestial sovereign, Master Beidang bowed respectfully. Despite his arrogance toward others, he maintained proper decorum toward a Yang god. After bowing, he looked up, sneaking a glance at the celestial sovereign's figure. In Taihuang Palace, he would never dare look directly at a Yang god, but here, he felt emboldened. However, despite his efforts, he couldn't make out the Yang god's appearance, as the figure was obscured. This was a typical show of reverence. At this point, the Yang god seated on the throne spoke, his voice vast and holy, "Which foot did you step in with first?" The yin gods of the Molo clan were bewildered, unsure why the Yang god asked such a question. Master Beidang was momentarily stunned, not expecting this sudden question. However, being a cultivator with an exceptional memory, he quickly recalled the details. "Your humble servant entered with both legs together," he replied. Qi Yuan, seated on the throne, was caught off guard by the answer. "You're not following the script." His mood darkened. "Entering with both legs together. I hate people like that the most." Qi Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the spiritual energy around them. When a Yang god became angry, it could affect the heavens and earth, causing the very world to tremble. Master Beidang's face turned pale, his blood surging wildly. He had no idea how he had offended the Yang god. The surrounding yin gods of the Molo clan exchanged uneasy glances, trembling in fear, worried they would be caught up in this. The Yang god might fear Taihuang Palace and wouldn't directly harm the envoy, but the yin gods could easily become collateral damage. "I don't understand. How have I offended the celestial sovereign?" Master Beidang stammered, his face red with anxiety. "You stepped in with both legs at once, which violates my taboo. For that, you must die." At those words, the yin gods were dumbfounded. Both legs together. What was wrong with that? Of course, they didn't understand Qi Yuan's peculiar sense of humor. "Die." Qi Yuan pointed a finger. The gap between a Yang god and a yin god was insurmountable. Even in the mortal heart realm, when Qi Yuan helped Wu Shi's mother resist an enemy, they had barely lasted 20 breaths. Master Beidang didn't have the strength to resist and was instantly obliterated by Qi Yuan's attack. The faint scent of blood filled the air. In that brief moment, the once proud Master Beidang was dead. The yin gods in the room stood in stunned silence, afraid to breathe. The situation had escalated dramatically. The Taihuang Palace envoy represented the honor of the palace. And now, the Yang god had killed him. If Taihuang Palace found out and became enraged, well, the Yang god would probably be fine. But the rest of them? The Molo clan would definitely offer some of them as scapegoats to appease Taihuang Palace's wrath. "What's wrong? Do any of you have an issue with me killing Master Beidang?" Qi Yuan's gaze swept across the yin gods, his expression calm. The yin gods trembled, feeling as if a great disaster was looming over them. At this moment, one yin god suddenly spoke up, his face showing excitement. "Celestial Sovereign did the right thing. That man deserved it. I've always hated him, and he violated your taboo, he had to die." Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded approvingly. "What's your name?" "It's always good to have a bootlicker. Your humble servant is Xuanpu." The yin god respectfully bowed, his face glowing with excitement. Qi Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Your name fits your behavior. He hadn't expected such a perfect coincidence. Life really was full of amusing surprises. Xuanku had no idea what Qi Yuan meant, but seeing the celestial sovereign pleased, he smiled too. I killed Master Beideng because of disliked him for a long time. HMPH. We pay to fight this war, and then some arrogant fool comes along to throw his weight around, how irritating. The other yin gods nodded in agreement, some of them feeling a shared sense of satisfaction. Apparently, Master Beideng had been mistreating and oppressing them for quite some time. He deserved to die. That Master Beideng deceived the Taihuang Palace Yang gods while bullying us. His death was justified. Although they harbored resentment toward Taihuang Palace, none dared to direct it at the Yang gods. After all, the Yang gods were benevolent but had been deceived by the likes of Master Beideng. In the sky, a radiant streak of light flashed. A moon ship, like a crescent moon, gleamed brightly, crystal clear and transparent, laden with all manner of celestial treasures, fine wine, and delicacies. The moonlight spilled over the white-robed woman, the plum blossoms on her elegant dress becoming even more vibrant, exuding a cold beauty akin to plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Yet, compared to the dress's owner, these blossoms paled in comparison. Yu Shuang, why have you come? Jinli, dressed in pure white, smiled with a hint of surprise in her eyes as she saw the cold woman approaching. In less than a month, it will be your birthday. I thought I'd stop by and check on you. Yu Shuang smiled, I was worried you might be feeling lonely. It's just a regular birthday, not the lunar banquet. Jinli's tone was indifferent, though a trace of warmth flickered in her chest. Yu Tiao shares the same birthday as you, and she's hosting a lunar banquet. All her friends will be there. I couldn't bear to see you spending the day alone. Yu Shuang spoke softly, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt. Back in the Wangyu continent, she and Jinli had been trapped. One of the two moon maidens had to be abandoned. That one was Jinli. Had it not been for the faceless sword god, Jinli might have perished back then. Because of that, Yu Shuang had always carried a sense of guilt toward her sister. It's just a birthday, it's no different from any other day. I've been planning to head deeper into Juyu Abyss in the coming days and take down a few more of the Molo clan. As she spoke, Jinli radiated a strong, bloodthirsty aura. The once delicate young girl had long since transformed over the years. Have you earned enough merit? Yu Shuang asked. Yes, just a bit more to go. Jinli nodded earnestly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with anticipation. In another decade or so, her merit would be enough, and she could request the Moon God Sovereign to grant her one wish. You're so close, no need to rush it. On the day of the lunar banquet, why don't we just have a quiet meal together? After that, I'll join you on your mission, Yu Shuang suggested. Jinli paused for a moment, then nodded, all right. At that moment, Yu Shuang suddenly asked, what do you plan to ask the Moon God Sovereign for? Is it, to find him, save him, bring him back to life, or? The Moon Maidens aren't allowed to marry. Even if the Moon God Sovereign helps you find him, you can't leave with him. Or are you planning to ask the Moon God Sovereign to release you from the title of Moon Maiden, so you can find him yourself and live together? Every Moon Maiden was granted one wish to be fulfilled by the Moon God Sovereign in their lifetime. Jinli remained silent for a while, before finally smiling, her exquisite beauty shining through like plum blossoms in the snow. As long as he's still alive, seeing him one more time would be the greatest blessing of my life. Why put yourself through this? Yu Shuang sighed. If there was no chance of a future together, it was better to sever ties early. As long as he's alive, I believe, he'll come find me, Jinli said with firm resolve. She remembered the second message that Qi Yuan had sent her through the bridal night. At the time, she hadn't fully understood its meaning. Later, upon seeing the faceless sword god's statue, and recalling memories from the past, she understood everything. Those words had been spoken by the faceless sword god as he waited in vain at July Lake, addressing the future Empress Jinli from a distant time. Even across the barriers of time, he had declared that he would see her again. Yu Shuang could only sigh, countless years can bury anything. It's been so long, how can you be sure he's still the same man you remember? The power of a memory was often so strong that not even the real person could surpass it. Clutching her Linglong Yushi, Jinli's eyes lit up with a radiant smile, recalling the man who had stood guard by the July Lake as snow blanketed his shoulders. She remembered the sword-wielding hero who had led her by the hand through 100 cities, slaying the Black Robe Guard. She thought of the fearless swordsman who, single-handedly, defended the Gate of Death, battling for 300 years and vanquishing 3,000 demons. Though she had never seen his face, she knew in her heart, he's even better than I remember, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better. Everything is ready. It's time to pay a visit to young God Motong. Within the great hall, Qi Yuan's figure slowly faded from sight. Young God Motong was the sovereign of Juyu Abyss, a supreme truth young god, and also technically young god Mazi's superior. The Molo clan had a total of 5 supreme truth young gods, 3 of whom were stationed in the Black Abyss, highlighting how much the Molo clan prioritized the war with the Moon God Palace. This upcoming meeting with young god Motong will truly test my acting skills. I have a feeling that after this performance, I could return to Earth and contend for an Academy Award. I really am a man of confidence. Though young god Mazi and young god Motong didn't have many interactions, both were young gods of the Molo clan. Any slight mistake on Qi Yuan's part could blow his cover. Moreover, this visit to young god Motong wasn't just about paying respects to his superior. Qi Yuan also planned to go fishing and bait the high-ranking leader with enticing treasures. To that end, he had already thoroughly brainwashed young god Mazi to acquire as many details as possible. He had even set traps in Duan Yu Abyss, waiting for his performance. A supreme truth young god shouldn't be too hard, right? Qi Yuan mused. He had never fought a supreme truth young god before. But after making a quick assessment, he concluded that it wouldn't be a problem. After all, his right eyebrow wasn't twitching uncontrollably, which meant everything was going according to plan. Unfortunately, this is the Black Abyss, not the Molo clan. If young god Motong disappears for too long, it will definitely be noticed. Qi Yuan sighed and then set off toward Juyu Abyss. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The night was pitch black, clouds piled high, with only a few rays of moonlight breaking through, falling on Qi Yuan's crimson robe. Once again, the soundless sound reached his ears. As Qi Yuan hurried along, he held the game jade slip in his hand, looking at the icons inside. I'm busy playing the actor. How about you try growing a mouth? Otherwise, I have no idea what you're trying to say. Inside the jade slip, there was only silence. But Qi Yuan could still hear the soundless sound, and countless guesses raced through his mind. Who are you? Could you be Tai Shu, so ethereal that you can't speak? Or are you chaos, formless and without features? It's a shame I'm not Nuwa, or I could mold you into a clay figure and give you a face. Qi Yuan rambled on. My name is Qi Yuan, and soon I'll be playing your game. Let's see if you're as good as you think. Clad in his crimson robe, Qi Yuan's figure landed. The spiritual energy around him trembled, heralding the arrival of a young god celestial sovereign. Mazi pays respects to young god Motong. Since he was acting, Qi Yuan made sure to be respectful. He stood tall within the Juyu Abyss, but then bowed slightly. Hearing the news of Qi Yuan's arrival, the mythic figures and ordinary great lords stationed at Juyu Abyss all lowered their heads. In the darkness, a hoarse voice rang out. Enter. The sky above Juyu Abyss split open, and a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from the fissure. Qi Yuan raised his head, gazing at the fissure, as though seeing a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Every supreme truth level expert had their own truth. As for young god Motong's truth, Qi Yuan wasn't sure. At this moment, he was extremely cautious, fully concealing his aura to maintain the image of Mazi. Qi Yuan stepped into the fissure. When he reappeared, he found himself in a void abyss. Azure clouds floated about, and several wrought iron chains spanned the abyss, holding up a massive stone. On the stone, atop a throne of bones, was a gigantic eye. No body, no limbs, just one massive eye. This was the true form of young god Motong. For these young god celestial sovereigns, especially those with enemies, unless their past and present selves were perfectly fused, an enemy could exploit their past self to track down their true form, an extremely dangerous situation. You will guard Duan Yu Abyss for 100,000 years. As fellow young gods, we should interact more. Young god Motong's hoarse voice echoed. As it should be, Qi Yuan nodded. This space was pitch black, with almost no light. Qi Yuan guessed it might be because young god Motong's true form was an eye. Too much sunlight could hurt his vision. Wouldn't it be bad if he got nearsighted? Qi Yuan almost wanted to ask if young god Motong needed glasses. But then he reminded himself that he was playing the part of young god Mazi, an actor, so he suppressed the urge. Qi Yuan was moved by his own dedication. To be a good actor, he had to suppress his nature, and he had sacrificed so much. I heard, you killed the Taihuang Palace envoy. Young god Motong spoke again, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion aside from its hoarseness. I personally arrived at Duan Yu Abyss. As the envoy, he failed to come to greet me, he deserved to die. Qi Yuan declared boldly. He deserved it, young god Motong replied. A mere Taihuang Palace envoy, killing him was no big deal. Thank you, Celestial Sovereign, for understanding. Qi Yuan continued playing his role. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt a prickling sensation on his back, as though countless eyes were watching him. He gathered his energy tightly, his gaze remaining calm, as if unaware of the scrutinizing eyes. Then, young god Motong spoke again. In a few days, Juyu Abyss will hold a lunar banquet. Mazi, do you want to join me in crashing the party and doing something big? The bloodshot eyes studied Qi Yuan, who suddenly felt a profound sense of insignificance. It was as if this eye didn't belong on the bone throne, but should rather be hanging in the heavens. Does the Celestial Sovereign intend to attack Juyu Abyss? Qi Yuan feigned surprise. The Moon God Palace's creation artifact, Yuhuang Remnant Moon, stands guard. I fear, it won't be easy. The Moon God Palace possessed multiple creation artifacts. In the Black Abyss, one such artifact, the Yuhuang Remnant Moon, protected the area. The Yuhuang Remnant Moon linked all of Moon God Palace's territories within the Black Abyss, placing them in the Serene Void Realm. This was a type of spiritual assault targeting young gods. Any celestial sovereign who stepped into this realm would be subjected to this unique attack. Those who had barely ascended to the young god realm, with weak souls, would immediately fall victim. Even celestial sovereigns with flawless souls would find their defenses compromised, leaving them vulnerable. At that point, the young gods of the Moon God Palace could deliver a fatal strike. Each creation artifact possessed unique abilities. The Yuhuang Remnant Moon, young god Motong chuckled. The world is never short of ambitious people. There is a mythic cultivator in the Moon God Palace who has been stuck at the mythic level for 500,000 years. In her lifetime, she will never ascend to the young god realm within the Moon God Palace. I've promised to help her ascend, and in exchange, she will be my guide. She holds a minor and insignificant bit of authority over the Yuhuang Remnant Moon, but it's enough. To ascend to the young god realm is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Qi Yuan maintained his role as Mazi, expressing skepticism. His words implied that it was extremely difficult to ascend to the young god realm, even for young god Motong. A mere promise. Does it really matter if I can't help her ascend? She's just a mythic. Even if she knows more rules, against a supreme truth-level young god, she'll lose. Young god Motong said confidently. Mythic experts, limited by their knowledge, might believe they could form binding agreements with young gods, possibly even making vows to ensure cooperation. But in reality, as people on Earth might say, the mythic expert is like a middle schooler signing a contract with a highly specialized lawyer. It's unlikely the student would spot any hidden clauses. The deal was inherently unbalanced. That mythic expert probably knew she might be deceived, but had no choice but to gamble. After all, the opportunity to ascend to the young god realm was far too rare. If the Moon God Sovereign hadn't been seriously injured and left the Moon God Palace in turmoil, she wouldn't have dared to cooperate with me. Young god Motong continued, I'll launch the sneak attack and heavily wound young god Longyu. All you need to do is conceal the truth from the other young gods, and before leaving, eliminate all low-level cultivators of the Moon God Palace and capture 2 moon maidens. Young god Motong laid out his entire plan to Qi Yuan. The main goal of this lunar banquet was to launch a surprise attack and seriously injure young god Longyu. As for killing him, that wasn't within his ability. Additionally, young god Motong planned to kill the low-level cultivators of the Moon God Palace and abduct 2 moon maidens, a notable achievement. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, pretending to think deeply. Could this be a trap? Do you not trust me? No. Qi Yuan quickly bowed, playing the part of a subordinate. He felt his acting skills were improving by the minute. Are you interested? Young god Motong asked again. After some thought, Qi Yuan replied, I am, but I still have some matters to attend to in Duan Yu Abyss. May I return before the lunar banquet begins? Young god Motong's eye glowed more deeply. Fine. Thank you, Celestial Sovereign. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Qi Yuan's figure vanished from the vast space, as if in a hurry. In the endless abyss, there was nothing but darkness, with young god Motong seated on the bone throne. Suddenly, the black night sky lit up. In the sky, countless blood-red eyes appeared. These eyes swiveled and moved. On the bone throne, young god Motong spoke, his voice hoarse. What is he hiding? He looked calm, as if it were an ordinary meeting. Young god Motong muttered to himself, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. Then, the bloodshot eyes in the night sky all spoke in unison. My truth lies in microscopic observation, nothing within my sight can escape. The eye on the bone throne gleamed, its aura immense. The truth that young god Motong had comprehended from the supreme truth wall was microscopic observation. With microscopic observation, the mind is like a clear mirror, the spirit present in the void. High above in the heavens, it could see even the tiniest ant, the texture of rocks, the essence of the world, and the mysteries of the great Tao. Reveal. Earlier, when young god Mazi was present, Motong had sensed that Mazi was hiding something. Now, he activated his microscopic observation. Soon, a gleam of joy appeared in his eyes, the aura of purple chi. He had glimpsed the first energy of the immortal realm, the aura of purple chi. He's come into contact with purple chi recently. He's new to the sixth heaven, and he must have discovered the purple chi but hasn't had time to collect it. No wonder he was in such a hurry to leave. Heavenly treasures belong to those with virtue. Purple chi is destined for me. Young god Motong's hoarse voice echoed as his form dissipated. All the eyes in the sky retracted and merged. Young god Motong transformed into a shadow and immediately followed the trail of the purple chi. In just a few breaths, he saw the figure in the crimson robe. Staying so calm, too bad you can't escape my microscopic observation. He trailed behind from a distance, not revealing himself. Up ahead, Chi Yuan acted as though unaware, hurrying along. He crossed Ju Yu Abyss and returned to Duan Yu Abyss, his sleeves fluttering as he disappeared into the palace. Young god Motong chuckled, as though everything was going according to plan, so cautious. But he was patient, waiting in hiding. In a gap within the void, a single eye remained fixed on Chi Yuan. Time flew by. Young god Motong stayed hidden. At first glance, young god Mazi appeared to be doing nothing. But Motong knew he was pretending. No matter how good his acting was, he couldn't escape his microscopic observation. Sure enough, on a dark, windy night, Motong saw a figure slip out of the palace. Motong smirked, thinking to himself, sending your past self to distract me. Motong knew that Mazi would never have sensed his presence. But Mazi's actions were out of instinctive caution. Still, Motong didn't move, continuing to bide his time. After all, patience was key to success, and he didn't need a thick skin to get what he wanted. Indeed, about half an hour later, the real young god Mazi moved, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing. Young god Motong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Finally made your move. Well then, the purple chi is mine. Young one, you have much to learn. Let me teach you that the elderly are always wiser. Your journey has been too smooth, it's time for you to learn some lessons. Young god Motong's form faded as he silently followed. Chi Yuan was now sneaking around, concealing his aura, moving like a thief. I'll give him a little scare later. Motong fancied himself quite humorous, his enormous eye trailing behind. After stealing the purple chi, it wouldn't be a good idea to use Mazi's name to infiltrate the moon god palace, but that was a minor concern. About 100 breaths later, young god Mazi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Motong smirked, narrowing his eyes. The purple chi is strong here. He could barely contain his excitement, but decided to wait a little longer. He was in high spirits. For him, purple chi was extremely valuable, capable of enhancing his strength. For a supreme truth young god, unless one comprehended new truths, there were few ways to quickly increase their power, and refining purple chi was one of them. This kid has some luck on his side, discovering purple chi right after arriving at Duan Yu Abyss, but it's going to be mine. Motong waited for the right moment to seize the purple chi. Wait, judging by how cautious he is, could it be, there's more treasure than just the purple chi? Motong pondered. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his aura wavered for just a moment. Because he saw, ahead of him, an enormous mass of purple chi. Not only that, but the purple chi was swirling around a door. The door was made of white jade, ancient, profound, and sacred. No words could adequately describe that door. It radiated an aura of wisdom, the essence of truth itself, something that would make any young god celestial sovereign tremble with desire. Even Motong couldn't help but reveal his aura. After all, this was the supreme creation artifact of the immortal realm, the supreme truth gate. Whoever possessed it could become the ruler of the 9 heavens. You, why are you here? Qi Yuan's face showed shock, his voice filled with fear and anger. Motong grinned widely. Thank you, Mazi. At that moment, his heart surged with killing intent. The purple chi wasn't enough to warrant murder, but the Supreme Truth Gate was a different story. Seeing Mazi's furious and desperate expression, Motong was ecstatic. Damn it, it's mine, all mine. Mazi seemed to lose his composure, rushing toward the Supreme Truth Gate. Seeing this, Motong didn't hesitate for a second. He transformed into a mythic rock and dove into the Supreme Truth Gate. Fool, the Supreme Truth Gate is mine. Normally, he would have been more cautious about entering such a place. But right now, if Mazi got there first and took control of the Supreme Truth Gate, it would be disastrous. So, without any hesitation, he charged in. Suddenly, angry, frantic cries echoed from the gate. Heavens, how could you let this happen? You treacherous dog, how dare you deceive me? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Motong Yang God's eyes gleamed with joy. The more frantically Mazi Yang God acted, the more excited Motong became. The luck of the 9 heavens is on me, I'm destined to transcend. Without hesitation, Motong rushed headlong into the Supreme Truth Gate. Transcending the 9 heavens and becoming the foremost being in this realm was just within reach. In an instant, Motong Yang God stepped through the Supreme Truth Gate. The atmosphere around him changed abruptly. Ahead, the figure of Mazi Yang God, cloaked in his blood-red robe, stood trembling, as if overwhelmed by fear and anger, almost as if he were sobbing. Motong's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Ha ha ha, destiny is mine. Forget Taihuang Palace and Moon God Palace, from now on, they will all serve me. The Supreme Truth Gate was the greatest creation artifact in the 9 heavens. Being a Supreme Truth Yang God already, if Motong could spend 1,000,000 years inside the Supreme Truth Gate, comprehending all the Supreme Truths, he would undoubtedly reach the Great Supreme Truth Realm. After absorbing the Supreme Truths understood by other Great Supreme Truth beings, who in the 9 heavens could stop him from soaring freely. At that moment, the trembling figure ahead gritted his teeth, and his angry words drifted back. You're stalking me, stalker, peeping freak, you weren't spying on me in the bath, were you? Oh, wait, I haven't bathed in a while. Stalking, peeping, breaking and entering, you've committed the 10 great sins. The voice was so dramatic and full of emotion that, if heard in a courthouse on earth, the judge might not even need a trial to believe this heartfelt monologue. But this was the 9 heavens. Motong Yang God immediately grew cautious. Mazi's behavior was far too strange. Could it be, the Supreme Truth Gate affects one's emotions? The chaotic words Mazi had just uttered didn't seem like something he would normally say. Becoming more and more wary, Motong stared at Mazi Yang God's back. Then, Mazi Yang God turned around, and the smoke around him cleared, revealing a face as smooth as white jade, stunningly handsome. Motong Yang God blinked, momentarily stunned. Could the Supreme Truth Gate not only affect emotions but also alter appearances? This Mazi Yang God looked nothing like the person he remembered. Criminals must be punished, declared Qi Yuan, continuing his act. You're not Mazi, are you? Motong Yang God asked, both surprised and growing more apprehensive. His eyes filled with suspicion, and behind him, countless eyes appeared, all scanning Qi Yuan. He activated his microscopic observation. He wanted to see Qi Yuan's true form. However, despite the power of Motong's microscopic observation, he received very little feedback from the crimson-cloaked figure before him. His sense of apprehension grew. I'm not Mazi, of course. I am the spirit of the Supreme Truth Gate. Qi Yuan replied, thoroughly enjoying his role. Since you've broken into my home, I'll be borrowing your head. With Qi Yuan's words, his blood-red sword rose, its dark crimson light dazzling. Greed, envy, lust, all sorts of powerful auras emanated from it. A great heaven Yang God. No, an innate divine power. The purple mansion. Motong was struck by the absurdity of the situation. The pressure he felt was on par with a great heaven Yang God. But the attack seemed to come from an innate divine power. It was a bit like being in a duel with a mathematics professor, only for him to pull out a quadratic equation as his ultimate move. However, this was the Supreme Truth Gate, and Motong remained cautious. Even when facing innate divine powers, his microscopic observation was operating at full capacity. Heaven's punishment. Normally, when a great heaven Yang God faces off against a Supreme Truth Yang God, the former has almost no chance of survival. Without the Supreme Truth, one is like a person who cannot truly see the world for what it is. When Motong activated his microscopic observation, every movement of Qi Yuan, every flow of spiritual energy, seemed to be within his control. The fierce, blood-soaked sword strike, despite its overwhelming power, had a subtle weakness that Motong detected immediately. Confident of victory, he counterattacked. An alternative young god like you is nothing. He was certain he had deduced Qi Yuan's true nature. But what he didn't anticipate was Qi Yuan's sharp tongue. You spied on me. Your gaze makes me uncomfortable. This is harassment, Qi Yuan shouted in mock anger, unleashing a devastating strike. Motong Yang God smirked. This attack clashed with his, and the two were evenly matched. The supreme truth gate is mine. As for the person you want dead, I'll deal with the one in Taihuang Palace for you. You talk too much. Qi Yuan realized just how powerful the supreme truth realm was. With a young god like Mazi, he could take him down with a sneak attack or a swift strike. But facing a supreme truth young god, he sensed real danger and unease. Your sword isn't all that. Motong Yang God confidently activated his microscopic observation to its fullest extent. As soon as Qi Yuan's sword fell, he would immediately counter and strike Qi Yuan down. But just as the sword's immense power reached its peak, Qi Yuan suddenly withdrew it. Oops, I'm putting my sword away. When Qi Yuan's brow twitched, a sign of impending disaster, he pulled his attack back without hesitation. Motong Yang God hesitated for a moment, then sneered, nothing special. I'm coming again. At that moment, Qi Yuan attacked once more, unleashing the heaven-splitting sword technique, its fierce energy rippling through the heavens and the earth. Motong Yang God sensed a surge of danger and immediately activated microscopic observation, frantically searching for flaws in the sword strike. In an instant, countless pieces of information passed through his mind, and his eyes locked onto a weak point. But then, the familiar mocking voice rang out again. Oops, fooled you, I'm backing off. Qi Yuan once again withdrew his sword, and all of Motong's calculations went to waste. Seeing this, Motong Yang God, despite his usually calm demeanor, was now livid. He wanted nothing more than to rip Qi Yuan's mouth apart. Microscopic observation was more suited for defense, and each time Qi Yuan withdrew, it wasted Motong's energy. He wasn't a great supreme truth, and using microscopic observation consumed immense energy. So, now, he was beginning to feel desperate. As for Qi Yuan, even without supreme truth, his raw power surpassed Motong's. This was immensely frustrating. Here I come again. With Qi Yuan's taunting voice, another powerful strike surged forth. Motong didn't hesitate, activating microscopic observation to find the flaws. I'm leaving again, backing off. Once again, Qi Yuan withdrew his strike, leaving Motong exasperated. Damn it, Motong was on the verge of losing his cool. I know you're getting anxious, but don't be too hasty. Qi Yuan quipped casually. You're seeking death, Motong bellowed, launching a desperate attack with his supreme truth. Though microscopic observation was primarily defensive, it could be used offensively as well. The only downside was that offensive attacks consumed even more energy and were less powerful. Normally, Motong could take down a typical Great Heaven Yang God without even needing to use supreme truth. But Qi Yuan was no ordinary Great Heaven. That's it, Qi Yuan remained completely still. 10,000 Tao War God. With the power of 4,000 nascent souls converging into him, Qi Yuan chose to face Motong Yang God's strike head-on. Boom! The clash between two Yang Gods was so powerful that an ordinary small world would have been obliterated, its crust turning to dust. The force of their collision caused space itself to tremble and crack. Spatial fissures expanded, only to collapse again. Qi Yuan, with his long hair flowing and his blood-red sword in hand, stood unscathed as the fractured space passed by his fingertips. Old man, can you still fight? Motong Yang God roared in anger. Damn you! He was truly enraged now. Never before had he encountered such an opponent. Even against Longyu Yang God, he had always held the upper hand. Care to try again? Qi Yuan chuckled softly, but Motong's eyes now flickered with fear. Attacking had drained too much energy, and the effectiveness of his microscopic observation was diminishing. So, he didn't dare to make another move. If you won't take the initiative, then I'll have to. Qi Yuan said with a teasing smile. After all, you're my white moonlight, old man. He spoke as if he were talking to a playful child, his voice full of mock affection. Drawing his sword once more, Qi Yuan unleashed a terrifying strike that shook the heavens. Each of Qi Yuan's strikes was genuine, and Motong had no choice but to activate microscopic observation again. You're too strong. I'm retreating, Qi Yuan said. But not this time. At that moment, Qi Yuan noticed his right eyebrow wasn't twitching. That meant his opponent's supreme truth wasn't actually functioning. With a powerful thrust, Qi Yuan's sword pierced through the sky and landed squarely in the massive eye of Motong Yang God. In an instant, tens of thousands of smaller eyes behind him writhed in agony, as if pierced by needles. Ah! Motong Yang God screamed in disbelief, his face twisted in shock. You also have supreme truth. Otherwise, he couldn't understand how Qi Yuan had seen through his deception. I don't need supreme truth. It's a man's intuition, you wouldn't understand. I'm striking again, will you dodge this time? Qi Yuan swung his sword once more. Motong Yang God, now panicking, activated microscopic observation frantically. He had no choice but to fight back, unwilling to believe that his energy reserves were lower than Qi Yuan's. After all, he was a supreme truth Yang God. How could he lose to a mere great heaven Yang God? But Motong had made a critical miscalculation. He was fighting alone. While Qi Yuan had an endless supply of power from his 4,000 nascent souls. With such a vast reserve of energy, Qi Yuan wasn't afraid of a battle of attrition, and in fact, he could have even challenged a great supreme truth in this situation. I'm coming again, and I'm retreating again, ha ha ha. Within the purple mansion, Qi Yuan played with Motong Yang God like a cat toying with a mouse, constantly harassing and attacking him. The once proud and confident Motong was reduced to a decrepit state, weary and defeated. Die. With the power of the 10,000 Tao War God and his 4,000 nascent souls, Qi Yuan unleashed an unstoppable strike. Even Motong Yang God's microscopic observation couldn't block the attack. His massive eye was shattered. Ah! Motong Yang God screamed in pain, but Qi Yuan's attacks kept coming. At this level of battle, once the tide turned, it was impossible for Motong to recover. After countless exchanges, the battle finally came to an end. Qi Yuan floated in the air, gazing at the shattered remains of Motong Yang God. You're not Motong Yang God. You are merely a shadow of my past self. Qi Yuan murmured softly. With his purple mansion form, he had defeated a supreme truth Yang God. In the 9 heavens, supreme truth Yang Gods were considered to be among the highest echelon of power. In the 6th heaven, except for the Black Devil Abyss, any other sacred land would gladly accept a supreme truth Yang God if they pledged allegiance. Though Qi Yuan should have felt elated with his victory, his expression was somber. It had taken him so much effort just to defeat a single supreme truth Yang God of the Devil Abyss. What about a great supreme truth? What about the one in Taihuang Palace? Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The enemies are far too powerful. Qi Yuan sighed deeply. At that moment, the silent voice from his game jade slip echoed again, as if curious about something. Qi Yuan smiled lightly. Yeah, my enemy is that guy from Taihuang Palace. He's a tough nut to crack. The silent voice responded again. Communication really helps. I think you're getting smarter. Qi Yuan sensed more emotion from the voice. But enough talk. I need to take a bath. I'm about to meet Jinli soon. Qi Yuan's form disappeared, leaving behind the remnants of the battle. As for the spoils, he would sort them out after his bath. There are different levels of supreme truth. Heaven grade, earth grade, profound grade, and yellow grade. Motong Yang God's microscopic observation is a profound grade supreme truth. If a profound grade supreme truth is this powerful, how terrifying must a heaven grade one be? And even beyond that, unparalleled supreme truth is unimaginable. Qi Yuan pondered. He was starting to feel the pressure. Not long ago, he had possessed the body of Wushan Buddha and witnessed a remnant of the great sunlight Buddha's will. The sheer power and majesty of it were beyond comprehension. Even a fragment of that will was enough to suppress Qi Yuan. So, how powerful would a fully realized great supreme truth realm being be? And even among great supreme truth beings, there were differences in strength, depending on the grade of supreme truth they had comprehended. There are 4 types of unparalleled supreme truth: absolute, unique, cycle, and innate. Unparalleled supreme truth was the highest and most invincible level of supreme truth. These 4 types were the peak of supreme truth. In the 6th heaven, there were fewer than 5 beings who had comprehended an unparalleled supreme truth. These great supreme truth realm beings were the true rulers of the 6th heaven. Comparing it to Earth's myths, they were akin to saints, while other great supreme truth beings were like half-saints. Ordinary supreme truth Yang Gods were more akin to golden immortals. The leader of Taihuang Palace is called the Soul Sun, and the supreme truth he mastered is also the Soul Sun, which is why he cannot allow great sunlight Buddha to live. Meanwhile, Moon God Yuanjin has mastered the innate lunar supreme truth. It seems I must attend the Supreme Truth Symposium. If I don't comprehend an unparalleled supreme truth, I won't stand a chance against these old monsters. Even though Qi Yuan had the supreme truth gate, fully comprehending it would take tens of thousands, or even millions of years. And he couldn't afford to wait that long. Is there any supreme truth that's an unparalleled supreme truth and easy for me to understand? At this moment, Qi Yuan's thoughts were in disarray. This wasn't the kind of issue a Purple Mansion cultivator should be concerned with. But circumstances forced him to consider the bigger picture. Pushing aside these worries, Qi Yuan donned a fresh blood-red robe. With his flawless jade-like appearance, he gazed softly at the stars above. It's time to head to Absolute Moon Abyss. Once more, his form shifted, this time transforming into the appearance of Motong Yang God. In the underworld, Qi Yuan had already brainwashed Motong Yang God's remnant soul, gaining access to many of his memories. For Qi Yuan, impersonating Motong was a trivial task. However, this disguise wouldn't last long. After all, the abyss was a war zone. I should take the chance to steal back my well while I'm at it, Qi Yuan mused. But all of these schemes would have to wait until after his reunion with Jinli. A promise made long ago, spanning tens of millions of years. The July lake was no more, and the ancient Qidong trees had vanished. But none of that mattered. To see you again. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Moonlight Banquet was one of the most joyous and festive occasions in the Moon God Palace. A birthday after 10,000 years was certainly something to celebrate for cultivators. In the mortal world, such events would be marked by fireworks, red decorations lining the streets for miles. In the cultivation world, these celebrations were even more resplendent. Lantern trees lit with 1,000 lights, and firework blossoms flaring in 7 radiant branches. That night, the Moon God Palace, typically shrouded in darkness, was as bright as daylight. Occasionally, streams of light streaked through the sky as cultivators from other battle zones arrived, dressed in wide-sleeved robes and carrying gifts, adding to the lively atmosphere. The host of the Moonlight Banquet, wearing a red gauze-like coat with a sapphire blue inner garment, radiated both joy and nobility. She sat at the head of the hall, her face adorned with a constant smile. Please extend my thanks to Warden Hong Jun. The recent guest, who had brought a gift, was the younger brother of Warden Hong Jun. A warden was the highest authority in a region of the Devil Abyss, second only to a young god. Wardens would rarely leave their territories unless there were special circumstances. For Yu Yao, the host of the Moonlight Banquet, the fact that Warden Hong Jun had sent his brother with a gift was an undeniable display of honor. Out of the 19 territories, wardens, half have already sent someone to congratulate you. Sister Yu Yao, you are truly enviable. If I held a Moonlight Banquet for my birthday, I bet no one would come. Even the wardens wouldn't bother sending anyone. Inside and outside the halls of the Moon God Palace, the hum of conversation and laughter filled the air. Many couldn't help but look at Yu Yao with undisguised envy. In a quiet corner, under the soft moonlight, the atmosphere was calmer and more reserved. Yu Shuang glanced at the woman beside her. When you hold your Moonlight Banquet, it will certainly be 10 times, no, 100 times livelier than this. The woman remained silent, calm, and composed. Yu Shuang looked at her again and couldn't help but compliment her. With just a little bit of dressing up, you're already outshining everyone here. You better not go congratulate Yu Yao. Otherwise, she might curse you out of jealousy. Perhaps because it was her birthday, or due to Yu Shuang's coaxing, Jinli had, for once, changed out of her plain robes. Her snow-white complexion was touched with light makeup, her hair pinned with a golden clasp, making her appear delicate and charming. She wore a pale gold long gown, draped with a sheer yellow shawl, with a lotus-colored inner garment underneath. Her waist was cinched by a redbird jade belt, with linglong jade she hanging elegantly, and her skirt was embroidered with intricate gold thread designs. Her ample chest contrasted sharply with her slender waist. Her elegant features, lightly made up, made her seem like a celestial beauty. This isn't suitable for battle, the woman, with beauty like flowers reflected in the water, said, her voice tinged with a faint murderous intent. Seeing this, Yu Shuang couldn't help but comment, among all the moon maidens, you have the fewest admirers. With that killing intent, you scare everyone off. Although moon maidens were forbidden from marriage, they still had many admirers. If there was a brief moment of intimacy, the moon god palace would turn a blind eye. Jinli remained unfazed, sitting quietly, gently stroking her linglong jade shi. The birthday celebrations continued, and more people arrived. At this point, great sovereigns no longer drew much attention. Only when a myth arrived did people take notice. Zheg Gui congratulates senior sister and offers 3 strands of innate primal chi as a gift, wishing senior sister a swift ascension to the star realm illuminating the heavens. At that moment, a mythical female cultivator presented her gift, drawing the attention of many lower-level yin gods. But among the honored guests, this gift seemed rather ordinary. Yu Yao's eyes sparkled as she smiled and responded, "Thank you, junior sister. May you also reach the star realm soon." Zheg Gui smiled gracefully and exchanged a few polite words. This scene did not escape Yu Shuang's notice, and her eyes flashed with suspicion. "There's something wrong with her." Jinli asked, surprised. "I've heard rumors that she's thinking of betraying us. She might be planning to escape the Moon God Palace today and join the Devil Abyss," Yu Shuang said calmly. Unlike Jinli, Yu Shuang belonged to a covert squad specializing in intelligence. Interested in intercepting her and her contact? Yu Shuang asked. It would be a great accomplishment. Since they were still in the Moon God Palace, as long as Zheg Gui didn't escape, nothing could go wrong. With the Yuhuang remnant moon and Long Yuyang god overseeing the area, it was safe. Traitors like Zheg Gui existed not only in the Moon God Palace but also in the Devil Abyss. "Sure," Jinli nodded. "Making you work on your birthday, maybe I'm a bit heartless," Yu Shuang joked. Above, the crowd continued to fill the stage, laughter abounding. In the corner, Jinli seemed to be in a world apart from the lively celebration. "Sigh, you should be living the grand life like Yu Yao," Yu Shuang lamented. After all, Jinli was a moon maiden, holding a highly respected position in the Moon God Palace, ranked above even yang gods. Other moon maidens, even without a moonlight banquet, would still receive countless guests for their birthdays. Those who couldn't attend in person would send letters and gifts. But as the day wore on, no one had come to offer Jinli a single gift or letter. Yu Shuang, who was in charge of the intelligence department, had not received any mail for Jinli. She understood why. Jinli had spent almost all her time in the Devil Abyss after returning, fighting hard for battle achievements, rarely interacting with her peers. This was why she had few visitors. "None of that matters," Jinli said, shaking her head. These things had never been important to her. Yu Shuang sighed, then said, "Let's go, follow her." Zheg Gui had already left. All right. Both of them concealed their presence and left the lively moonlight banquet. The Moon God Palace remained bustling, with vibrant lights everywhere. However, it didn't feel overwhelming. "She's definitely up to something, sneaking around like that," Yu Shuang said, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Catching a traitor, especially a myth level 1, was a significant achievement. Moon Maiden Jinli and Yu Shuang followed Zheg Gui from a distance, their presence completely hidden. "A myth choosing to betray us. What a shame," Yu Shuang lamented. "I wonder who she's meeting, a great sovereign, or another myth." In the dim moonlight, the 2 moon maidens followed closely behind Zheg Gui, their expressions calm. "Hopefully, it's a strong one," Jinli said. "The stronger the opponent, the greater the battle achievement." "Agreed," Yu Shuang chuckled. This was the Moon God Palace's territory, so even if they encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat, they could easily escape. They continued to follow Zheg Gui for several thousand miles. The noise and color of the Moon God Palace had long faded, replaced by an eerie silence and the cold moonlight. Finally, Zheg Gui stopped by a lakeside. Suddenly, Yu Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, she's not alone." Ahead, a figure cloaked entirely in black appeared. Judging by the figure's build, it seemed to be a woman. Yu Shuang's expression turned cautious. "A myth," Jinli said, her brows furrowed slightly. "Who is she? A myth from Absolute Moon Abyss?" Yu Shuang wondered, trying to figure out the identity of the black-robed figure. The black-cloaked woman and Zheg Gui stood by the lake, seemingly exchanging words. At that moment, Yu Shuang's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, it seems someone else remembers your birthday after all. You've received a letter." Yu Shuang was in charge of the intelligence department of the Devil Abyss. Any mail from the outside world would pass through her specialized network. Just moments ago, she had received a batch of letters. One of them was addressed to Jinli. "Oh," Jinli continued to focus on the black-robed woman, her brow furrowed. After all, there weren't many myths in the Absolute Moon Abyss. The thought of betrayal left her uneasy. As for the letter, she didn't think much of it. As Yu Shuang had mentioned, she was a moon maiden. It was only natural for people to send her greetings on her birthday. Shall I open it? Yu Shuang asked. For cultivators like them, multitasking was a simple matter. Jinli's expression remained calm and composed, showing no reaction. Interesting, seems like someone you know from the second heaven sent it. The letter took 3 years to arrive, Yu Shuang remarked, clearly surprised. The letter had been held at an earlier checkpoint and was supposed to be delivered to Jinli on July 17. Under the moonlight, Jinli's heart skipped a beat. Yu Shuang extracted the contents of the message and placed them into a jade slip, handing it to Jinli. Take a look, it seems to be a technique of some kind. Someone sending a technique from the second heaven to the sixth heaven, how curious. A ripple seemed to appear in Jinli's usually calm eyes. She felt a mix of anticipation and fear. Her slender hand reached for the jade slip. The words of the bridal night from long ago echoed in her ears once more. In the past, I did not see you, and sorrow clung to me like layers of snow, heavy and deep through the ages. Today, I do not see you, and my eyes long for you as if gazing at dewdrops, intoxicated by the passage of time. In the future, when I see you, I will not regret our late reunion, nor resent the fleetingness of our time together. To meet you, the name of the technique was none other than to meet you. In that instant, Jinli's eyes filled with mist. By the shores of July Lake, the figure of the faceless sword god, fishing in the winter snow, appeared in her mind. He had always been waiting for her. At that time, she hadn't even met him. And he hadn't recognized that the small moon maiden he had been waiting for was the one he had long sought. Jinli clutched the jade slip tightly. Just from the name of the technique, she knew, without a doubt, that it was from him. He was alive, he had come to meet her. He was in the second heaven. Overwhelmed with joy, she anxiously turned to Yu Shuang, her voice pleading, I need to go to the second heaven. She couldn't bear to stay in the sixth heaven for another moment. Yu Shuang's smile froze. She seemed to realize something. Is it from him? She didn't want her dear friend to leave the moon god palace. Let's handle this first. Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly, Yu Shuang's face turned ashen. Because the black-robed myth had removed her hood, revealing a face that was all too familiar. The Deputy Warden. This woman was none other than the Deputy Warden of Absolute Moon Abyss, a myth who held partial control over the Yuhuang remnant moon. The betrayal of a Deputy Warden was vastly different from that of a regular myth. Yu Shuang's heart sank like a stone, her face turning pale as she muttered, the Yuhuang remnant moon has been disabled here. She understood all too well what this meant. It meant that if Devil Abyss myths arrived, the young gods of Absolute Moon Abyss wouldn't have time to react. Such an opportunity would never be missed by the Devil Abyss. She could feel a powerful conspiracy unfolding, filled with regret. They shouldn't have followed Zheg Gui. The young god of Absolute Moon Abyss had surely already arrived here. Jinli frowned, but her hands were still unconsciously clutching the hem of her robe, showing that she was far from calm. What should we do? Yu Shuang asked, panic in her voice. Even if they tried to send a message now, it was too late. Just then, a cold wind swept through, and Yu Shuang felt a chilling frost. It was as though pear blossoms were blooming in the air. Snowflakes began to fall, and as she looked up, under the moonlight, the snowflakes sparkled, delicate as if a classical beauty was dancing. Yu Shuang stood in stunned silence, her nerves tightening. At the far end of the world, where the snow fell even heavier, a figure clad in blood red appeared. He cradled a sword in his arms, his face hidden behind a faceless mask, snowflakes drifting onto his shoulders and blending into his black hair. The two myths by the lakeside immediately bowed low, not daring to meet the figure's eyes. Yu Shuang clenched her teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. A young god. This was definitely a young god. They were doomed. But before she could process further, the figure beside her, cloaked in pale yellow, rushed toward the faceless man, snow swirling around her as she ran. Fearlessly, without hesitation, crossing every obstacle. Yu Shuang's face froze in disbelief for a moment. Under the swirling snowflakes, the man in the blood-red robe stopped. I have returned from death, waiting long for you. His voice was deep, filled with complexity and longing. Yu Shuang felt as if she were witnessing a vision, seeing the faceless man holding a sword, sitting by the lake, waiting for someone. Time passed, the old trees at July Lake growing more rings on their trunks. The man in the blood-red robe wore a gentle expression as he gazed at the snow-covered beauty, her movements like a butterfly's dance. He knew that this was the Moon Maiden Jinli, the one he had waited for by July Lake all that time. Their long-ago promise, transcending time and space, was now within reach. Yet it felt like a dream, so close, yet so far. Qi Yuan. Moon Maiden Jinli stopped, her eyes brimming with tears, halting just 3 steps away. She trembled, both in fear and disbelief, as if caught in a dream. But the man in the blood-red robe removed his mask, revealing a stunningly handsome yet faintly familiar face. His features were as fine as jade, unparalleled in beauty. He held his sword, honoring their promise, stepping toward Moon Maiden Jinli. To see you dance is like drinking fine wine. The words seemed to echo the second sentence he had once spoken to her. Today, I do not see you, and my eyes long for you as if gazing at dewdrops, intoxicated by the passage of time. Today, I see your figure, and it is like drinking fine wine. In Jinli's vision, there was only him, her one and only. Her body trembled, her shoulders shaking, and the overwhelming longing she had buried deep within her heart surged forth like a tidal wave. Jinli, I've finally seen you. Qi Yuan gazed at the woman before him, lifting his sleeve to reveal his pale arm. On what had once been smooth skin, a faint crescent moon-shaped mark was slowly reappearing. It was the mark left by the Moon Maiden. After defeating the outer demons in the absolute death realm, Qi Yuan had woken to find the mark had vanished. Now, it had returned. Jinli stood still, staring at his face. Even dressed in the more elegant pale yellow gown, she exuded a chilling aura. Qi Yuan, I've been waiting for you too. She reached out and gently cupped Qi Yuan's face, just as she had once held the faceless statue in the ruined temple. In that moment, time and space became one, their forms overlapping through the years. Life unseen is like stars moving apart, far yet close. Finally, she had met him. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.